Good morning, everyone. Bwreda a croeso i'r Castell. Welcome to the Knoll in Neath for the Metrobank one-day cup game between Glamorgan and Hampshire. The toss has just taken place out in the middle. The news is that Glamorgan have won the toss and they are bowling first. Now, as far as the two teams are concerned, if you consult your score sheets, I'll give you details of both teams, not necessarily in batting order. So, Glamorgan line up as follows: Eddie Byron, Asa Try, Will Smale, Captain Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Zain Ul Hassan, Alex Hawthorne, Andy Galvin, James Harris, Ned Leonard, and making his Glamorgan first team debut, Romano Franco. The Hampshire team as follows, as I say, not necessarily in batting order: Nick Gubbins, Eddie Jack, Dominic Kelly, Manny Lumsden, Ben Mays, Andrew Neal, Felix Organ, Ali Orr, Tom Priest, Tillich Varma and Joe Weatherly. Play will be getting underway on time at 11 o'clock this morning. Don't forget the interval between innings will be between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, including everyone at the Cricket Club and their colleagues at Neath Round Table, as well as Neath Port Talbot Council. A warm welcome as well to our match sponsors, the Derwin Group, who offer a range of recycling and waste management solutions. Also a warm Welsh welcome to our two match umpires, Ben Peverell and Surrey Shanmugam, as well as match referee Steve Davis. Also, we are delighted to welcome here today members of the junior sections from the Britain Ferry Steel, Tatters Steel and Neath Cricket Clubs. They will be forming this morning's Guard of Honour. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also here today and is situated at the Hampshire end of the ground. As always, the shop is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as our very fashionable bucket hats. Copies of the recently published Heroics and Headlines at St Helens, written by Richard Bentley, will also be on sale today from the table adjacent to the scoreboard. There are also a large number of catering units here today at the Knoll. At the Oakwood Road end, that's behind the scoreboard, there's a wide range of catering facilities, and refreshment units are also situated near the entrance at the Dyfed Road end of the ground, behind the seating alongside the pavilion. Don't forget that Glamorgan are also playing Derbyshire here on Thursday, with the match scheduled to get underway also at 11 a.m. And if you need to buy tickets, you can get them in advance from the Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com. Finally, please be aware that there will also be a special event just before the start of play in front of the pavilion.
Once we finish, you'll be handing them back, and that's when we finish. Boys and girls, sit for the guard of honour in your game lined up. What I would ask is, if you have Dora put the off, you should put the off. Or I've been told by partner.
For the benefit of those people who may have just arrived here at the Knoll, good morning, Borida. News from the middle is that Glamorgan have won the toss, and they will be bowling first when the game gets underway at 11 o'clock.
No, sir. No, sir.
Once again, we are delighted to welcome members of the junior sections from Britain's Ferry Steel, Hampshire Steel, and Neath cricket clubs, who are just assembling now in front of the pavilion to form this morning's Guard of Honour.
Thank you.
Are you on Matt on a wide shot at the minute?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
There will now be a special presentation in front of the pavilion. This year is the 53rd and final year of the activities of the St Helens Balconeers. John Williams has been synonymous with the Balconeers throughout this time and has tirelessly flown the flag for Glamorgan cricket in West Wales. We are delighted that John is with us today and will be shortly ringing the bell before the start of play. John, on behalf of everyone here today and so many, many others, many thanks for what you have done on behalf of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. Diolch yn fawr iawn. It's good morning Bore-da to our two-match umpires, Ben Peverell and Suri Shanmugam. And good morning Bore-da as well to the Glamorgan team, the reigning Metro Bank One Day Cup champions, led by captain Kieran Carlson. And good morning, Bore-da, as well, to the opening batters from Hampshire.
Well, welcome everybody to the Knoll in Neath as Glamorgan begin the defence of their Metrobank One Day Cup title. And as you join us, as you can see, the players are taking the field, and the news here is that Glamorgan have won the toss and they have elected to field first. And alongside me today, as part of our commentary team, is Andrew Davis, a great man of Neath himself.
Oh, yep.
Former Glamorgan seamer, winner of the National League in 2002-2004. And so, Andrew, what do you think about the decision to bowl first?
Yeah, cheers, Ash. Good to be here. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Yeah, look, I think both sides would have probably bowled first today. If you look at results that have gone on here in the past few years, I think they favoured the side batting second to win. The sun sort of gets on the wicket, dries out a bit. Certainly had a fair bit of rain yesterday. And it's a skewing lad I am. Actually,
oh, sorry. Have I said
in these parts?
Committed heresy already, have
yeah,
I?
Yeah.
Only took me 30 seconds.
I always say I'm from the nice part of skewing, but everyone comes back to me and says, I'm not sure if there's a nice part of skewing. But anyway,
yeah. Well, it's James Harris to open the bowling for Glamorgan. Ali Orr facing. Yeah, nice to be here though.
Yeah,
nice to be on tour for a week.
Yeah, very nice.
Away from Safari Gardens, of course, for a couple of games this week. Today and then on Thursday. Here at this lovely little ground in Neath. Just as we look across the ground, you can see the old, dilapidated-looking rugby stadium.
Yeah.
That for men of my vintage was a much feared place.
Growing up, it was certainly flown through. Yeah, they were proper side Neath, weren't they? Back when I was a youngster. It's sad to see. I think Adrian Shaw is on the committee there now, so I think they're trying hard to get, along with his dad, Di Shaw. I think they're trying hard to get sponsors and get some money back into the club at some place. But yeah, fingers crossed. I think hopefully they can get it back to where it used to be.
Yeah, we've got a few hundred people in here this afternoon. This morning. Hopefully, I'm sure that will build a little bit as the day goes on. People are just checking what the weather's going to be like. But it's breezy here. There's a bit of cloud around, a few grey clouds, but otherwise quite pleasant, as you can see. A little bit of sunshine as well. So if you can find a spot in the sun. Will be quite a pleasant day, I think, to be watching cricket. So James Harris, the elder statesman of this Glamorgan team. We can perhaps just whiz you through the team very quickly if you haven't seen the team. So the Glamorgan side is Eddie Byram and Asa Tribe will be opening. Then Will Smale, Kieran Carlson, the captain, Billy Root and Zainul Hassan. Then Alex Horton, the wicket-keeper. And then the bowlers Andy Gorvin, James Harris, Ned Leonard, and a debut for Romano Franco, a left-arm spinner who's just been awarded a contract for this competition. So very much looking forward to seeing him have a bowl later on.
Bowl.
Yeah, what do you think of the side? And clearly a very fresh look. A few players away with 100, but great to see these young players having a chance.
I love it, absolutely love it. I love the fact they've given Franco a debut, which is fab. I watched him bowl 2 weeks ago at Ebervale for Wales National Counties, and it's the first time I've seen him bowl, and wow, the pace he bowls as left-arm spinner is fantastic. I mean, he came on and changed the game, for a young lad. I think he was making his debut for Wales National Counties as well today. It's just fantastic to see. And do you know what, Ash? I said it last year, but I think that in terms of Glamorgan, they've come in for a bit of criticism over the years. So it depends what social media you read and what about youngsters and everything else. And I think it's a good time for Glamorgan. I think there are quite a number of youngsters coming through that will benefit Glamorgan. And I think there's a young lad, Edwards, as well, that played from Pontarddulais. Played in the second team last week, at 16, 17 years of age. That's a good shot.
Well, that's the first boundary. Nice shot from Gubbins. He's underway.
So I think they're in a good spot, Ash. There's a lad, Tom Norton, coming through as well from Abergavenny. He's a good lad. He looks a good cricketer. Already he's played a heck of a lot of cricket.
Ben Morris in the squad as well.
Ben Morris is in the squad. Yeah, Ben is one. I mean, again, Ben needs to play at some point. I think this is his third year on the staff, and he probably, he probably needs to be knocking on the first team coach's door and saying,
he's had a couple of, got 3 matches, isn't it, in 2 seasons, I think.
Can I have a, certainly, obviously he's got to back it up in the second team, but if I was him, I'd certainly be now wanting to put a yellow jersey on and get out and have a game in the first team and show what I can do. And that's another thing, is that you've got to keep people hungry. And your boys in the second team have got to be smashing that door down, saying, come on, I want a game, I want to get inside. Especially now, look, the first team look as if they're doing well in the county championship. We haven't quite...
almost a half chance there. Zain Hassan opening the bowling from the Oakwood Road end. It was a little bit in the air for a while off the bat of Ali Orr, but just evaded the mid-wicket fielder, and that's another boundary. Thick inside edge.
Yeah, so you go back. The second team boys, the county championship side looks as if they're doing well, and if they can get up to the first division, that would be fantastic. But certainly in the one-day format, there's a few lads in the second team. Henry Hurl, another one, I think, showing good promise. Well,
yes, Zainul Hassan opening the bowling here. Has had lots of
surprised Ned Leonard isn't opening.
Yeah, you'd think he's the sharpest of the bowlers.
Yeah. And certainly if I was him and I'd seen the first over that James bowled, certainly we hit certain areas and movement off the seam, Ned would have maybe gone, I'd want the ball.
Yeah, Zainul Hassan, who opens the batting in the championship, of course, for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
But expecting him to bat in a more sort of traditional all-rounder position of 6 in this side. Is the genuine all-rounder in this team, with the likes of Dan Douthwaite on 100 duty just at the moment.
And that's what this competition's done, isn't it, for a lot of counties? It's afforded the chance to give youngsters an opportunity to play. Most counties sort of use it as a way of looking at their youth to see if they're going to be good enough or see what they're like in this environment. So in terms of that, in terms of this competition, I think it's great to blood youngsters and certainly give them an opportunity to play.
And it's a competition that Glamorgan have enjoyed, but there's been the sense over the last sort of well, they've won it twice, haven't they, in 2021 and 24 last season, that actually they didn't have to change their kind of first 11 too much because there weren't that many players away with the 100.
Yeah.
And a few more, well, 3 players this year. So do you think that will make a difference this year, that maybe it does have a slightly fresher feel to it?
I look at this side and still think it's a good side. I mean, I watched the second team play quite a bit this year. I've watched Alex Horton play. And play some fantastic innings in the second team, and I know Cookie's here today to help out as well, and there's Will Smale as well, and Henry Earl, who are all, Glamorgan are blessed at the minute of having a load of good keeper batters. But I was talking to Alex Horton. Alex Horton's played a hell of a lot of second team cricket, and he's probably at the stage now where he's thinking, right, I need to kick on and push on and start knocking on the first team coach's door and saying, right, come on, when. Well,
he had a run in the blast, and he had a little run in the second half of the blast, and did okay, I suppose, without sort of tearing up any trees really. But
yeah. And again, I think it's getting into that environment and being afforded the opportunity and the chances to have time there.
Yeah.
Ash. It doesn't happen for everyone straight away.
No. Sort of a degree of failure for any batter is sort of baked in, isn't it? That you have to accept. Even the best players don't succeed that often.
Straight away. Yeah. But I think Alex is definitely one that he's a heck of a talent, and you'll want him round for the future for sure.
Well, it's James Harris is going to resume at the David Road end for his second over. Got a couple of slips in, so Asa Tribe and Kieran Carlson.
So I don't think James played in this last year, did he? I think he was injured all the way through this competition last year. So
and so team with like you say, there's a good side and a bit of experience around. Some campaigners here who've been there last season and did it. The likes of Andy Gorvin, quite an experienced cricketer now. And
for all those that weren't happy about the lack of Welsh, there's 6 Welsh lads in the side this year. So, well,
that's good, isn't it?
Oh, brilliant.
That's great.
It's great. Yeah, of course it is. I mean, it's
really good to see.
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, the likes of Ben Kellaway, of course, missing with Welsh Fire.
Yeah. You've got Ben Morris in the squad as well, and Henry Earl, who have both come through the academy as well. So, like I say, it is looking good for Welsh cricket.
So Harris trying to keep things tight early on.
You'd have thought Hampshire being quite an organised side, given the amount of trophies they've won. What are they, since 2000? I think I was looking at it this morning. They've won something like 9 trophies since 2000.
Yeah,
one-day trophies in 2000. I put money on them. They've done their homework, and they're probably looking at the fact that if you don't lose wickets early on, they've got 7 titles since 2000. Hampshire. So a well-organised, well-run unit. Under Giles White. When you look at it, they'll probably look at the stats over the last few seasons at this ground, and are probably thinking, look, if we can get through the first 10-15 overs without losing too many wickets, they've certainly got players within that lineup that I've seen actually play quite a bit that can clear the ropes here for sure, Ash. So they'll probably have to look at not going guns blazing too early here, but we'll catch up later on.
Yeah, well, job for Glamorgan's bowlers is to exploit what early movement there is. If there is and the pitch is a little bit, I hope it'll be a little bit spicy. There'll be something in it early on. But so far, pretty much plain sailing.
It's like I always say to youngsters as well, actually, the next best thing's a dot.
Yeah.
So as long as, and I'm sure James is experienced enough, as long as he just keeps hitting his line and length, I'm sure he'll get some reward at some point. So 1 off the over there.
Yeah, tidy over. Well, just 2 in the end. In fact, is that right?
Yeah, 2.
I thought it was 1, 2. 2 singles. And so the score moves on to...
No, 1 off.
Yeah,
I think
sorry,
they put
the graphics.
well,
We're catching up. I thought it So 12 without loss after 3. Pretty much uneventful so far.
It is nice that they get out to an outground, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and of course,
As a player, I always used to quite like.
because it used to be
Getting out to-
Swansea, didn't it? Back in the day, but obviously Swansea is the
Colwyn Bay.
last year of cricket at Swansea
Yeah,
this year.
sad. Yeah, it is sad.
So-
Sad.
Being turned into, of course, the new rugby stadium for the Ospreys at St Helens. Although World of Welsh Rugby things are not totally settled at the moment. That's a boundary.
It's a chink.
Didn't sound very good off the bat there, but he got enough of it just to get it over the head of Romano Franco at mid-wicket, and that's another boundary.
Early signs would suggest that Orr is the one that's going to look to be the more aggressive player here. Maybe Gubbins will, I don't know, potentially going back to old days of maybe try to look to bat through the innings and Gubbins and Orr be the aggressor, if you like.
Still 2 slips in for Zainul Hassan.
Probably the most senior at 31 years old. He was branded as the next Andrew Strauss.
Oh, okay.
Radley School from
Yep.
exactly the same place as where.
Yep.
I'm pretty much sure. Was it Radley? Yeah, I'm sure Andrew Strauss is Radley. He joined Hampshire from Middlesex, so again would have probably grown up seeing a bit of Andrew Strauss as he come through. Product of Leeds and Bradford MCCU.
Mm-hmm.
He was part of Middlesex's county championship winning side as well, and got 1,400.
Big appeal.
Yeah, certainly looking to
No
go
response.
to deep square again. Got 1,400 runs in that county championship season, an average of 60. So he's well experienced. England Lions as well. And got nearly 1,200 runs at 56 last season in the county championship. So he's obviously a good player.
Yeah, I think survived on height to that one. I think it looked like it was probably going to go over. It was pretty straight, but hit him quite high up, even though he was down on one knee. Hit him on the body. So I think the umpire decided it was going over the top.
Bold. There's definitely enough in it. Ash?
Yep. So just wheel away, try and put the ball on the spot, is it? And just hope the pitch will just do something for you.
Just look to it. I don't
A bit of
think
swing
it's...
or a bit of nibble.
Yeah, exactly that. Ash. Exactly that. Don't really need to try and do anything special as a bowler here. See, there's enough in the wicket. Just hit the consistent line and length and let the wicket do the rest.
So Orr on 11 now. He's had most of the strike. So far, Gubbins has only faced 4 balls so far. But yeah, of course, a 50 over competition, if you haven't been following. This is the competition in county cricket that's going on pretty much while the 100 is on. It's had different iterations over the years, hasn't it, of sort of 40 over competition, and but then it decided to made more sense to align it to what they're playing in international cricket.
Yeah.
And so it's 50 overs, and because we're in a power play now, first 10 overs, only 2 fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. Nice bit of sunshine.
You can see Kieran having a chat with the bowler there. I think the bowler wanted a deep square moved out, maybe his fine leg up, but I think Kieran's quite happy for him to try and keep that area open and keep the batsman trying to hit it there. I mean, he's chinked a couple in there. He hasn't really got any clean.
No.
So I think it's the right decision from Kieran to just stick with what you got for the minute.
So 2 slips remain in place, then a ring of 3. Point extra cover and mid-off on the offside. So the mid-wicket and mid-on the leg side, a third man and fine leg of the 2 in the deep.
Bold.
Yeah, bright day now. It was a little bit breezy early on. There was a stiff breeze earlier on. The trees that we can see are definitely sort of rustling in the wind here.
Definitely had a bit of a panic on this morning, Ash, wearing shorts.
Yeah.
I thought I'd underclubbed.
Well, I had a panic when I saw your shorts, to be honest. bright pink.
Do you
They're
not
good.
like my bright pink shorts, Ash? No?
Right.
No.
I thought mine were quite garish, and then I saw yours.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't really go well. I've got quite pale skin as well, so I'm not... It's not really a great look.
I think you're rocking it. You've got to have confidence to wear pink, and you have that.
I'll get plenty of stick later, I'm sure. When more
That's
people
a good look. You've just got to back yourself, haven't you?
Wow, this is it, isn't it? No one cares, do they really?
No.
It's not.
They're essentially under a desk. Yeah, no one can really see them. So Harris.
Oh, just dropped short.
Just
dropped short.
Just landed just in front of Kieran Carlson there. So look at this.
Yeah, there's definitely enough in it, just dropping short.
So is that, do they need to come up maybe a couple of yards? They'll probably be reassessing whether they're in the right place, or Carlson seems to have come a little bit further forward now. Second slip.
The trouble is, the first over, there's a couple that absolutely flew through in there, so they've probably gone on that. And
Yeah.
Well,
They're trying a bit of pressure now. Created a chance, 4 dot balls.
yeah, as I was saying earlier, I think Hampshire will probably just be, I think if they can get through the power play and maybe go on about 4 and over, I don't think they'll be too upset, even if they're 1 down. I think when you look at the stats, I mean, if you get, I think I said it last year on commentary. Oh gosh.
Carlson's dropped it. Well, we talked about where he was standing.
Yeah.
He had moved up a little bit. He went fingers up for that one, and it just seemed to go in and pop straight out again.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone a bit Ricky Ponting on it, hasn't he? And
it was
it's in and out.
It was that sort of waist height, wasn't it? And I suppose some players would stand up and take that with sort of fingers pointing down. He went and crouched the knees and tried to take it with fingers up, and just hit his hands and bounced straight back out again.
He's gone, I was going to say, he's gone sort of Ricky Ponting-esque, how he would like to take them at slip again, but playing out in Australia with a bounce.
Well, it's a maiden over, but...
No bowl.
Yeah, that's, disappointment. James Harris has created a couple of chances there. Morgan not managed to take them.
I mean, look, Kieran will be disappointed he's dropped it, but, look, I mean, it's always easy sat here, and I don't think there's any easy chances in the slips, having never really fielded them myself.
No. Well, I think he's just practicing now, isn't he? Whether is it hands up or hands down? You can see him standing at slip, just sort of rehearsing what maybe he could have done.
It's that height, isn't it?
Yeah, as you say, when the ball's coming to you at some 80 plus miles an hour.
It's always nice and easy here, Ash.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure what the background is the ball's coming out of here as well. So, yeah.
Ball. He's got to throw at a decent pace here.
Yeah.
Al Hassan. Maybe it's a choice of ends. Maybe Ned wanted to bowl the swimming ball's end, as it were. Which is no longer the swimming ball's end because it's disappeared. But, I thought you'd have opened the bowling.
So a bit of pressure here now, just building up the dot balls, and that's 8 in a row now.
Yeah.
Hoping they might lure or maybe into one of those shots across the line and maybe hit it up in the air.
You can certainly feel something building, can you? I mean, he's 11 off 22 now, and if it is his role to be the more aggressive of the two, then I'm not sure a strike rate of 50 will be. What he's looking for. He'll bowled again.
So yeah, the approach to the power play, I mean, having watched Morgan play a lot of T20 cricket this year, obviously the power play is important, and you expect to see teams really go for this. Has a different feel, not least because it's a longer match. There's a long way to go, isn't there? And you don't want to be chucking your wickets away. It's managing the balance of risk and reward feels a little bit different in this format.
There we go, shot.
He's connected very well with that. That's one bounce 4.
Shot. That's a good shot.
And that relieves the pressure a little bit for Hampshire.
And when you look at Ali All's stats, he's a 24-year-old. He's joined from Sussex in 2023. 2022, he scored 206 in a Royal London game against Somerset.
Wow.
And then a month later, he got 198 versus Glamorgan in the county championship. So he's certainly someone, when he gets in, he cashes in.
Yep.
For the looks of it. And he averages just under 48. Oy,
Goes again.
It's gone again, and that could be 6.
And I think that has gone all the way. It's 6.
Yeah.
So, after a couple of lucky escapes in the previous over, Orr now is has had a few sighters, and anything that's up there, he's going to try and put it away.
Absolutely, Ash. I think those lengths they're a bit further up, further fuller to Orr, and he's that's what he's certainly looking for. Anything further up to him, he's looking to. He's not necessarily worried about keeping it on the deck. He's quite happy to go over the top.
And as a bowler, sometimes I guess you're looking for a bit of swing and a bit of movement. You try and get the ball up there. Is it?
Yeah.
I suppose it's try and find the right balance and the right length. Yeah.
Bowled. So he's got his way now. His fine legs come back up into the circle, and he's got a deep square. Ned Leonard has dropped out to deep square. It's really difficult, Ash. I mean, you can look to pitch it a bit further up and look for that edge. For me personally, it was always a case of, look, I'm quite happy sitting in you, mate. You know, you've got to score runs. You know, it's different. County championships different, but you've got to look to get players out, so you can have a bit more risk by going a bit further up. But in one day cricket, that's all I ever used to think was, look, mate, if I'm bowling dots, I'm winning. So it's up to you, really. If you want to take a punt then. So I was just happy just sitting in and hitting that length. I wouldn't necessarily look to bowl that Jaffa or that. I mean, I think the more experienced James, as I say that.
So Gubbins gets into the act now.
Starting to join the party,
Pulls that one round the corner for 4 through square leg. A little bit short from Harris. Maybe slightly. It wasn't that short, was it?
No,
it was
it
probably
wasn't
only
that
about
short.
stump height, really.
Yeah.
Probably only would have just gone over the stumps.
Yeah. I don't think that was that bad delivery.
So some attacking a 10 now. Just as the rate creeps up towards 5. And a nice looking drive. Andy Gorvin scurries round to cut that one off.
It could be an Andy Gorvin type of wicket. He got 5 for you last year, didn't he? I'm sure he got 5 for you last year. Or am I dreaming it? No, I'm pretty sure he did. I'm sure I recall him getting certainly 4 or 5 wickets here last year.
I'm sure we'll see a lot of Andy Gorvin. Probably not just yet, but it won't be too long before we see him. For now, it's a good stop from James Harris.
Yes.
Still plenty of athleticism. Got down really well to that.
Just focusing on the hot dogs, burgers, and that stand behind you. So, I wonder where I'll be next.
Yeah, we have. There are definitely breakfast rolls being made. Probably only about 30 yards away from where we're sitting at the moment, which could be difficult when the commentary break comes. And bring you updates whether Andrew goes for red or brown sauce. As the innings continues.
Brown sauce, Ash, every day.
I think I converted from red to brown. I was traditionally red, but I think my wife likes brown sauce, and therefore more of that is in the fridge.
Yeah.
So I've probably converted.
Or converted, or you didn't have a choice.
Yeah, it gets handed to me. You're right. Yeah. So Gubbins, he's on 8 now. He's faced half the number of balls that Orr has faced, but getting a bit of the strike now. Morgan's still got those 2 slips in. Harris has found the edge on a couple of occasions. We'll be hoping to do so again. One just fell short of Kieran Carlson, and the other one went straight in and out. So they've had an escape as this opening pair. But Glamorgan again to continue to look for the edge. to get the breakthrough they need.
Oh.
So just that boundary from the first ball. Other than that, 5 dots and 30 without loss after 7 overs.
I don't think Hampshire will be too disappointed with this start. From I think it's a pretty good start, isn't it? There's no wickets down. Granted, they're not going at a rate of knots in terms of run rate, but again, like I said at the start, I think they'll probably have looked at the the results of the last few years here from the sides batting first, and they would have probably looked at, as long as they're none down after power play, I think they'll put them in a pretty good position.
They're going to scurry through. Kieran Carlson, is he okay? No, he has just dived there, and he's immediately grabbed his left leg, his hamstring or his knee. He sort of spun round almost like a break dancer when he went down to get the ball. He may have just slightly jarred his knee, maybe. He's up and about. Let's have a look at this. Oh yeah, slipped.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, quite nasty. The left foot went straight under him.
Yeah, underfoot.
And as soon as you see a knee sort of slightly bending sideways, you do worry. But thankfully, he's up and about, and he looks okay.
God, that's the first. Is that me, or was that the first? It seems like we've ages since we last had a single. Seems like we've only been dealing in boundaries.
Yeah, they certainly have. I think just been
hasn't been a lot of
soaking up the
running
dot
going
balls
on,
and hitting anything that's been up there. That's been the so yeah, that was. I think Carlson, when he set off, kind of fancied his chances there. I thought if he could get to it cleanly, there might be a chance if he could get a throw away for a direct hit, but in the end the slip stopped that from happening. There's a little bit of rain around yesterday in South Wales, so maybe it's a little bit juicy underfoot.
Yeah.
It was quite a wet day really yesterday in the morning. So I live a bit over Cardiff way, and it rained pretty hard in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was something similar here. But the wind will help, and a bit of sunshine to dry things out, if there is any moisture under the surface.
So Carlson's now come out from second slip and gone into a more catching mid-wicket area. So we move into now the 8th over.
Yeah, 32 without loss. Now Hampshire going on quite nicely. I think they've had a couple of alarms, but they've managed to come through those. And I think their confidence will grow, this pair, the longer they stay there.
Yeah.
So there is that outlet now. If they can just turn the ball square on the leg side. Just to rotate the strike. Ned Leonard's now come up to stand by the umpire at square leg.
Yeah, I was going to say Orr is definitely going to be the aggressor out of the two.
Always looking backward punch, but straight to Will Smale at cover. And that is the end of the 8th over. So Hampshire 33 without loss. After another quick word from Andrew, it'll be Blake Bint in the commentary box.
I mean, look, it's pretty much even Stevens, I'd say currently. I think if you put a wicket or two onto that total, Glamorgan would definitely be in the box seat. But Hampshire haven't really got away. But I think Hampshire will be relatively happy that they haven't lost any wickets either. So at the minute, I think Glamorgan could do with a wicket or two, just to bring the balance of play back in their favour. But I don't think Hampshire will be too disappointed at the minute at the two sides.
Harris continuing for the final over for him in this first power play, almost drawing the edge of Ali Orr, who's going well, 23 from 29. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you enjoying? Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Enjoying your time down here in Neath?
Yeah, I had a bit of a stint here as a player when I was on the Glamorgan staff.
Allocated or by choice?
Allocated here. Oh, it wouldn't be by choice. My home club is literally 1.5 miles, 2 miles up the road there, Ennisagaran. So it was, and I think Ennisagaran beat Neath on Saturday as well.
Oh, really? I was going to say, do you still get down there?
No, not as much. No, I'm sort of Bridgend way now, so I don't get much chance to down to these parts. But I'm sure there was a drink or two up in Ennisagaran on Saturday after that win.
And of course, the rugby ground here at the Knoll, the club which celebrated its 150th anniversary a couple of years ago, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, a lot of history down this way. A few punters in, nice to see as well. We'll also be here Thursday, of course. Glamorgan playing Derbyshire. And another play and a miss from Orr, who just looks at the pitch. Going to come down and have a prod, but it's been a good opening spell from this pair, particularly Harris, who tends to bowl the sort of heavier ball as we see in red ball cricket. He likes to bang it in a little bit, and with these two left-handers, it's to the shorter offside boundary which comes towards us. I'm sure if he was bowling from the other end, they would oblige to a couple of pull shots. But he's chosen his end well, it appears. And another one.
Yeah, James has just stuck to what he does here. He hasn't tried doing anything exceptional. He's just come in, hit a good line and left consistently, and his figures show that. In terms of ends, I mean, my only guess is that Ned wants to bowl that end, because in terms of pace and in terms of opening bowlers, you'd always want to bowl with a new ball. So my guess is Ned wants to bowl the end of James Bowles, hence Zain Al-Hassan has bowled the other end.
That's a lovely shot. Ali Orr, straight as you like.
Yeah.
Slightly overpitched from Harris perhaps, but Orr just leaning on it beautifully through mid-off. He moves to 27.
He certainly looked for that, hasn't he? As soon as the balls come into his areas, he's looked to certainly get the ball down the ground and not worried about too much about keeping it. Although that one was all around the ground through mid-off. He hasn't worried too much about keeping it on the ground. Played some great shots.
And that one a bit more deft, just running it down to deep third. He'll keep the strike as well, as he has done for the majority of this first 9 overs, 38 for no loss. Yeah, I was interested to see who was going to take the new ball when I was thinking about the 11. I did think it would be Zain, just because they've liked bowling Ned Leonard first change, but as you say, Hassan's a much different bowler to Leonard. Leonard's probably the quickest of the bunch.
Yeah.
Zain Al-Hassan, usually a medium pacer, keeper up type style, although Horton is stood back. So yeah, maybe a preference of Leonard's, but it's a small ground all round. Right hand, left hand combinations make him into play.
I always kind of look at the way I look at these types of things, right? Who would the Hampshire batters prefer to face with a new ball? Would it be Zain Al-Hassan or Ned Leonard?
They'd probably rather face Al-Hassan. You're probably right in that fact, but I suppose you don't know if it's going to.
I'm not taking anything away from Zain there. He's obviously a good bowler.
You're implying Leonard's going to rush them a little bit more early in the innings.
Well, if it's going to do anything, it'll do it quicker. If Ned's bowling, so I think sometimes at this kind of pace you can adjust slightly.
Nice back foot punch, just for one can't quite get it through the infield, where Glamorgan have remained relatively attacking, kept the slip in place, although they have removed the second. Still that ring on the offside as well.
Another thing I'd throw in is that, again, you go back to one-day cricket and wickets. And I know earlier I said, look, you're sort of sitting there, don't need to do anything. But ultimately, I think, again, with that extra bit of pace, the chances of you getting wickets will be greater.
Ali Orr started well in this power play. Hampshire going relatively steady at this stage. Of course, after the next 3 balls, another 2 fielders are permitted to go outside the ring. Ali Orr as well, someone who's been rather hampered in his, well, just 24 years old, but feels like long career so far. He's not played a List A game since 2022. Often hampered by injuries, but he's got an impressive average of 47 in this format.
I was saying earlier to Ash, I mean, there is in that 2022 year, there's a double 100 in there against Somerset and the Royal London. That's good going, that.
And as for Nick Gubbins, playing here in 2022 at this very ground, in fact, he had a 93 in a losing cause for Hampshire, where they batted first, scored 228 for 9 on that occasion. Glamorgan chased it down with Tom Bevan, the star, on that occasion. So maybe that's a sign for what the average score could be for viewers. What would you sort of tend to be looking at batting first here? You know these parts better than me, Andrew.
Well, I mean, usually on outgrounds, if you're anywhere between 250, 280, you're always generally in the game on an outground. And the reason I say that is because the wickets will tend to be a bit slower, but they'll tend to maybe do a bit more for seam. So as long as your opening bowlers can get the most out of that, then if you can nip a couple out early on, then 250, 280. When you play on first class grounds, then people on good decks, these days now you're looking at 280, 300. But I'm looking at this at the minute. If you'd said to Hampshire you're going to be 40 or 42 for none of 10, I think they'd have taken it. Glamorgan winning the toss, looking to bowl. At the minute, again, I don't think they won't be panicking just yet, Glamorgan, but they'll certainly need to pick up a couple of wickets in the next 5 overs.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely be happy with this, as James Harris will continue from the David Roadhead.
The other thing what it does is if you're picking up a couple of wickets early on, given you've got a left arm debutant as well, you want to try and get him into the game potentially as early as you can, in terms of nerves, etc. And it's always easier for him coming on to bowl if there's a new batter in, so you've got an end where you can probably work at, or you don't really want to be bringing your left arm debutant spinner on when they're 100 for none off 16, 17 overs.
Another one just into the pitch. It was uppishly played through mid-wicket, but the fielder comes round to keep it to just 2. I was interested with that by Romano Franco, because he has taken the new ball quite a lot when playing second 11 cricket and for his club Northup in the North Wales Premier League. So it was probably an option, because again, as you say, Zainul Hassan probably not an opening bowler, so they would have had to pick someone, but then it's that pressure of doing it on debut, it's small ground.
And look, it's evident as well, the ball's done plenty. As a seamer you'd be certainly, as long as you hit good areas. In fairness, what James has done, I mean, we've had one dropped at second slip, in fairness to James. But certainly as a seamer, more times than not, bowling on a wicket like this, you'd think that you'd get a couple of wickets with a new ball. I know Romano's done it in 20 over cricket, hasn't he? He's come on and he's opened the bowling and done well. And certainly the game I watched him a few weeks ago, he came on and changed the game at Ebervale for Wales national counties.
Gubbins just thinking about keeping Gorvin on his toes at mid-off, but Harris continues to be economical. Yeah, and if Glamorgan are worrying about not taking wickets early on, well, they can only fear the worst for what's to come, because Tilak Varma, the Indian international, franchise player for the Mumbai Indians in the IPL, and then you've got some of the more well-known domestic players at Hampshire, likes of Tom Preston, Felix Organ. Excited to see a couple of youngsters from Hampshire in the second innings as well. Average seam attack age of just 18. Eddie Jack, Dom Kelly and Manny Lumsden, 16 years old.
It's great, isn't it? I like that.
It's exciting
I like
to see.
that a lot. A lot of their academy boys playing as well, which is good to see. And again, you'd have thought with things to come with the sale, I think Mr. Bramsgrove, the chairman at Hampshire.
Oh, playing a miss. Tribe and Carlson get excited about it. End of the over, 44 off 11 are Hampshire now.
From what I understand, Mr. Bramsgrove, has been at Hampshire now the best part of 25 years. I remember the Rose Bowl when it first started. God, I played at the old Hampshire ground. That's how old I am. But Rod used to call it his allotment. But from what I understand now, a deal's gone through for the purchase of Hampshire, and apparently he sold all his shares for around about 120 million.
Yeah, I was going to say they've got quite wealthy owners. I understand they played in the global T20 league in the
That's right,
in the winter, didn't they? Out in the Caribbean, where they, in a rather farcical situations, they had sort of players from other counties representing them and so on. But yeah, whatever makes it work for the county. I'm going to see a change of bowling here. Ned Leonard, who Andrew wanted to take the new ball, is taking a. Well, it's only a 5-over-old ball, isn't it? Because the one-day rules.
But I don't get.
You're correct.
I thought he wanted to bowl James Harris's end, and he's come on the opposite end. So now I'm really lost. I don't know why he didn't open.
And that's 6, first ball. Well, if you're going to bowl that end, Ned Leonard, to a couple of left-handers, I don't think you can bowl that length. It's not a big hit towards us in our commentary position. It's probably around 50 yards, and straight away he's learnt that.
Yeah, that's probably not the length he'd have wanted first up. Again, it's having been the same as it's, and you know you've waited. What have you waited? 11 overs, so overs. Come on and have a bowl. And I'll be honest. I mean, I opened bowling in nearly every one-day game that I played at Glamorgan, and I'd have far preferred to open the bowling than be waiting and sort of itching, waiting to get on, and batters already being in. It frustrates me when I've got 2 young lads myself, and if one of them opens the bowling, I'm bowled short or bowl. It really frustrates me, because you should be ready to bowl. It's the best time to bowl at a batter is opening the bowling, because he hasn't faced the ball. So there's your ideal time to come on and really get into them straight away. Yeah, Ned would have been waiting around for 11 overs there, and probably thinking, get me on, I want to come on and have a bowl.
And as you say as well, as the quickest bowler in the side, you'd think there's got to be a place for him with one of the new balls.
Yeah, it's for me. I always want my.
Now he's going to either have to bowl with a beaten up one or a spare, so we'll just see what unfolds here. But Hampshire brought up their 50 partnership as well.
It's gone out into the tennis courts, I think. Is it behind us? I
Mali
always remember
hit it,
watching Graham Hick bat you when I was a youngster, and Greg Thomas, Glamorgan in England bowler, quick bowler, running in it. At the time, Graham Hick was quite young. He hadn't qualified to play for England at the time. He's still under Zimbabwe or Rhodesia, and everyone's saying Graham Hick's got a problem with the short ball. I remember Greg Thomas running and bowling short to him, and he didn't have a problem with the short ball that day. he kept peppering the tennis courts with that ball's just gone now. Yeah. What a talent he was. Jeepers. I'd love to see Graham Hick around about this era, you know, where they're given more time, they're given central contracts, they get backed more, so it's not like, is this your last test sort of thing.
Leonard comes back with a fuller one.
That's your length, Ned.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a much better length, slightly fuller of length, but there is a bit of bounce from a length, maybe a bit of inside edge, but it was high anyway, in regards to that appeal.
Settle in there, Ned. You won't go far wrong.
Well, I was going to say, after the early worries from just the first ball, I know it's an early shout, but there are just 5 frontline bowlers in this Glamorgan side. That's a lovely shot from Orr. Fielder is able to come around and stop it. It's good work on the boundary from Will Smale. Keep it to 1. As I say, it is short boundaries both sides, so if it races along the square, you have to do well to stop it.
Yeah, you certainly don't have to be walking in too much out there. Square of the boundaries here at the knoll. The ball will definitely get to you. Sometimes you see watching club cricket, and you see fielders walking in when the boundaries are really showing you up. Mate, just hold fire there. It'll get to you. Don't worry. It's coming round the wicket now.
A really good length again from Leonard. Just Gubbins, bit rushed, jabbing down on it. He was 13 from 30. He's had a much steadier start than Orr, let's say.
I really like Ned Leonard as a cricketer. I think he's a good signing. Glamorgan have done well to lure him away from Taunton. He's definitely someone who, age-wise, and a type of cricketer that you'd want at your club, at your county. That's a good shot.
As Andrew Davis says, it is a good shot. Just walking down, Nick Gubbins flicking, realising Leonard is opting for that fuller length after what happened on the first ball of the over, and he's played it nicely through mid-wicket. Yeah, as I mentioned, 5 frontline bowlers from Glamorgan. That includes all-rounder Ul Hassan, who's impressed with the ball so far this year in red ball cricket. And then you've got Carlson and Asa Tribe, probably the 2 first options as part-timers, and another one.
I don't know whether Billy Root might get a bowl, you know.
Yeah, he's bowled a fair bit in second 11 cricket. Maybe having the captaincy has helped.
What are you trying to say there, Noel? What you implying that it's my bat, my ball, I'm going to have a bowl?
But at the same time, that's what the preparation's there for, isn't it? If you're playing second 11 cricket, you've got to give yourself every chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think, I was talking to Chris Cook before the game, I think given the type of batter as well Billy is, I think he would have done, I said it last year, I think he would have done a good job in T20s. You know, he's a 360 player in terms of, you know, he can hit the ball all round the ground. He accesses areas, hits the ball in places that some batters can't get the ball into. Certainly periods in 2020 games this year where, you know, we've started off chasing 7 and over, and the middle order have probably let it get to above 10s, and then we've lost games. I think Billy Root coming in those situations, I'd always back him to get us over the line and get us through. Yeah, so definitely it's good to see him in the side today. I'm glad he's getting an opportunity.
Yeah, he impressed in this campaign last year. Had some runs in the knockout stages, if I recall, as well. And an important stage in his career as well. I feel this campaign with his contract up at the end of this year, as far as we know. Harris continuing for a 7th over then. He has bowled well so far. Andy Gorvin, Romano Franco, the 2 bowlers we expect to see. Gorvin, who had a fifer here last year, as Andrew Davis mentioned in the first 10. I did fact check, but it was correct, against Northants. Nice fifer. Against, can we say his former side today as well? Hampshire Pathway, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, yes, yeah.
Never played a professional game for Hampshire, though.
And then it was Cardiff
he
scheme.
Was picked up through the Cardiff scheme, wasn't he?
He got in
Glamorgan, or was he aware? Glamorgan were aware of him before he came to the
I don't think
scheme.
they were. I think he came to Cardiff University. I think he only played in the scheme side the last year he was in uni.
Right. So Douthwaite was another one picked up through the scheme.
Another one. Ben Morris is one I think that's coming through that.
But him with Morris being homegrown, they were already aware of him when they.
Yeah.
Tribe, another one as well.
Tribe's another one to the scheme. Yeah.
Of course, he was an international already, so I suppose already aware of him. And short ball from Harris. Gubbins just gives him a nod as he attempted to play the pull shot. Just still struggling to get going somewhat, Gubbins, but he's a bit more of a traditional red ball player, I suppose, and in this first game rather, in this
Got the ball back.
50 over format. Oh, got the ball back. But there's the one from the other end. Can't use that one.
I was enjoying Ace of Tribes' battle with Jimmy Anderson in the last championship game. He seemed to have riled Jimmy somewhat with his mannerisms, shall we say. I think Jimmy implied that, I think he nicknamed him Carpets, I think, because of his sort of way that he walks. And
another one.
He certainly got into Jimmy's head a bit.
Spoke to Ace of Tribe after one of the championship games earlier in the season as well, and he said Blair Tickner, the New Zealand quick, had a few choice words for him on that occasion as well. So
I love it.
But as a young man, if you can get under the skins of these international fast bowlers, you must be doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? If that's his...
That's nicely played from Gubbins. It's going to run away.
I tell you what, that's a sign of a good wicket, that. I don't think that's bad ball in any way, shape or form there. Hence him getting a pat on the back from the batter there, James Harris. But, yeah, there's not too much wrong with that ball. I think they show it again. He's hit a pretty good line and length there, he's just swatted it through extra cover. That's generally a sign of a decent wicket when you can play shots like that.
Still not a bad over though from Harris. The 5 dots before the boundary. Yeah. Although it does mean...
Oh, it's another pet hate of mine.
16.
4 last ball.
Yeah.
5 dots. 4. Oh, that kills me, that.
Because as a bowler as well, it's not even like you're trying to chase the wicket 6 ball, is it? You just want the maiden. Get it on your name.
I hate it.
Leonard continuing after 12 from his first over and finds the edge. That's
unlucky. That's unlucky. Bowled net.
Well, he does draw the edge, although it is running away here in Neath. Small ground, quick outfield.
Yeah.
4 more to Ali Orr, who moves into the 40s. Has scored a lot of runs in second 11 cricket for Hampshire this year.
My worry is when he gets in, he goes big.
Well, double 150 over cricket says that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely drive. That's going to be another boundary. Leonard is just suffering the consequences of the extra pace here, I think. First ball in his first over. Tried a short one, which is what he's accustomed to. Got hooked away for 6 and tries pitching it up, and he's been sent to the boundary on a few more occasions now.
Yeah, I think... again, where's James Harris now? Fielding?
He is... Is that him at deep third? Yes, it is, deep third.
Do you see that? I mean, again, I'm not saying Ned's inexperienced, because he's not, but I'd like now James to be fielding at mid-off, mid-on, and just sharing some advice with him about what areas he's hit and what he's got the best out of the wicket by the lengths that he's hit. And I know you could say, well, Ned could be watching that, but sometimes I always think to have especially someone like James Harris, who's blinking out. He's been around for donkey's years and got X amount of first-class wickets.
Uppish and caught. Well, he's drawn him into that drive again. It brought him 2 boundaries earlier in the over, 1 with an outside edge, and this time he's only found the hands of Carlson. The first wicket for Glamorgan, and Leonard gets his reward for bowling that length, as Andrew Davis mentions.
Yeah, well done, Ned. Good lad. I'm glad he's got a wicket there. He persevered with trying to hit a good line and length. Or be slightly disappointed, I think. You know, he's got 2 boundaries away the start of this over, and he was just starting to look as if he was opening up a bit. Again, in terms of lengths, if you look, was it there? He's probably just leant back a bit and pushed through with his bottom hand, hence he's got caught short cover. But still, decent start for Hampshire, and hopefully now this will just settle Ned down, and he can look to take a couple more wickets for Glamorgan.
Well, it was a drive-inducing length, wasn't it? Right up there. But you're right, Ali, or just maybe try to play that one a little bit too firmly, and yeah, as you say, leant back on it a little bit. But a good innings nonetheless, so one to start the campaign I'm sure he'll be happy with. And it brings another dangerous player to the crease. Tilak Varma, the 22-year-old Indian who's played just 4 games for Hampshire so far this year since signing, although he does already have 200s and a 50 to his name. 4 ODIs, 25 T20 internationals, at 22 he's already got quite the record.
At 22, it's amazing how in India they seem to get them through. He's played a heck of a lot of cricket already, hasn't he? At the ripe old age of 22.
Well, there's loads of cricket to be played now, isn't there?
The average is 50 in first class.
48 in this day as well. And he bowls a bit, so got that to look forward to as well.
Hampshire getting their money's worth.
They are, I'm sure. They also had Kyle Abbott as an overseas. He could have played today. He's left out, I'm sure, just rested. He played 8 games for them in this competition last year, so I'm sure he will play a part, as he's not in the 100, the big South African. But that's one Glamorgan can look forward to not facing.
Hampshire have always had decent overseas players, in fairness. You think of
some guy
Marshall,
called Shane Warne.
Shane Warne, yeah. Michael Marshall played down there as well, didn't he? Shane Warne, Michael Clark. Yeah, as you said, Shane Warne, he wasn't bad. Useful.
Took a couple of wickets.
Played against him a few times down there. Wasn't very polite to me. Don't know why.
Oh, it's well bowled Leonard. LBW appeal, but I think more in hope. Yeah,
bit high. Well done, Ned.
But a good finish to the Leonard over after the first 2 boundaries. They're the only runs to come off it, and the big wicket of Alior. 68 for 1 at Hampshire after 14.
Yeah, in need of a wicket there, Glamorgan. Signs were just starting to get away from them. Hampshire just starting to get away from them. I think Andy Gorvin now is coming on from what would have been the David Road end, we'll say. But I'm glad Ned picked up a wicket there. He stuck at his lengths, and as you said, he'd been hit for a couple of boundaries, but hopefully he'll settle down now, get into line of length, and pick a couple more wickets up for Glamorgan. Again, Hampshire won't be overly disappointed. Again, what do I say? The first 15 overs, they're only 1 down. Now sees Andy Govin on his first ball, settling in straight away. Good line and length. Dot ball.
Yeah, Horton stood up to the stumps. The young keeper who has had plenty of experience keeping to Gorvin already this year after a little phase in the blast as well. Gorvin with his shuffling run up and just takes all the pace off the ball. It's interesting, I've not watched him play too much 50 over cricket. I've seen him play a lot of red ball and T20 cricket, and it seems T20 cricket he doesn't ever bowl a stock ball. I just wonder if he's going to go for some sort of hybrid between Championship and 2020. We'll see.
Again, I think in fairness to Gorv, he just keeps it simple. Just runs in. Every ball's an energy ball. Hits a good line and length, and keeps the batsman honest. He never lets anyone down. In fairness to him.
Oh, and he's nearly found the edge of Gubbins, who's just had a little fiddle after 3 dots, and already it looks like Mr. Gorvin is happy to settle in.
Plays him.
Well, it won't be like anything he's faced.
No, absolutely.
That's the thing.
Yeah, really good point. He wouldn't have faced a great deal of bowling like Andy Gorvin.
That is a compliment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I mean, on the wickets they play out in India, with all due respect to Gorvs, this sort of pace, they would just hit through the line. I don't think he's going to get away with doing that today, on this type of wicket. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it.
5 dots. Well, at least it's not an Andrew Davis pet peeve of a boundary after 5 dots, but it is a single for for Gubbins, who just manages to find his way on the last ball of the over. But a good start for Gorvin, and Hampshire 69 for 1. Are we due a change, or have we got one more over?
I think we are due a change, are we? Have we got one more?
One more? Do one more.
All those people listening, you've only got to put up with me for one more over.
We'll also have Chris Cook as well, if you want to stick around and watch this live stream. Chris Cook will be on somewhere in the middle overs.
25 to 32 Cookie's on.
25 to 32, there we go.
Yep.
But do stay with us, because, you know, we're exciting as well. Ned Leonard, fresh off his wicket in the previous over.
Ball.
Just finding his rhythm now. Be interesting to see how Carlson uses him as well, because of course Franco, the young spinner we haven't seen yet, so, and with Leonard's extra pace, it'd be interesting to see if Carlson wants to use him in short bursts, whereas we saw Harris bowl the longer spell of 7. So
I mean, you can't leave it too long. I mean, you don't really want to leave it towards the end of the innings. I guess for Franco to come on, that would be a tough gig for him. You know, and again, as captain, you probably want to get him into the action quite early to just try and dispel any nerves that he may be having, or he might have. But again, it's I'm sure the coaches will have spoken to him. It's no different to what he's been doing. Come on and do his stuff. I'll keep saying to youngsters all the time, you know, a good length's a good length. There's not too many batsmen in the world can hit balls that are hitting the top of off stump. Oh,
it's found the edge, and it's superbly caught. Tilak Varma has to go for a duck. Well, that's an excellent catch from Asa Tribe at first slip, and even though he was yet to get off the mark, that is certainly the wicket Glamorgan would have wanted. Ned Leonard, absolutely superb, gets his second.
Absolutely fantastic for Ned. That looked a good line and length, just moving away from the left hand. He come back, interestingly, come back over the wicket to Tilak. So yeah, really good wicket for Ned there, and for Glamorgan. I'm sure they'll be glad to see the back from just watching the replay. Yeah, it looked a good net. Great catch as well by Asa.
Just squared him up, didn't it?
Yeah. It's amazing how a wicket just sort of gives you that lift. If you look at the lengths that Ned's bowled since he's got the wicket, you know, the dots, the wicket, then the dots, and now another wicket. That's brilliant. He'll be over the moon with that. Well done, Ned. Glad.
Well, Gubbins still holding the fort together, but Tilak Varma certainly the marquee player of the Hampshire side, and he's gone cheaply. Joe Weatherly is the new man, the 28-year-old, someone who again has been around a long time while sort of being on the fringes at Hampshire, and this is a competition where he could come into his own.
Yeah, certainly. He's, as you said, 28. Hampshire Academy again. He's played in the 100. England under 19 product as well, list A. Highest score of 105, averaging 32.
They are a side who tend to do well with keeping hold of their own prospects, don't they? Well, Andy Gorvin aside.
Yeah, I mean, again, they give them opportunity. You know, the only reason most, I guess, young talent would want to leave a county is through just maybe lack of opportunity, or maybe if they're playing Division 2 and they want to try and go up and play Division 1, like James Harris left Glamorgan to go and join Middlesex to hope of playing Division 1 cricket and maybe getting on and pushing on and playing for England. But yeah, you know, if you get opportunities, because they lose so many players to the 100, so that gives them chance. Will bowl.
Weatherly just thinking about it on his first ball, and Leonard is pumped up, and Carlson has seen enough to move himself from cover back into the slip cordon.
Yeah, that's good pace as well, that from Ned.
Yeah, it looked like from sort of just on the naked eye, the quickest ball Leonard's bowled so far.
He's got that bounce and that walk back to his run up now. He's got a couple of wickets under his belt as well.
Yeah, he certainly gives it all running in.
Bowl.
And he's got a nice mixture of attacking and defence here, because even the even the boundary riders are attacking positions on a ground such as this. He's got the deep square there for the short one. He's got the deep backward point as a slight bit of defence, and you know, the 2 or 3 slips rather. It was 2 slips in a gully, but Zainal Hassan's moved into a 3rd slip position now, so they are going for it, Glamorgan.
Bowled again. A bowled, it's a good over. Bowled Ned.
Another wonderful over.
Got rid of
one
the
for
danger
one
man.
in it. Thank you, Andrew.
No problem. I shall see you soon. On.
That he will. Andrew Davis will rejoin soon, but we're going to welcome Ash back to the, I was going to say commentary box, the commentary position we'll use for today, because in our marquee here at the Knoll in Neath for this, the first game of the Metro Bank One Day Cup for 2025. And defending champions Glamorgan, who got off to a slow start in form of wickets in the power play, picked up 2 in 3 overs, and have just halted Hampshire's momentum at 70 for 2. Welcome back, Ash. Did you have a nice break?
Well, I've been enjoying the cricket. It's been a good battle. Good to see Glamorgan getting a couple of wickets, and
good to see Gorvin just settle into his mark from ball 1, hasn't it? Just
and at the other end, Ned Leonard has been interesting. Whacked out the ground first ball, and then that's a good lesson in resilience. Just kind of kept going and has got his reward with a couple of wickets.
And Gubbins taking the quick single. They get it rather comfortably in the end with Byram at point.
This is the first time we've had right and left hand batting combinations. The top 3 for Hampshire were all lefties, so
it is,
I suppose, adds a slight different challenge to the bowling and fielding side. Just having to adjust their lines every time the strike is rotated.
Yeah, well spotted. The ground dimensions are relatively similar both sides, aren't they? On first view, I thought this side was the shorter side, but unless depth perception is confusing me, the far side looks relatively short as well towards the rugby ground. But Gorvin has just been hitting a line and a length here and not allowing anything to be pushed off the square too easily. Just bowling that slightly slower than medium to be awkward with those cutters that he bowls so well.
That's a good stop. He's a skillful bowler, isn't he, Gorvin? I think interesting. He sort of you can see when he runs up, and he has that way of running up and kind of shielding the ball, and which suggests, you know, there's a lot of variations that he's got, and balls at slightly different paces, and so a mixture of cutters and balls that sort of nip off the seam, and yeah, tricky customer, and of course at a pace where the keeper can stand up as well.
Well, he's bowled another over for just a single, so he's now 0 for 2 from his 2. He's off to a good start. Hampshire at 71 for 2 from 17.
Well, I suppose the wickets have just naturally slowed things down a little bit, so the rate only just over 4. When the opening pair were going well, it did look like it could start creeping up 5s and towards 6s as the boundaries were flowing, but they've actually pulled it back really well of Glamorgan, and I think it is those wickets really that have just 2 new batters out, well, 1 new batter out now. Gubbins looks like he's probably going to try and settle in and anchor the whole thing, joined by Weatherly now, of course, but yeah, has just slowed things down, those 2 wickets, and it does seem that Glamorgan have got a measure of control back. Whereas a couple of overs ago, the boundaries were starting to flow. I think they were enjoying the extra pace of Ned Leonard, or was just pushing through nice, hit some nice cover drives, used all the pace of Leonard to reach the boundary. But now those 2 wickets have fallen suddenly. the rate seems to have dropped, and Glamorgan feels like they have a measure of control at the moment.
Yeah, they've definitely brought it back since the first wicket, haven't they? 68, so that fell in the 14th, and now just 71 in the 18th. So Leonard and Gorvin have really grabbed a hold of the Hampshire top order.
Very fluent run-up, hasn't he? Ned Leonard really seems a good athlete. The way he runs in, kind of quite a tall man, probably about 6 foot, but seems to really kind of flow in, runs in quickly and evenly to the crease. Nice to watch.
Yeah, he does have a nice fluid action, as you say. Andrews very happy with the pickup of Leonard. He thinks he's impressed so far, particularly in the white ball. That one beats the edge of Weatherly.
He's still got the slip in. Yeah, still got the slip in. And he's to try standing quite wide, but in the catch he just took, he was almost diving across to where sort of second, third slip would be as well. So obviously backing him to cover a bit of ground. He's taken some good catches in the last couple of weeks. Took that very good catch at short leg.
Yeah, he seems to
probably
be.
Saw up at Lancashire.
Yeah, he's a man always in the action, isn't he, Tribe?
He was pleased with that one. Has made that position in the championship side his own. Probably the young man in the team got put under the helmet, but I think he's shown he's quite good at it as well, and so not afraid to get in there close, and now showing that he's valuable as a slipper as well.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that actually about being the sort of new one in the side thrown under the lid, because the last home game a couple of weeks ago, Billy Root was in the side and he actually went under the lid, dropped one, and then they put Tribe in there, because it's obviously a position he enjoys. There's this nicely tucked away on the leg side from Weatherly to get off the mark. Just 2. I highly doubt we'll see a 3 today, unless for exceptional circumstances. As a polite ripple goes around for him getting off the mark. There are a few Hampshire shirts, I believe. I saw a couple on my walk down. Saw a couple of Hampshire fans. I saw a couple of Indian shirts as well. I'm sure those wearing the India shirts will be disappointed with Varma's early exit.
Well, their kit seems to be kind of like the exact reverse of what Glamorgan are wearing in this format. Both blue and yellow, but the Hampshire badge, you can see, you've got yellow pads and sort of blue tops, blue trousers.
Yeah.
I imagine Glamorgan will be probably blue pads with the yellow tops. So
another steady over from Leonard comes to end. 5 from it, 76 for 2.
Yeah, might be still jumper or coat weather for most people in the crowd here. I think the sun has gone in here in Neath, wind blowing across the ground as well, so you've got to be quite hardy to be in shirt sleeves. And a long-awaited first bowl for Romano Franco. He's coming on at the Dyfed Road end. And really interesting to see him bowl. Heard a lot about him from North Wales. Played a lot of cricket in North Wales, been part of the Glamorgan Academy and the second 11, but now he's got a contract for this competition, his first professional contract, and let's see how he goes.
Well, that's promising signs to start, isn't it? Nearly getting the catch.
Looks to be bowling at a decent speed. Can get the ball through.
Yeah, he's someone who's played second 11 for Glamorgan in both red ball and white ball, so it's good that he knows the differential of, you know, what to bowl in both. White ball a bit dartier, maybe.
Yeah, interesting story that he was a keeper, or probably still, maybe he may still consider himself to be a wicket keeper, but he was keeping regularly in sort of good level club cricket until only a couple of years ago.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? You know, you don't often see someone change their role at the age of 16, but Mike Claydon, who's someone who does a lot of work with Glamorgan Pathways as well as Cardiff UCCE head coach, he said that he came to under 16 trials as a wicket keeper, and he's now making his Glamorgan debut as a left-arm spinner.
Well, it is an interesting thing in cricket. I don't whether I've heard of that many people who are keepers who have then become bowlers. I mean, you hear of players who are come in as a batter and then kind of leave the system as a bowler. That happens to some, I think. But I think Stuart Broad was like that, wasn't he? I think
Graham Swan, another one. He was a batter to start with.
Kevin Peterson, famously an off spinner who then became a highly prolific batter.
And Steve Smith as well.
Yep.
I think he made his Test debut batting at 8, I think.
The best example, probably.
Yeah.
But keeper to left-arm spin, that is quite rare.
And it's been a brilliant first over, just 2 coming from it. And he gets a well-deserved round of applause from this Neath crowd.
Well, he'll be feeling a lot better after that. Got into the game in the 19th over. And gets a little tap from Zain Al Hassan, and will wander back to his fielding position, just feeling a bit better about life. And it's good that it's gone well for him. That'll be a confidence booster. It came out, he got it in the right areas, just got the basics done. I'm sure your mind can play with you a little bit as a young cricketer stepping up to this level, and it's the same length pitch and sort of similar batters that you're bowling to, but still, it's a bigger thing. You're a professional cricketer, I'm sure. All of those things will be swirling around in his mind, but showed good temperament there. That means Andy Gorvin has swapped ends now. Coming in now from, I think, what they call the Oakwood Road end here, which is from the right-hand side as we're looking at it. We're sat next to the pavilion. If you know this ground, looking across the pitch towards the rugby ground. So Gorvin coming right to left.
Gubbins has just had a really tricky time playing Gorvin so far. He tried to leave that one, ended up running off the face down to deep third. But Gorvin's really started well. I was interested to see why they brought him off after 2 overs, going for just 2, but I suppose to get Franco into the game against a batter who is going relatively slowly in Gubbins' case, and Weatherly, who is new to the crease. It's good man management from Kieran Carlson, I think. And as I mentioned with Andrew as well, Leonard bowling shorter spells probably suits his game a bit more, so he can keep his pace and fitness levels up, whereas Gorvin can just be metronomic all day.
Yeah, it was a 4-over burst for Leonard, 2 for 26. A little bit expensive probably, but the wickets were the main thing. Don't think he'll mind that. He's done a job for his team there, Leonard, getting those 2 wickets, and that certainly has really affected the rate that Hampshire have been able to bat at. And Gorvin, well, been fabulous so far, just conceding 4 runs from 16 balls. Oh, direct hit from Ace for Tribe. Well, he's showing us all the skills in the field today.
And that was a forced issue, wasn't it? You know, they felt they had to take that single because they're really struggling to get Gorvin away. And it was a well-calculated single in the end, but, you know, Tribe has just made them second guess if they'll do that again.
Yeah, they might certainly question whether they will take a single to him next time. We shall see. He's quite close in. He's given. Andy Gorvin strikes. And Weatherly is gone for just 5. LBW to Andy Gorvin, and Glamorgan have their 3rd wicket. 81 for 3 now, Hampshire.
Yeah, Weatherly didn't look settled, did he? Just 5 to his name, and that's the 3rd wicket falling for just 13 runs now for Hampshire. Rebuild is definitely going to be needed. Andy Gorvin, though, you can't keep him out of the game when he's got the ball in his hand. We see the replay. Yeah, it's pitched in line and just nipped away or held its line, taking the back leg, and that was bang in front. You can see why he was the top wicket taker last year. And he's just carried on where he left off.
Yeah, Weatherly got really squared up there, didn't he? He was standing kind of with both pads facing back down the pitch.
It never looks good, does it?
Brought that right hip round, and yeah, that was plumb. That was probably hitting about 2 inches below the bail on the off stump. Easy decision for the umpire to make.
Tom Prest, the new man. Another Hampshire youngster who's a product of the academy, 22 years old, but has played a lot of cricket for Hampshire. 39 matches in this format, as well as plenty in red ball and T20 as well to go with it.
So 81 for 3. Wonder how Hampshire are feeling about this. I think they would have been really pleased with the first probably 10, 12 overs. But they've just really had to rein it in a bit since those wickets fell, particularly when All went. He was the one who looked most dangerous and most likely, and you think if he'd hung around for another 10, 15 overs, he could have got quite a few.
Romano Franco straight back onto his lengths. Yeah, he mentioned about his last over. He was, as a debutant, sure, just be happy just to keep things simple in these early stages. Young man wouldn't want first few balls to be sailed over over the boundary. That would definitely dampen your confidence in your first game.
So they brought a leg slip in here now of Glamorgan.
Yeah, interesting. Straight away to Prest. He's shown nothing so far as he's about to face his first ball, so must be a predetermined plan. But obviously Glamorgan like it. Prest just taking a couple of balls to get to grips with what Romano Franco is looking to do. He is really firing it in, bowling at good pace, proper modern kind of white ball spinner, isn't it? You know, bowl it quick into the pitch.
And they brought mid off and mid on up now. That's a delicate little shot behind square. That's running away pretty quickly actually. Bit of a chase on for Leonard. He does well. And just keeps it to 2. But yeah, looks like with Franco there tempting the batter, saying, come on then, if you think you can hit me, offering them the chance to hit over the top straight, with both mid on and mid off saving 1. Just adjustment as well, short third man in now as well to try and cut off that little run round the corner. They've taken the leg slip out. That was a short-lived experiment. Trying to work out why that would work with a bowler who was turning away from the right-hander, but
he's certainly getting through his overs as well, isn't he, Franco?
Yeah, he's got a nice little sort of enthusiast, sort of skips back, gets back quickly to his mark, and that's one of the nice things about spinners, isn't it? If they're bowling accurately and quickly, you rattle through the overs, and it almost doesn't give the batter long to sort of regain their composure. They feel like they're being rushed through rather than having to chance to reflect and calm down and get ready for the next one. Feels like you're just constantly facing ball after ball quite quickly. It's been a really good start, a very confident start. Must admit, very, very good from Franco. Really tidy. He'll be delighted with that. And so Andy Galvin to continue.
Well, and that was sharp work from Alex Horton. First ball of the over, looking for the stumping, stood up to the medium pacer, and another ball just holding its line as the perfect ball from round the wicket to the left-hander. Galvin's got there, just angling it in, nipping it away. And Gubbins, despite being on 30, still struggling to find his rhythm.
Yeah, tricky bowler on this sort of pitch. A lot slower and lofted, but he didn't get the length right. It ended up being a low full toss. And Gubbins didn't miss out. Making serene progress is Gubbins, just quietly going about his business really. Now into the 30s. And probably just wants to be there I'm just trying to restore a bit of order to this Hampshire batting lineup.
Yeah, he's just got to stay there, hasn't he? Nick Gubbins, he's the most experienced player in this Hampshire side by some margin, and was their top run scorer in this competition last year. Captain as well, so leading from the front. As for Tom Prest, he struggled last year, 125 runs, just a top score of 40. Brought his average to under 14, which is not signs you'd want for the number 5. Still a couple of very capable batters left to come. Felix Organ, Ben Mays, the youngster as well.
Yeah, I think 16-year-old in the side.
Manny Lumsden, yeah. I'm sure he's in more for his bowling, but Ben Mays is someone who's spent some time with England under 19s and had a knock of 67 against Pakistan Shaheens, or their A side, at the end of July as well, just 17 years old. This is his debut. Eddie Jack hits the ball a long way as well.
Nice looking drive, but Kieran Carlson, the captain, in close, as he often is in that short cover. More of a catching position really than a run-saving position. Takes quite a few catches in there. We've already seen him take one to get rid of Orr. Again, just trying to put the pressure on anything that's driven slightly in the air, that he'll try and pounce on those.
I think Carlson definitely needed that, didn't he? The catch to dismiss Ali Orr after dropping Gubbins early on.
Yeah, no, that was a lot of relief when he finally took a catch. It was a good catch as well, wasn't it? Sharp, had to work hard to reach it, and got there really, really well. So he'll be certainly feeling a little bit better. And so him and Tribe, probably the side's two best catchers you'd think are close in those short positions. Atlanta gets down there and just scrambles down to stop what could have been a boundary from a ball sort of sliced away behind square.
It looks like that's going to be the way Prest will look to play. He's already looked to that shot a few times against Franco with it fired in so quickly. Whereas that didn't look comfortable from Gubbins.
So now we'll be coming over, trying to turn it into the left-hander, or maybe just get it to go straight on past the edge. Reverse sweep, and really well played. Lovely shot that. Spotted the length straight away. And that's one of the best shots we've seen today. Nice clean hit.
Yeah, lined it up well, didn't he? Sometimes you'd have to face a couple of overs to find that, but they know it's always going to be an option in their book.
Just the first boundary that Franco's conceded. Yeah, difficult shot to play that, but so common though, isn't it? Just you expect your top batters to be able to play that shot these days.
And then there's the other side to Gubbins. Franco bowled that one a little bit slower, and Gubbins just perfectly weighted the defensive bunt into the offside to get up the other end.
Well, they'll want to just keep rotating the strike, won't they? Even if the boundary balls are not there, you can keep the scoreboard ticking along at a nice rate just by rotating the singles. And yeah, Gubbins is a player who can certainly do that. We've seen that already in this match. He's on to 40 now, and looks like he's the one that they're going to try and build this innings around. 96 for 3 now after 23 overs. And it's Andy Gorvin to continue. Yeah, he puts a lot of effort into the ball, sort of trots up to the wicket, scampers in, and then does put a bit of pace on through his action. I imagine he'd be, somewhere in the mid-70s maybe?
Yeah, I think he's stock ball, but he bowls a lot of cutters as well, so they probably drop down in sort of mid-60s region. But there is a lot of effort, isn't it? Is a lot of effort coming through, a lot of energy coming through the crease, even when he is rolling his fingers down the ball. Maybe it's all a deception ploy. A bit of a grunt and bowl a slower ball to lure the batter in, maybe.
Oh, again, good work from Horton. He's looking very sharp behind the stumps.
I think keeping to a player like Gorvin as well, you have to have done it plenty to really come to grasp what he's doing. Another ball just nipping away from the left-hander. But because he's played with him in the T20 Blast, knows what kind of operator he is.
Off the edge this time. It's just give me a single. Down to third man. Yeah, it's just one of those things when the keeper's standing up and you play and miss and he whips the bails off when you're just managing to keep your toe down. It's just one extra thing for you to have to think about as a batter. Batsmen want to keep their heads nice and clear, don't they? And just keep it simple, not try and be thinking about too much, just watching the ball and doing what comes naturally. But if you're having to think about your back foot, and it just is an extra little thing to have to contend with mentally.
Well, that one was fired in shorter from Gorvin and just didn't quite get up. Found inside edge of Gubbins. Sorry, of Prest rather.
Yeah, still tidy though, isn't it? Just a couple of singles. Really impressive stuff. Got a wicket as well, of course. They won't mind that if they're just conceding 3 and over. Glamorgan, they'll be really happy with that in these middle overs.
Yeah, he's got the field well set, hasn't he? He knows exactly what angles the ball's going to come off. He knows what lengths he's trying to bowl, where the ball's going to end up. Just to reduce the boundaries and bring the singles in the worst case. So it has been a really good start by Gorvin.
So Franco having a little chat with Asa Tribe, maybe about field positions or hatching a plan. Asa Tribe's in at short cover when Gubbins, the left-handers, on strike. Don't wonder what they've been talking about. They've got a deep long on, so there's a potential single down there. An outlet, goes for the reverse again and plays it really, really well. Well, we've seen that before. Gubbins plays that shot really nicely, and first ball immediately puts the pressure back on the young 18-year-old on his debut. Ended up being a full toss, I think. That one, didn't he? Took it before it pitched and just helped it round the corner.
Yeah, well played. He already lined one up from the previous over, 100 up as well in the 25th.
And the thing about that, there is a short third man down there, so you've got to get it very fine to beat that player, and he's done that really well on both occasions. And hit it quite hard as well, just to kind of get it past that man. It's a more traditional shot through the third man region, but they still scamper through.
Still keeping that mid-on in ploy for Tom Prest. Nicely played though. I think he and Gubbins must have had a conversation about just spending some time rotating, try put the pressure back onto the bowlers by not conceding a wicket. Still a long time to go, isn't it, as we approach the halfway stage, although Glamorgan are probably in the more favourable position. If Hampshire can go another 10 overs without losing a wicket, it certainly leaves the platform, doesn't it?
Yeah, so anything sort of north of 250 you think would be they'll have done well from here. of the halfway stage. We're 106 for 3 Hampshire.
And talking about leaving a platform, that's exactly what I'm going to do, because Ash will continue. I'll be back a bit later on, but for now, you've got Chris Cook joining.
So we've had a quick reshuffle in the commentary box, and we have a special guest, Chris Cook. Welcome. Oh, in fact, let me switch you on.
Okay.
Apologies, that was me not pressing the right buttons. So yeah, Chris Cook, welcome. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you? It's great to have me on board.
Yeah, great to be here. And are you a good watcher?
Not really, no. I do battle a bit, but yeah, it's obviously quite different being on the side of the rope and yeah, helping out behind the scenes. So yeah, decent stuff from the guys. Yeah,
very good. And so, what's your role going to be during this competition, do you think?
Just helping out, just obviously, it's a good time to have a look at some of the youngsters, and obviously a bit of an old man's calf at the moment, so it's a bit of calf rehab and just helping with the operational side of things across Glammy and a bit of the Welsh Fire as well, and just getting a taste of that, really. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. And that's Colin Ingram, another one of the senior pros in the side, helping out with assistant coaching duties here as well.
Yeah, Colin's obviously helping out, and it's just it's huge to have him and all his experience, and I know the guys have taken very well to him, and I think when the day comes that he finally hangs them up, he'll be a fantastic coach as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, you couldn't really wish for a better mentor, I guess, for these young players. And yeah, what have you made of it so far? So we're halfway through the Hampshire innings, and
yeah, I think it was quite a tough start. It looks like a really good wicket, so I think we've actually done really well to peg them back. Big wickets of Talak and Weatherly, and obviously Ali Orr. They've got a debutant coming in next, so if you feel like we can get one of these two now, then we'll definitely be in the box seat.
Yeah, so your sense is that this wicket is perhaps playing a bit better than you were expecting it to?
No, it looked like a good wicket, but traditionally here at Neath it has been a ball first wicket, especially on day one of the festival, and it's been quite lopsided with winning the toss and winning the game, so it's nice to see a really good wicket that should provide a really good game of cricket, and I think we've done really well on it to kind of peg them back.
And good to see Romano Franco making his debut.
Yeah,
so I don't know how much you know about him, how much he's been around the squad and the team.
I don't know a hell of a lot about him, but yeah, sorted out his kit yesterday and today, part of my new role, and he seems like a really down-to-earth guy. I know his parents are down watching him, so it's a special moment for them as well, and for everything that I've heard about him, he's a top guy, and he's done really well coming through the Glammy pathways, and he's started really well as well, so I think we're going to see a bit of a two-pronged spin attack now with Kieran coming on, and hopefully they can continue to tie things up.
I was going to say with Romano as well, of course he's a keeper as well, so I wonder whether that might have been an extra bond, that he was a keeper until a couple of years ago in club cricket. And interesting switch. Will you start bowling with a left arm spin? This seems to be the trend.
Well, yeah, it's obviously not too late then for me to try that out, but yeah, he's obviously going to be a bit nervous on debut, but he started really well.
Yeah, he has. Very tight. So yeah, Kieran Carlson. Haven't seen him bowl much this season. Certainly didn't bowl in the blast, in the 20 over competition.
Yeah, I think Kieran's a bit underused, really. I don't know whether that's just him being captain, or he's definitely got a knack of taking wickets, and he'll be looking to kind of get ourselves fourth wicket, yeah.
Yeah, does he consider himself, I suppose he considers himself a part-time spinner, would he be? Would you say, or
probably
would like to be bowling more than he does? Well, I suppose he can decide. He's captain, I suppose, in this team.
I think with the emergence of Ben Callaway and obviously Mason Crane, it is tough to get those spin bowling overs, but he's a proper competitor, and he's always in the fight, and because he's slightly smaller in stature, I guess he gets that real good up and down dip on the ball, and always seems to take a wicket.
So 107 for 3 Hampshire. pressed on 6. Still sort of feeling his way into this innings. Gubbins at the other end, just one away from his half century now. Has been steady and played nicely, and just seen some of his shot making ability in the last over with a couple of reverse sweeps. Like the man there, Hampshire are going to try and build the innings around. And that's his 50 from 80 balls with 7 fours.
Yeah, he's played really nicely. He's obviously a top performer in the 4-day stuff for Hampshire, and he's a really good county pro. And like you say, they'll be trying to build around him now and see if they can load up for the back end.
So the wickets that Glamorgan have taken did seem to slow the run rate down a bit. They wrestled some control back with those wickets. But now this pair will just want to sort of gently pick things up again, rebuild. A little bit colder out there now, it feels. And there's that reverse sweep again from Gubbins. He plays it so well. And asking a few questions of Franco here. What can he do to stop that? That's been a really good outlet for him.
Yeah, he's got his 2 points in, so that he is trying to protect the reverse sweep a bit. But I'd say maybe just vary his pace a bit, try go a little bit slower. Maybe he won't be lined up as easily for that reverse. As he goes around the wicket, so changing the angle. So nice bit of thinking there.
Trying to pitch that straight and turn it back in straight, or let it slide past the outside edge.
Yeah, it brings in LBW from around the wicket if it can straighten, which makes the reverse sweep a bit more high risk from Gubbins' point of view.
Yeah, Gubbins has hit those very cleanly. He really has hit them well and put pace on the ball to beat that man at short third. I think about scrambling one there, but Carlson just does enough to make them think twice.
Yeah, good piece of fielding there from Kieran.
So 5 from the over from Romano Franco, looking the part. As Hampshire moved to 114 for 3 after 27, so just over halfway. So what will be the plan here from Glamorgan at this stage?
It's a fine balancing act between trying to keep it tight and taking wickets, I guess. In the middle overs of 50 over is what was seen as a bit of a dead sort of dead period of the game in previous years, but it's actually where the magic happens. It's such a crucial part. If you can keep taking wickets and kind of take away the death from the batting team.
And I guess from Hampshire perspective, they'll want to not lose too many wickets now and just kind of keep gently accelerating and building a bit of momentum.
Yeah, that's it. They'll be eyeing up 300, I guess, as a best case scenario. And we've seen on these club grounds, you really can go but crazy at the end if you have 2 in batters, short boundaries, quick outfield. The pitch should be playing at its best come the end of the first innings. So if they have wickets in hand and 2 batters in, they could get anything.
Yeah, that is the thing about these smaller grounds. It is amazing how close you can be as a spectator compared to somewhere like Sapphire Gardens, where you feel you're slightly removed from the action. But here, literally, if a fielder... and he's gone! Brilliantly bowled. Carlson has got his man. Pressed is out, stumped by Alex Horton. And you'll appreciate that, Chris. Nice bit of work behind the stumps.
That was very quick from Alex. I mean, he had lots of time, but he didn't need it. And like we said, Kieran's just got that knack of taking wickets. And big shot there, obviously trying to put Kieran under pressure, but 4 down now, and we've got a guy on debut coming in. So brilliant stuff from Glammy. And it was actually slightly down leg, so a really nice take from Hortz there.
Yeah, got the feet going early. Yeah, made it look easy. Yeah, he's looked good, keeping standing up to Andy Gorvin as well. I suppose that probably represents a different sort of challenge. How have you found that over the years?
Pretty easy with Gorv. He's so accurate. He's top of the bails a lot of the balls, so it makes your life as keeper really easy. But no, Alex is a fantastic gloveman, so it's good to see him getting a chance and good to see him performing as well.
So 115 for 4, and hopes of another little partnership to get this innings moving for Hampshire. They're going to have to put on hold. They're going to have to try again.
I'm hearing that was caught by the keeper, so must have got a nick on it as well. So yeah, even better work there from Alex.
She just made sure take the bells off as well. Yeah.
Yeah, never know.
Get him out every which way. So slip in now for the new batter. It's Ben Mays. And a round of applause from the healthy crowd here at the Knoll for the captain, who's done a great job for his side. Takes a wicket in his second over. Yeah, it looked like they were appealing for the stumping, but
yeah, must have just got a feather on it as well.
I suppose in that situation, can you choose which one it is, if it's both, or do you get whichever one happens first?
Yeah, whichever happens first. Yeah. But no, lovely piece of work there from Alex Horton.
So this battle between Romano Franco and Gubbins continues. Oh, and that one has gone through the hands of Asa Tribe at short cover. He's been so good in the field. He definitely feels a bit disappointed with that one. And that's just immediately puts a bit of pressure on the young bowler, first ball of the over. Glamorgan have got a couple of fielders behind square on the offside. Point just a bit backward of square in the short third as well. Seen how much Gubbins likes that, taking a ball just outside off stump and helping it round the corner. But Franco is now coming round, as we've said, trying to change the angle and create the scenario that if the reverse is missed, he could be at LBW. Gubbins down to 60, going nicely. So slip in. It's Kieran Carlson that slipped now. Hoping that Franco can just get one to turn a little bit, catch the edge.
Oh, another smart take there down the leg side.
Yeah, he pushes the ball through quite quickly, Franco.
Yeah, he's got good pace on it. It would be nice if he can just sort of stand one up here and spin one, just to get in the batter's head a bit with that first slip in place, as the leg slip comes in as well. So Kieran's really attacking here, trying to get that fifth wicket and put them under real pressure.
A good bit of noise now out there in the field. It's felt a bit quiet at moments, but I think they fill up at the moment. Feel this could be a moment, an opportunity. Slip and leg slip in. And a good finish to the over. Franco 0 for 29 from 6. But getting through his overs and yeah, looks the part. Just has a little word with his captain. The two spinners in tandem at the moment in these middle overs. Again, just a slight misfield.
Bit of a bumpy outfit, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the things you notice moving from the carpet at Sapphire Gardens to a club ground. Yeah, there are definitely a few humps and hollows here.
Yeah,
Nice.
we are blessed at Sapphire Gardens with an unbelievable outfield.
Is that difficult to adjust to? Because you must get used to playing on nice surfaces, and then maybe going out to a club ground, suddenly it just feels a little bit more difficult.
It's a completely different technique, I think, but the guys just try and attack it. And err on that side of attacking the ball, and if you miss it, so be it, rather than being quite standoffish with it.
Yeah. Still not allowed to do the long barrier. Don't see many of those in county cricket.
It's gone out the game, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just these days, always attack the ball wherever it is. I think the new long barrier is they get your foot behind it, isn't it? 2 hands down in that dynamic position, and if it misses your hands, hope it hits your foot rather than the leg that used to be the case back in the old way of doing things, but 20 years ago. And how is everyone feeling, Chris, about this competition? Obviously defending champions, and it's been a competition that Glamorgan have really enjoyed. Won it twice in the last 5 years. So does it feel slightly different this year with maybe a couple more players away in the 100, or what's the expectation that's been set? Oh, and trouble. And it's that's going to be 4 overthrows. I think it was Tribe again, wasn't it? Going for a direct hit. Was it Asa?
Yeah. Romana just didn't quite get there with the overthrow, so that'll be 5. No, it's obviously a competition that served us really well, and the guys are extremely excited about defending the trophy. It's obviously a great opportunity for guys to put their name in the hat as well, and it's a fantastic format, the 50 over stuff, and the guys really enjoy playing it, really enjoy going to outgrounds and coming here to Neath. It's fantastic to see so many people come down and support it. And sure, it's taken a bit of a backward step with the 100, but you're still playing for Glamorgan, still an opportunity to go win a major trophy. And we've had 2 amazing days over the last 5 years at Trent Bridge, so the guys are very eager to try and defend it.
Absolutely. So a change of bowler. It's Ned Leonard, who's swapped ends now, coming in and immediately fires one into the midriff of Gubbins.
Yeah, I like this change from Kieran. Obviously bringing back Ned, bit of extra pace, genuine wicket taker. So he's got his mid on and mid off up here to Gubbins. So probably a slip might come in for the new batter and see if we can break the back of this batting lineup.
You'll know better than anyone else, but is he the quickest bowler in the Glamorgan setup at the moment?
Yeah, I think he is. He's definitely got a bit of raw pace. Exciting prospect.
Yeah, nice fluent run up. Really got the knees pumping in his last spell when he took a couple of wickets.
Almost a bit like Liam Plunkett used to do with England in the 50 over stuff. Come in the middle overs and take a few wickets and really try and peg them back and not allow them to load up for the back end of the innings. It's really important, and hopefully Neddy can grab us another one here.
And so he would sort of slightly back of a length is his length, so
natural length, top of the bails, which can be quite hard to manipulate if you're looking to just get off strike.
Started well on target, and this is his second spell. 2 for 26 from his first 4 overs. Was whacked for 6 first ball over the 10 that we're sitting in here, but then came back really well after that. It's got plenty of pace on it, so if you do middle one of his, the chances are it's going to go a long way. Short again, and that's a repeat performance. That one has been fired in. That's extremely well taken. Who's that who took the catch there?
It might have been Ben Morris.
It's Ben Morris, was it?
Yeah,
it was
lovely
Henry.
shot.
In fact, it was Henry, I think. Henry Hill took that one effortlessly, sitting in the pavilion.
Yeah, right on cue, back of a length, and it's almost just a chip here towards us in the pavilion. But yeah, guy on debut, just starting out. I don't mind that option from Ned.
Yeah, it's not the dimensions of this ground. I guess quite small, much smaller, certainly square of the wicket compared to what you're used to playing out at home.
Yeah, it also seems if you can just beat the infield, it's it's 4. Whereas on the big test grounds, it's you might get 2 or 3, but yeah, you beat the infield. So it's a good advocate for just playing good, strong cricket shots and looking to beat the infielders. And we'll feel that whatever they get, it's a good chasing ground as well.
Yeah.
It'll be difficult to defend later on this afternoon.
So just the one aberration really there. The ball dropped short and helped into the pavilion. 135 for 4. Great to see. Cricket supporters, probably for some of them not too far to travel to this game. 1 or 2 matches here in Neath this week. Derbyshire here on Thursday as well. And really great place to get close to the action. There's Alan Wilkins enjoying hospitality in the tent that's been erected here at the ground. Great man of Glamorgan as Carlson continues. 1 for 11 from the 3 overs he's bowled so far. And I was asked a few questions. So is it quite a seamless transition when so Richard Dawson away with the 100 and David Harrison coming in with his new assistants? Is that a smooth transition? Does it feel different?
It's pretty smooth. Obviously, David Harrison and Ian Harvey have been in the coaching staff all year. So yeah, pretty seamless. We also got Colin Ingram as well helping out. And yeah, look, Rich Dawson's been fantastic so far, and he's laid a good groundwork for the other coaches to take over in this 50 over comp.
Yeah, and a really good field generally around the club. I mean, the championship performances have been wonderful, really enjoyable, and I think Morgan supporters are starting to get a bit excited about that. I think it's fair to say.
No, it's been great. Yeah, we're obviously in a fantastic position going into September. 3 big games left, but I can't remember us being in a better position than this. So. Yeah, we'll be looking to just keep doing the same stuff.
Yeah, how many wins is it on the bounce now? That's what seems to be stand out. It's just the wins, and the wins put back to back has been really amazing. Something that's not happened for a few years.
Yeah, 5 wins now, 2 Kookaburra wins, which is always hard to get with a quite a placid Kookaburra ball. We're finding a way to take 20 wickets. Mason Crane, Ned Leonard. We've acquired some good wicket takers. Fernandez also chipped in really well, and the wickets in Cardiff have offered maybe a little bit more than other years. So yeah, the signs are looking really positive.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, challenging in all formats. And so at the end of 32 overs, I think we have a double change in the commentary box now. Hampshire 137 for 4. Chris, it's been lovely to spend a bit of time with you. I think you're going to come back a little bit later on as well.
Yeah, I'll be back later.
That'll be really, really great. But
thanks for having me.
Enjoyable getting your insights on the game so far. So 18 overs left, 137 for 4, and we're going to be a double change. There's Blake and Andrew are going to join you here in the commentary box.
Thank you, Ashley. Lovely to hear from Glamorgan's own Chris Cook there. Delighted he'll be back for the second innings for a stint as well, but lovely to be back with you again, Andrew.
Yes, thanks, Blake.
Did you have a nice time in your little break?
I'm going to have a chat with the PT, I think. I've just had a short sprint from the hospitality. I'm out of breath. Well, was I drinking? No, I wasn't drinking, I promise. Yeah. So, evenly poised, Blake?
I'd say so. I think that fourth wicket came at a good time for Glamorgan.
Ooh.
That's nicely played. And it's run away for 4. So Ben Mays, early in this innings, has really impressed me here. The 17-year-old on Hampshire debut.
Yeah.
Played a little bit with the England under-19s this year. Already in that tour India under-19s had a score of 82 not out in one of those games, 67 as well against Pakistan Shehans.
He's also played hockey for England.
Really?
I'm guessing age groups.
Age groups. Well, that one's swatted in front of square. Ned Leonard a bit disappointed. But back-to-back boundaries from Ben Mays, and perhaps you find often with hockey players, they have a different array of shots, don't they? They are often very good with the
sweep shots.
I know
cross-batted
everyone
shots.
can play them these days, but just that as an example, that has raced away.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
And
Interesting off air now. Managed to have a quick chat with Jimmy Adams, who's part of the Hampshire coaching staff, and I was just talking to him about their academy and their young talent coming through, and interesting to hear him comment on the important things of cricket. I think I think sometimes youngsters these days it's all about maybe sometimes get carried away with the sunglasses, the nice tops, the fancy boots, the kit, and really, you've got to put all that to bed, and it's all about scoring runs, taking wickets. It's as simple as that, And I haven't got two 20-year-olds myself. It's something that I've certainly spoken to them about. Look, forget about all the fancy things. It doesn't. As soon as you cross that white line, it's all about scoring runs, taking wickets, and that's something that they drill into them down in Hampshire. They're very level with all their youngsters. They try and create an environment that's comfortable for them all to come into, so they can perform straight away. And you can see that over the years. In fairness, and the way they've used this competition, you said, is about trying to test the youngsters, the ones coming through, and seeing where they're at in terms of their cricket and taking responsibility and being put under pressure. So it's a system that's obviously working down there, and I'm pretty sure that their academy are in the league.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, they play in the Southern Premier, and as far as I'm aware, tend to do very well every year. As Nick Gubbins looking to move things along against Carlson, but yeah, that's absolutely right. And often, I think that's where they'll look for a lot of their players getting some big scores or taking big wickets as a contribution.
I honestly think it's something that we've got to try and do here in Wales, and I know I've spoken to Dan Cherry and Mark Wallace about it, of trying to get the Colts team back up and running and get it into league cricket. I think it's the clubs have got to buy into it, in that they all think that they're going to lose their best 22-year-olds or 23-year-olds, which that isn't the case. It's probably the younger cricketers that we'd be looking at anyway.
Yeah, the sort of 16 to 20.
Yeah, that sort of age group break. So, and any cricket side on a Saturday that tells me that they're going to go down because they've lost one cricketer who's 17 years of age, I'd pretty much turn around and say it's the other 10 that probably are the problem, not the 17-year-old that's the reason why you've gone down. I just think you can create so many good things from having as it would be a Glamorgan Colts team in the league. you can have control over the players, the youngsters, what they do. And looking on the last time we had a Colts team in the league, it was obviously that championship winning side that was 97. There's a lot of those that came through that Colts team.
That one nearly chipped back to Carlson, who's just quietly bowled a very containing spell here. 1 for 17 from his 5. Yeah, very good point, Andrew. And Mark Wallace, as you say, director of cricket at Glamorgan, of course, has a son of that age, 17.
Yeah.
I think he is. Is it Harry? His son,
yeah.
Obviously plays at Newport.
And again, Newport are giving him an opportunity to come through.
Yeah,
so I know
course,
Newport will turn around and go, well, Andrew, we are giving them opportunity. In fairness to Newport as a cricket club, they do give their youngsters every opportunity. Again, Dean Koska's lads coming through there as well, and they're giving him every opportunity to do well. And it doesn't mean they're going to be in the Colts team every week. They can go back and play for Newport for a few weeks and then come and play, dip in and out of things. We've got to try in Wales to get to the point where we're all pushing in the right direction to get Glamorgan in a better place. Okay, and unfortunately I think some clubs don't want to do that.
Chance on the boundary, tipped over Romano Franco. Well, it's the change of bowling, Andy Gorvin, and it's nearly brought a wicket straight away. It was hit straight to Franco, just at an awkward height, just above his shoulder. He's gone for the one-handed effort. I think he thought he was closer to the rope than he actually was. Probably could have gone with 2 hands, and Ben Mays has been given a bit of a life as he moves to 25 from 19. Just ever so quickly moving on. This partnership up to 40 already.
Yeah, he probably had a little bit more
Maybe
time to get 2 hands.
Maybe a bit rushed, was he? I mean,
and again,
did come quickly. Obviously, short boundary and just off the hook shot.
It's always easy sat here. There was like easy catch.
Yeah,
definitely. I think it was far from easy. It hit at a decent pace, but. I think I remember playing in my first ever Benson Hedges game at Gloucester. I remember dropping one towards the end of the game, which was live on Sky. I think I've told this story on air before, and I think it was the last ball of the over, and Ian Botham commented on Andrew Davis, you are the weakest link, goodbye, and they cut to commercials. so I know.
At least it came from a well-renowned voice.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I was going to mention you spoke about Jimmy Adams earlier. Did you play against him at all when he was
at
Hampshire?
Yeah, played against Jimmy a lot. Yeah. Through, I think we're probably I don't know. I think he's a few. I'm not going to say we're a similar age. I think he's a few years younger than me.
Clipped away again, and another boundary that's just put Romano Franco in the spotlight again. It was a tough one to get round to, diving to his left-hand side, couldn't cut it off. 2 boundaries in the over now. Sorry, I'll let you continue your Jimmy Adams story.
Yeah, no, I think he's a fair bit younger than me, a good few years younger than me, but I would have played against him a lot through his time at Hampshire as well. Great guy, really good guy.
And as you say, great to see what he's doing at Hampshire. Head coach in this competition, Andy Burrell, who it is usually. He's with the Southern Brave for the other competition that goes on in August.
Yeah, they've got things right down there, haven't they, Hampshire? And again, I don't want to harp on about it too much, but I really think, for the next couple of years, if again any money coming into Welsh cricket, I'd like to hope or think that some of it could be filtered towards potentially us getting something together in terms of a Colts team. In terms of venues, that was the problem initially with the venues. I mean, I've spoken to some people up in Christ College, Brecon, and there'd certainly be a situation where they'd be happy for us to play alternative to their first team. So when their first team are playing away, obviously the Colts could play there at home. It's mid Wales, so any North Walians looking to come back and play in the Colts team as well. So we're that way, but. The issue at the minute would be around venues where we would potentially be able to play a Colts team, but I think it's something worth looking into.
Another good start to this over from Kieran Carlson, just a single and a couple of dots.
It looks like
So
spin
is-
is taking a bit. I missed the one earlier. Was it out stumped earlier? Was he?
Well, it was given court, but
Okay.
it was a double play, stumped as well.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, good work from Horton on that occasion. I suppose it is a unique scenario with what Hampshire do. As far as I'm aware, no other county do it. I suppose not so much a negative, but a reverse
shot.
sweep from Mays.
Great
That's a beautiful
shot.
shot.
Wow.
And there's that hockey.
Wow, that's
Uh,
a great shot.
That's raced away, isn't it?
That's a hockey shot. That.
I suppose the unique thing, and again, I don't want to say it's a con to having the pathway in the league, is that, you know, if there's some players not playing for the pathway on that occasion on the Saturday, either they can not play, or if they go play for their home club in the Premier League, but then that sort of brings the, well, okay, you're playing for two clubs in the same season in the same division. Does that sort of bring a farcical sense to it?
No, but then why are these are regulations, right? That who makes these up, and why does it really matter? It's like having an allocation of cricketers, right? So every year players get allocated out to clubs, and all the clubs kick off. Right, first and foremost, they're not your players. Okay, they're Glamorgan's players. Glamorgan pay them. And some clubs over the years have whinged that, you know, we don't get so and so, we don't get so right. They're not your players. But my attitude is around it with the league. Why can't you just have a dual registration, or not have a registration for the Glamorgan players, whereby on a Saturday you just do matchups? So each team has got an even number of Glamorgan players, and if that means then two sides playing each other on a Saturday have got no Glamorgan players, well, that's fair.
Yeah. Well, we've seen in the Premier Division this year, some sides have often had multiple weeks where they've had two players. Sides like Usk with Smale and Root, or I think Ammanford have McElroy and Bevan, and then some sides like Bridgend where they've got Kellaway, obviously never been there. Cardiff have had Hurl and St Fagans obviously. I've had Nichols every week, but some sides get none at all. Like I said, Bridgend, I don't think I've had one all year.
No, they haven't. They haven't. But again, I mean, it's. I think you can only play two if the other side's got one. If they don't have their Glamorgan player, you can only play one. But then you're left with a farcical situation like Abergavenny.
It's going to land safe, bang in the middle of two fielders. They come back for two. However, this is going to be out. Or with the dive. I think the throw was
just
a little bit poor, a little bit low, and it was good work from Horton nonetheless. But that was a bit of a scramble. Gubbins wouldn't want to run himself out at this stage. He's worked so hard. And that scramble too does bring the 50 partnership, and it's felt like it's come in minimal time. I just have a quick
got a good dive
scan of.
Oh, direct hit would have been out. But going back to that, you could have a farcical situation like Abergavenny where you've got
Morris,
Eddie Byram and Ben Morris,
and you've got Tom Norton in there as well, who's very much on the brinks.
But you could have a situation where, like, when they play against Bridgend, who haven't got any. So this year they played Ben Morris. Then you could have a situation where, if it was, say they played Eddie Byram, you could have a situation where Ben Morris doesn't get a game on a Saturday as a 21-year-old bowler. Well, that's madness.
Well, and unfortunately that does sometimes happen with the when they've obviously take a squad to a 4-day game. That's Friday to Monday. You know, you need a 12th and 13th man. You're getting guys who could be playing on a Saturday.
I mean, the squads are much bigger now. I mean, they tend to want to take 13 away, whereas before you'd take 12.
Yeah.
You know,
and there have been a few games this year where there have been 2 injuries in a game, particularly a couple of away sides I can think off the top of my head as well. You just never know what's going to happen, and you don't want someone like Dave Harrison having to get the whites on again.
Well, that'd be interesting, Big Dave. I'd like to see Des diving round the boundary now. Dave.
Well, 6 off the over, 170 for 4, just the boundary, and that 2. But this partnership is building nicely for Hampshire.
So I got told off last year for talking about betting, so I'm not going to talk about betting this year, but I'm going to ask you, where's your total? What's your...
From this stage, I think they'd be targeting 300. That's bang on 10 and over from here. I know it's a lot, but it's a small ground. 2 in guys. I think the tail is going to be slightly exposed, I do fear. They've got Felix Organ, the all-rounder, in next, but then you've got 3 debutants and the others just an out-and-out bowler. I mean, a couple of them, Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly, can hit the ball a long way.
Yeah.
And they might come on to be sort of bowling all-rounders as their career progresses. But if these two can operate the crease for another 5 overs, I think 300's on the cards.
That's punchy, that.
But
I like it.
From what you said earlier, outgrounds 250 to 280. I think you're bang on the money.
Oh yeah.
Someone might someone might think you've played a good level of cricket, Andrew.
Listen, far from it. But I mean, a lot depends on Gubbins, I guess. And him. I'm not saying the anchor role, but the rest of them playing around. Certainly, I've seen Dom Kelly. He can certainly bat.
Big guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
And Eddie Jack too.
And Eddie Jack as well. I think he bowls decent pace as well, doesn't he, Eddie Jack?
Yeah, someone the England Lions liked, didn't they? He removed Jaiswal in the England Lions warm-up games earlier this year. So look forward to seeing him bowl. Zainul Hassan, slightly different pace to the aforementioned names of the Hampshire lineup. Zainul Hassan, more medium pace. Got the keeper up now.
How many did Hampshire lose to the 100 of interest?
We were trying to work this out earlier. From our workings out, we think 5. Toby Albert, Scott Curry, Liam Dawson, John Turner, who's actually injured but is still would be selected in the 100, and James Fuller.
Sonny Baker.
Sonny Baker, another one.
He's one, isn't he? Because he's a quick bowler.
Yeah, he's exciting.
From Somerset.
Picked up nicely. Ben Mays, another boundary, so maybe 6 then. And then they've got Kyle Abbott not playing today, but he would normally be available. Okay. Ben Brown, club captain, he's not playing today, but not in the 100. Brendan McMullen, who's a Scottish guy who sort of made a name for himself earlier this year in a tri-series. He's an exciting player. He is signed for the One Day Cup, but doesn't join up to this squad till next week.
Okay.
So they are missing a few.
Ooh,
and up in the air. It's going to be a tough chance for Byram, trying to get there, and he can't. Well, Ben Mays has had a couple of lives now on his way to 38. But nonetheless, he's making the most with plenty of boundaries in there as well.
Yeah, we just need to be a bit careful here. I mean, again, we've worked hard to get back in terms of the wickets column, get them 4 down. But so the next 5 overs now are going to be quite telling, and I'm sure they will look to accelerate at some point.
And Gubbins has looked to step across and really swing his arms towards the pavilion.
Well, I think Ash is in now, isn't he?
But has found its way to root for a single. And the end of the over, I think Ash is due to come in for you, Andrew. So nice brief stint.
I'm going to go with...
Oh yeah, go on, give me your prediction.
258.
Well, you're back in for the final few overs, so we'll see how that lines up.
258.
258, says Andrew Davis. He'll be back in for the final 5. But for the next 7 overs, you've got myself and Ash.
Hi, Blake.
Hello. Thank you very much for the cup of tea, by the way.
Oh, you're welcome. I was just quite shocked you had 2 sugars, though.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you noticed. I initially said 1, and then I thought, I don't know why I'm trying to act like I don't have a sweet tooth. I do have 2.
I interpreted your hand signals correctly today. The 2 raised fingers. It didn't look rude, so I assumed you were saying 2 sugars rather than anything more offensive than that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. Well, Romano Franco is back in the attack, and straight away a low full toss, which Gubbins gets down on one knee to ramp.
It was a premeditated shot, almost
wasn't
quite expecting it to be there.
I think if he stood still, he could have probably swung that onto the rugby pitch, but yeah, Franco might feel he actually got away with one there. Second spell though, so just take a few balls to maybe find his area. And Gubbins, rinse, repeat. And this time It's only a single. Think about two, and nearly a dangerous run out. Already seen a couple of near run outs between this pair.
Well, I think that was a good decision. There's no way he would have got back. That was whistled in.
What do you think of Ben Mays? He's played nicely, hasn't he?
Yeah, very good.
A couple of
going nice. He's ticking along at a nice rate as well. Clear. A talented all-round athlete. Played hockey for England as well.
Yeah, so Andrew Davies says, yeah. So yeah, 17-year-old on his Hampshire debut.
Well, looks like he's got sort of a big match temperament. He's obviously played in, probably in the world of hockey and cricket, and then played in a few, international big games where the pressure's on and you have to perform. And I'm sure that serves you really, really well. Experience in other sports when you then take the step up in cricket. But yeah, fair play. 30.5, 35. That's a good rate as well for exactly what his team needed.
He does look like someone who can take the game away, can't he, if he stays there, as Gubbins takes that one away from Romano Franco. Slightly short, and he's just struggled to find his line and length in the first over of this second spell. The young left-arm spinner, Gubbins, going along nicely. He's really anchored his way to this position, but he's now looking to accelerate. That is 11th boundary.
Yeah, that last boundary was the sort of shot where at Sapphire Gardens it probably would have been a 2 or possibly a 3, but here it's a 4 because the ground's smaller, and it does make you think really, the scoreboard could start rattling very, very quickly, couldn't it, if someone decides to connect like that.
Well, using his feet, and there's his first maximum, Nick Gubbins. It moves him into the 90s, and a costly over 14 come from it from Romano Franco, and that just looked effortless from Nick Gubbins, flicking over mid-wicket, and a score 190 for 4. And well, Andrew thought I was being a bit ambitious on Hampshire's behalf, saying they'll be targeting 300, which would be around 10 and over from this stage.
Well, on a small ground, it's certainly possible, isn't it? More possible than it would be on a bigger sort of test ground like Sapphire Gardens. Yeah, that did seem optimistic, I'd say, a while back. But I think St Mays has come in, and it just seems to have cranked up a gear. And for the first time in a while, they've got 2 really set batters going on nicely, rotating the strike, hitting boundaries as well.
Yeah, this now the biggest partnership of the Hampshire innings. We saw 68 for the first wicket. These two came together at 115 for 4, so what's that, 76? Still going.
So Zainul Hassan into his 7th over now. See how they share out the remaining overs. Harris has bowled 7, Leonard's bowled 6, Andy Gorvin's bowled 7. Remember, they can bowl 10, up to 10, no more than 10. 6 bowlers used, so they're going to have to share around a little bit.
I can imagine we'll see Gorvin at the death with maybe a combination of Harris and Leonard. I think that might be the last we see of Romano Franco and Kieran Carlson.
Well, that'll be interesting to see, won't it? I think that last over went for a few, and it's like they've obviously decided really to target him.
Well, what I would say is Chance taking a 1 in the ring, and I think that shows the intent, taking the singles when it's hit straight to the fielder inside the circle. But I think, I'm not sure we'll see any spin till the end now. But what I will say, the bowlers have been relatively disciplined, just the 3 extras. Yeah, it's nicely set up for Hampshire now. Wasn't sure it was going to
Didn't look like it was going to be this way for a while, as they were losing wickets quite regularly, weren't they? Between sort of 68 and they lost sort of 4 wickets in the space of less than 50 runs. But now this pair have definitely given them the platform. So Gubbins will be looking to go on now into 3 figures, just 7 away, and May's going very nicely into the 40s as well. 195 for 4 now, 10 overs to go, and so let's do the simple maths while it's 10 and over would take them to 295. I think certainly it's 270 minimum, you'd think, from here. It's a 75, then go 7s and 8s.
Yep. Like I say, not everything has to be perfect either. That's what you've got to consider as well. You know, if they edge it for 4 or top edge it for 6, it's still 6-4 on the total. Well, Romano Franco is going to continue.
It shows what we know.
Well, there we go. And he's nicely back onto his area.
Yeah.
It was a nice over from Zain Ul Hassan as well, after Franco conceded 14 in that previous, for Ul Hassan to come and just concede 5 singles. He's really impressed with his bowling this year at Glamorgan, in particular with the red ball, bowling as a 4th seamer, even a 3rd seamer on occasion, and has got some big scalps while not going for too many runs as well.
There's the reverse, beautifully threaded through. There were 2 fielders in the proximity, and he slotted it straight between the 2 of them. Well, Gubbins playing this shot so well, isn't he? And he's done it so consistently. It's not just sort of shoveling it round the corner. It's a clean hit, isn't it? That's what's so good about it. Puts real pace on the ball to beat those fielders in that area. Comes down the wicket, a little bit up-ish. And he's just 2 away now.
Yeah, he's already recorded a score of 93 at the Knoll, so he obviously likes it here. That was back in 2022 in this competition. But he's really held the innings together, hasn't he, Ash, with the way the wickets fell?
Yeah, there were definitely sticky patches when wickets were tumbling around him. When Ali Orr got out early on, then he had quite a few different partners, and yeah, he was pretty quiet, wasn't he, really? Almost kind of went unnoticed, didn't have much of the strike early on, kind of was just ticking along quietly, and while most of the action was happening at the other end. Wow. That is a brave, courageous and brilliantly played shot. Reverse slog sweep. That's gone about 1 bounce 4, I think.
Well, there's the hockey instincts again. Me and Andrew were talking about the way hockey players score in unconventional areas and the way they play those wristy shots so well.
Oh, it was a wristy snap, wasn't it? Got all the power through the ball.
That makes it impossible to set a field to when you've got both players reversing, plus a right-hand, left-hand combination. Where can you put your fielders? Another expensive over, 12 from it, 207 for 4 now. Hampshire with 9 to go.
Yeah, you can imagine him unloading one of those at a penalty corner, something like that. Going all that wristy power through the ball. Hit that really, really well. But it's the intent, isn't it, that I guess young players are taught to have these days. Just to not be afraid of playing shots that only sort of 10 years ago would have been seen as overly risky and a bit frivolous and a bit funky. Now they're just part of the game, and they play them so well, practice them a lot, clearly. Must be a degree of premeditation, but beautifully hit that was. Now this is in the air, but I think that is into the rugby ground. Mays again goes to 50 with an absolutely fabulous shot over deep square leg on debut, and this is a debut to remember. That has gone bouncing round into the stand at the end of the rugby pitch.
Yeah, what a knock he's played here. Really played the role Gubbins would have loved him to in this middle order. What a way to make your debut at just 17 years of age. Already been on the books of England under-19s and the county representative side that have played against the Pakistan Shehans, and he's made his mark there, and now he's making his mark for Hampshire.
Well, a really impressive speed as well. 44 balls, 6 4s and 3 6s. Well, people didn't know the name, Ben Mays, in and around the club. They do now.
Watch out, yeah. And that just, you know, shows what excitement we potentially could have to come in the second innings as well. 19-year-old fast bowling pair, Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly. If you aren't aware of them already, you'll want to watch them. And also 16-year-old Manny Lumsden, who I don't think anyone in this ground would have watched before except some of the Hampshire coaching staff. Well, Ul Hassan comes back from that big blow quite well, just containing to a single in his 8th over now.
Sun's back out here, and things certainly heating up a little bit in terms of the scoreboard as well. Gubbins now on 98. Mays going all guns blazing at the other end. Bit of pressure on the Glamorgan bowlers. Gubbins are going to have to wait for now. 98 was not that I've been there too many times, but it does create its own pressure. That thing in cricket, just to get out into that 3-figure score.
Can't say I've ever been there.
No, 99 feels very different to 100. So he's just 2 away. Crisply struck, but it's only going to be 1. Billy Roots down at deep square.
Well, there's the 100 partnership for Hampshire as well. And as I say, these two have really pieced together the platform for Hampshire. They brought up 50 and 51 balls. Well, they've just reached 100 in 83. So just 32 balls between 50 and 100 for this partnership.
Well, yeah, once they got the 6 off the first ball of the over, 3 singles, all they need to do really, without doing too much. They'll look to get 10 off this over, 10 or more, and Gubbins now on 99. 1 more for his 100. Oh, and that's it. Little inside edge through his legs. Well batted.
Yeah, the Hampshire opener has led the way from the front. First game in the Metro Bank One Day Cup for 2025. Nick Gubbins already has made his mark. Had 1 century in this competition last year as Hampshire's top run scorer, and he looks set to have another imposing campaign. 100 from 127 balls here at the Knoll.
Well, it's been brilliantly paced, hasn't it? Quiet, unassuming start. Played second fiddle to Alior early on, and we were saying that as wickets tumbled around him, that Gubbins was going to have to be the man who they built the innings around, and that's exactly what's happened. And the longer he stayed in, the more his scoring rate has accelerated. Particularly, he's been very effective attacking the young left-arm spinner, playing that reverse sweep beautifully. He's had lots of success there, and that really started to get the scoreboard ticking. And so a very well made 100 now, set up a lovely platform for his side. 8 overs to go, 217 for 4. And well, the way Mays is playing, you'd think that there could be some fireworks now potentially.
Yeah, he's got to his landmark. He's probably going to just see what he can do by freeing his arms, as James Harris is the change. And already there's the intent from Gubbins, looking for an expansive drive on Harris's return. Still got Ned Leonard, 4 overs left available to him. Harris 3 including this one. Zainal Hassan, who's currently bowling at the other end, he's got 2. Gorvin with 3 as well. And then Franco and Carlson, the 2 spinners, also have overs to spare.
So it'd be really interesting to see how Mays goes against one of the most wily experienced campaigners there is, James Harris. Loads of experience. Of course, started off very young himself as a 17-year-old. I think made his debut, didn't he? 16 or 17. That seems a long time ago now. 20, it must be, it's 20 years ago. And there's not much that he hasn't seen. And what can he do in a good battle here? Experience against youth. He's trying to step away and create some room and a bit of an angle to carve that through the offside. Didn't make contact. So the rate only just over 5 really, so but I think, can they really accelerate? No. Get it up to that magical 300. Run a ball. And we're on small ground, that must be possible. Oh, well bowled. Mixing the lengths up there, went really full that time.
Yeah, perfect Yorker just to keep young Ben Mays guessing. He's not going to want to allow the youngster anything he can free his hands at. And a good return so far, 1 from 4 balls. And, well, Harris likes it. No one else in the yellow shirts do, as it runs away for 4 leg byes.
Well, he seemed pretty convinced there, didn't he, James Harris? That was one of the longer appeals. Although there weren't many joining in, I've got to say that.
Well, he went right across, and I think it was impact outside off stump in the end.
Well, it probably was hitting off stump, wasn't it? Maybe clipping the bails. It was probably not that far away, but enough doubt for the umpire not to give it. Well, this is a good contest. The young upstart. James Harris not having any of that. Doesn't want to hand bowl very nicely to him there. Lovely variety, bowling it full right up in the block hole. Conscious that Mays really wants to get on with it now. So I think these spectators who are just sitting just over the boundary rope, well, 1 or 2 of them are going to have to keep their eye on the ball, I think, because Hampshire can be trying to send it their way. As Andy Gorvin returns. He's still got 3 overs potentially to bowl. 1 for 30 so far. Good economy rate, just over 4 1/4.
Yeah, he started really well. Well, Gubbins has set himself early, and with the keeper up, short third, short fine in place, it was relatively risk-free.
He's been so good in that area, hasn't he, playing behind the wicket. Off the spinners and now off Andy Gorvin. Because you feel a bit more comfortable doing it to a bowler of Gorvin's pace than someone who's really express. And I suppose you're afraid of getting the ball slamming into the grill of your helmet. Goes again and gets again. Hasn't got all of it, I don't think, but just hauled in a couple of yards from the boundary. But really confident playing those shots, and he's playing them really well. That one almost just tried to scoop it straight over the wicket-keeper's head.
Yeah, well, what can Gorvin do to stop him playing that shot. Well, he's going to put the keeper back. That's what he's going to do. Now, watch Gubbins just be clever and use his feet now. Instead, he goes deep in the crease. He's just trying to mess with Gorvin's length here, I think. He's already forced the keeper back. Seven from the first 3 deliveries of this Gorvin over, the 44th. Hampshire 229 for 4.
I think he's got all of that. That's over the side screen, just misses our cameraman. And Mays, as we thought he would, is on the attack. And he has just smashed that straight over Andy Gorvin's head for 6.
That's exactly what I mentioned with what Gubbins has forced. With Alex Horton now stood back because of the fear of the ramp shot, Ben Mays has run at Gorvin with absolutely no risk. And he's just able to put him wherever he wants on the ground.
Oh, wow. A reverse slog sweep. We're seeing the full range here. We've seen one pulled into the rugby pitch. We've seen one reverse slog the other way towards the pavilion and also hit straight down the ground. So we're seeing from Mays now, Ben Mays, this young debutant, that he has all the shots. Charges down this time, got an edge, and that one is a chase on for Romano Franco, which he loses. That's 4 more, and this is turning out to be a big over.
Yeah, 21 from it. Okay, it's ended with a bit of fortune, but it was deserved luck, really, the way Ben Mays has played. I mean, the 2 previous shots, the reverse slog sweep and the charge down straight over the sight screen. And that's just sometimes what happens when you're chancing your arm at the death. You're going to get a bit of luck go your way. And 21 from the over has brought Hampshire to 243 for 4. Still 6 overs to go, and what that's meant for Glamorgan as well is probably having to reconsider their options, because Andy Gorvin is normally so reliable at the death, but after a return that expensive, will they look to use him again in these final 6 overs? Well, only time will tell.
So Ned Leonard's still got 4 to bowl. It looks as if Kieran Carlson's going to turn to his quickest bowler now. Meet fire with fire, maybe. I think that's going to be a wide. Yeah, slides it down the leg side.
I think Leonard was just attempting a slower ball there. It's not obviously what he's known for, but you've got to have all the skills these days if you're going to bowl at the death. Obviously Gubbins just looking to free his arms now. He's into 3 figures, and Leonard's got the field set for Gubbins to swing towards the rugby ground. 4 on the leg side.
And that's one bounce straight towards the gentleman in the red jumper. Has that gone all the way? It's gone all the way. Just landed over the rope. Oh, picked it up and just helped it round the corner. Lovely shot from Gubbins. Well, the assault really is on now from Hampshire. They're not going to die wandering, this pair. They've got their platform and they've got 6 overs left. And on this small ground, they think they can get this score north of 300.
Well, Ned Leonard's not happy.
Just putting pressure back on him, isn't it? The attacking intent, that last shot, just all of a sudden, and there's no wonder that James Harris, the experienced campaigner, has just popped over just to have a word. I think didn't spend long with him. I think Ned Leonard probably knows what he needs to do.
Well, it's easy for your head to drop, isn't it, as a bowler in this situation, but you just got to accept that the runs are going to come as small boundaries. They're going to get hold of one every now and then. That's a good length. He's really hit the pitch hard on that occasion and rushed Gubbins looking to pull.
Yeah, Gubbins gave a bit of a yelp of disappointment as he didn't really middle that one in the middle. Just a single down to deep mid wicket. So we've still got another 4 balls to go because of those 2 wides. And a bit of pressure now on these Glamorgan bowlers. Be a great time to get a wicket. Oh, and that has been absolutely slapped over the offside for 4 more. Just all about his eye, that one with Mays. Gave himself some room with a horizontal bat and slapped it over cover.
Well, it's all going south very quickly. Ned Leonard just can't quite do anything to avoid being carved around here. Still got a long way to go to get out of this over.
Oh, this should be out. It is. Kieran Carlson, the captain, hangs on, and that has been an extremely entertaining debut from Ben Mays. Out for 74, caught in the deep by Kieran Carlson off the bowling of Ned Leonard, and Glamorgan will be glad to see the back of him because, well, if he'd stayed around for the remaining 5.5 overs, well, you could imagine he really could have added quite a lot more very quickly. Extremely impressive, and no wonder he's getting a warm hand as he walks into the pavilion. It's a young man with a big future by the looks of things, if that debute's anything to go by.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan, if anything, would actually have preferred that wicket than the one of Gubbins, because Mays just seemed, really difficult to set a field to. Absolutely fearless batting in a stage where Hampshire were in a bit of bother at 115 for 4, and he's got them, along with Gubbins, to 256 for 5, with the freedom for Andrew Neil, the debutant, another debutant, to really explode for these final 32 deliveries.
So a little pause as Nick Gubbins just has a rub down with a towel. He's obviously been out there for a while now, looking to carry his bat here. Should be an extremely impressive achievement. 115 not out at the moment. Changing the gloves, got some dry gloves, just having a quick rub down because he's probably feeling quite moist under the helmet. But he's now watching on at the other end as Neil faces first ball.
He's kept the right hand left hand combination as well, so just another thing for Glamorgan to worry about. Yeah, Andrew Neil on debut, he'll be more looked for with his with ball in hand, left arm spinner.
So Glamorgan have brought the field in a bit, certainly straight. Trying to put a bit of pressure back, and that's a nice ball from Ned Leonard. Fizzed it past the outside edge. Nice way to finish the over. Bit of a curate's egg, that one. There was a wicket and a couple of wides and a mix of everything. But he's now got a 3-for. And so doing a good job. Certainly the wickets have been important at different stages, and just as Ned Leonard's wickets earlier on in the innings slowed things down a bit, Glamorgan will be hoping that wicket, getting rid of the very dangerous Ben Mays, will just put the brake on this Hampshire innings a little bit now. So 256 for 5 as Blake makes way for Andrew Davis, who will just guide us through to the end of this Hampshire innings.
Okay, well, that's my score gone anyway. 256 with 5 overs left.
Yeah. He looks like a player, that young Ben Mays, didn't he?
What a player! I'm saying now, just to one of the guys. I don't think he missed a sweep shot, reverse or conventional. He didn't miss one. And I know the hockey background and everything else, but flipping heck, wow. He's going to
really
be
good
to watch.
Yep. Great confidence and great ability.
Yeah.
Just backing himself to play those difficult shots and hit them so well.
Oh.
Mixing the pace up.
So I'm going to have to scratch my 258.
Yeah. Thankfully, I wasn't pressed into making predictions. This is good. I've just kept quietly under the radar in terms of making predictions. It was a mug's game, isn't it? Making a prediction, this sort of stuff.
Clearly, yeah.
Not calling you a mug.
Well, no, I clearly am.
That's a nice shot. Well fielded in the end. Ace of Tribe just does enough to prevent a boundary. And Gubbins has been good, hasn't he? I mean, he's just paced the innings really nicely. That's just hanging around when things were difficult and then accelerating has been really impressive.
He's allowed the others to come in and play the way that they want to play. He's held the innings together, and I think Glamorgan would be looking for somebody to do something similar for themselves and let the rest of the middle order come in and bat around whoever it is that's going to open up at top. But yeah, actually, he's held the innings together, and he's been fantastic, in fairness to him. Especially early on where, it did enough.
That's well hit again. It was in the air, but well directed, straight enough to make sure that Andy Gorvin there at mid-off couldn't get to that. So that's Neil's first boundary. Nice way to get underway.
Neil, okay. 141 is his highest score. 170.
So 2-6-3 for 5, Hampshire now. Less than 5 overs to go. Can they reach the magical 300 figure? Slower ball. I'll scurry through for a leg bite.
So Andrew Neil is another one out of the Bradford Leeds MCCU setup, 25 years old.
So are they finishing at the end of this year? Those
supposedly so, but I think from
it does
the rumours, I think there's maybe the counties might be looking to fund it. I'm not 100% sure how it's going to work. It'd be a shame because I think.
Oh, hello! That is big, and that is sailing over the pavilion.
That's not coming back.
And I think they're going to go into the box for spare balls for that one as well.
That's a big hit.
That is massive, and Gubbins, well, he's seeing it like a beach ball at the moment.
Yeah, wow, that was a solid hit. That Zain Al Hassan just going to length there, and Gubbins just swatting him for 6 into the hospitality area.
What's the buttons on that?
I don't know. What's that? There we go.
So James Harris to continue. And what a change.
Yeah, I think that's the areas they've got to look to go now.
Go full.
It's definitely death time. Get hit down the ground. Hopefully they can't get under it. And certainly a bit of experience there for James Harris. Coming back into the attack.
So Andrew Neil didn't last long, but made his mark while he was here.
Yeah, we'll be looking for useful cameos coming in down the order now.
Yeah, right up there in the block hole, that one.
Yeah, Andrew Neil, he's trialled at quite a few sides. He's been at Essex, Notts and Worcester. He's had an extended trial at Hampshire. And part of the Challengers setup as well.
So first wicket for James Harris.
There we go.
And Felix Organ now.
Felix Organ, here we go. 26-year-old. Oh, down as an opening batter. Coming in at 8. Interesting.
Mm.
Oh well. Clearly, again, Hampshire Academy, captained the academy. Born in Sydney.
There we go. Nice place to be born.
Born in Sydney, yeah. Debut in 2017 in this competition. Became a pro in 2018.
Ooh, little top edge on that. It's just gone straight over Alex Horton.
Over that. Going to get back for a second. Yeah,
Surprising with that ball. He's going to have to hurry, but makes it comfortably in the end.
Got highest score of 79 in List A cricket. Average of 24. Another England under 19 cricketer come through Hampshire.
Yeah, they now is that they seem to have quite a lot on their books. Is that because Hampshire is a good place to go if you're an aspiring cricketer, or they just have a very good academy that brings them through, or a bit of both? Oh, would have been a ridiculously good catch, but in the end it was just hit a little bit too hard by Organ, and it went straight through the hands of Eddie Byram at backward point.
That flew past him.
God, it would have been a ripper if he'd hung on to that.
That would have been a great catch.
That would have been sort of reminiscent of Paul Collingwood and
fast hands through that ball.
The great backward point catches, but he went full Superman, but it was just going too fast, wasn't it, that one?
The bowler will be thinking he should have caught it though, Ash. the bowlers union.
Giving him a mouthful now.
That's a chance, that. Sorry, boys. That's a chance, that. Should have caught that. Sorry, Eddie.
I think it's just going to be one this time.
Oh. Mr. Harris showing his experience here, still going at under 3s, slightly under 3s.
Yeah, in the contest again, that's been really impressive stuff, isn't it?
Fantastic, yeah. Again, it's those early overs, Ash, where he got under his belt, you know, when he was at top, just hit a solid line and length. It's hard to get away with the new Brock, the new ball. You can't buy experience, can you? That's the...
Nope.
That's it. Gold.
But just limiting the shots he can play here. Is that what it's about? Just
exactly
get him to hit in the V, and he knows he's got cover there.
He's got his field set. He's bowling to it. I mean, if the batter, that's all you can control, Ash, in this stage of the game, you know, is where you land. If the batter wants to, these days, if they want to try and reverse sweep you or ramp you or whatever, they choose to do a run down the wicket, you can't control those things. The only thing you can control is where you land in that ball, and in fairness to James, he's executed well so far. Yeah, and again.
He's trying to make something happen by moving around on the crease, isn't he, Organ, here, but then just couldn't do anything with that, and only... So, 8 from it.
8 from it and the wicket.
And the wicket.
Into his first, sorry.
Yeah, so his first wicket as well. So 3 overs left. Who you throwing the ball to here, Andrew?
Well, I mean, if you're going on my total, you don't want to be asking me, do you? But who's he going to? He's going to
Gorvin by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Gorvin potentially could bowl a couple.
I mean, you look at the staff, and Van der Gooten would probably be one that would bowl at the death, wouldn't he?
Oh, that's been... I think it's going to fall short.
He's chinked it for... Ooh, not two. He's got away with it. Van der Gooten would always be one that would probably look to go at death, wouldn't he? And I'm not sure if Ned Leonard has come back and bowled at
Dan
the death.
Douthwaite used to bowl in the death, didn't he?
That's right. Dan used to bowl at the death as
He
well.
used to bowl. It sounds like he's retired.
Yeah. he's with 100 franchises.
Yeah,
that's right. Somebody was asking me earlier.
He's had a temporary, short-term deal, hasn't he? I think.
This ground would be too small for Dan.
Someone told me he was replacing Ollie Pope, and that has gone. That's another big hit. And that's bounced on the TV gantry and into the rugby pitch. Another big hit, and Organ's picking up where Ben Mays left off.
It's a tricky one here for Gorves. He's got to go block hole. He's got to get hit down the ground. The keeper's up. I think anything length, it's too short wide. You know, and the pace they can pick it up. He's got to try and get hit down the ground. He's got long on, long off. He's got to try and blow block on and just get it down for ones, and that's a win for him. I think anything length, it's going to disappear into the rugby ground. It's quite short that side.
Well, one of the fielders is now on the rugby pitch. They've opened the gate there, and I think he's probably trotting just along the 22-yard line now, looking for the ball. No sign of him yet. Here he comes, and they found the ball, probably somewhere around the halfway line, I'm guessing. So Organ very quickly into double figures of just 5 balls. He's on 13 now. Gubbins 126 off 140. So he's catching up nicely in his rate as well. Ooh. So appears to have tried to ramp that. I don't know if he actually made contact, but it hit Alex Horton standing up in the middle of the chest, I think.
That's right, he's a tough lad, isn't he?
He'll just be pleased that. Did he actually hit that? I think he did.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hit him in the face, I think. It's hit him on the helmet.
He's got that grill there.
Yeah. Do they not have to check anything that hits the helmet these days? As a batter, you probably would have to be checked, wouldn't you? If a batsman smashes it straight into your face, you don't. Maybe that's not as it should be. But he looks okay.
Safely. Billy Riggs just coming around. We're going to get an easy 2.
There's a bit of a slope, isn't there, on this side of the boundary? It seems like a little bit tricky sometimes when you're skirting around the boundary here for the fielders.
And it's usually quite damp there as well. All the places on the ground that generally get quite wet. There in front of the pavilion is particularly boggy at times.
Effort ball from Gorvin. You heard the yelp as he let it go. A bit like a sort of sound you hear at the ladies' final at Wimbledon. So Gorvin goes full.
He hasn't quite got that, but will he get back? No, just going to be the one. Fielded from Ned Leonard.
Yep. So, just the one big 6. Still a reasonably expensive over. They're finding these 10s that they needed, and so the 300 is 100% on. You'd say it'd be a surprise if they didn't make it.
Blake, what did he? Blake said 3.
I said 300.
And I did say too that was punching. Fair play. Shows what I know.
Well,
Blake's bang on.
Blake's winning the sweepstake at the moment.
Oh yeah. He's walked it. No talk of betting. I've told you. Stop talking about betting.
We haven't.
Sorry. Not me. Wasn't me.
It's an unofficial sweepstake. No money is changing hands at any point.
Not my fault.
It's just for fun. So 2 overs left. 289 for 6.
I think 300 will be they'll be pretty pleased with 300. I'd have thought this morning having been put in. They'd be pretty pleased with 300.
Just make sure the first 10 overs when Glamorgan bat will be really important, won't it? If they feel like they've got a platform and don't lose too many wickets and can sort of, I guess, make decent progress towards the total, then they'll feel confident. But yeah, they've come back really, really well of Hampshire here from a sort of a rocky patch in the first half of the innings. Top edge, a bit lucky again. More work for Romano Franco. He's had a few of those where he's had a tough race round.
Yeah,
it's not an easy place, I think, to be fielding on the boundary with the ball fizzing around.
And do you know what? It follows you as well. You know when you. That's unlucky. It follows you around.
Yeah, there's no hiding. The ball is literally going 360 at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. That'll be a good experience for him. Great experience for him.
So 5 legs up at the moment. Third man is back. Flicks that into the leg side. Oh, hit that very, very hard and races to the boundary.
That's a good shot.
Didn't get above shoulder height, that one. It was one bounce 4.
That's where it's tough for a bowler. I mean, in fairness to James, he's not. I'm just having a look at this back. I mean, he's not far off there nailing it, and he's just.
No, it's low full toss.
That goes to show how short it is.
Yeah.
Wide there, it's just flown.
Very small margins of error here.
Yeah. It's
and very unforgiving ground when you do transgress and get it slightly wrong.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Cuts this one away. Romano Franco should be easier.
Yeah.
Does the job.
Romano, good lad.
Well done.
Good lad.
298 for 6. And the run rate now above 6. And they've really built and built this innings. It's had a definite trajectory to it.
Well, like we said earlier this morning, it's always second innings always seems to be a better wicket here. What I would say, and it was when I was off commentary, somebody said something on the Glamorgan coaches out saying that over the last few weeks we haven't actually had a bad summer.
No.
So the wicket here is probably drier than what we've played here in the past. Admittedly, yesterday, okay, we had a bit of rain yesterday, but this wicket would have been getting prepared a long time before, obviously before yesterday. So it's probably the driest it's been in terms of games that we've played here at. So you'd expect it to be a bit better than normal. I should be out. Oh, 6.
Just cleared Billy Root. And I think this has been caught in the front row by a gentleman there. I think it maybe bobbled around and nestled in his lap, but I think he's definitely claiming it. Straight over Billy Root's head, and there was the gentleman with a white sun hat, I think,
snaffled it.
Literally about 3 yards behind him.
Again, it's not a big hit. Oh yeah, he has.
That's a grab. Taking that one.
He's used every part of his body to catch that.
They all count. So the 300 is up. 304 for 6. How many can they add? That's 4 more. Boundaries.
So he's one off his. Did you say, Blake, that his 141 was his? 141 is Gubbins' best. So he's moved to 14.
19 off this over so far. Yeah, Gubbins is at the wrong end at the moment. This is it's Organ, who's 26 from 10. So really doing, like you were talking about cameos. Well, this is exactly that.
This is what they'd been. This is what Hampshire would have been hoping that he could come in and play like. So
rather spoiling James Harris's figures here. Not too much. They're still decent, but they were exceptionally economical until a couple of overs ago. I think it's just going to be 1. So 20 off the over. Another big over for Hampshire.
It's always getting as a seamer, you know, when he's bowled. Look, he's bowled 10 overs for. What's he gone for? 51. You know, and especially at how well he bowled at the start. Again, 5 and over isn't anything disastrous by any stretch, but given economy-wise how well he was going. But look, again, at the death, it's always difficult. So they're going to continue with Goves. Who's currently bowled 9 overs 62, 1 for 62.
So 309 for 6. It's Organ has managed to pinch the strike. He's going nicely. Gubbins, but the other end possibly high his highest ever list day score. But let's see how much strike he gets. Well, he's going to get at least 1, I think. Oh, they might come back for a second here. No, decide not to. Good backing up. So I think we're saying Gubbins' best score 143?
141.
141.
Yeah.
Okay. So a chance for a little personal milestone here. Played so well. And his scoring rate was well below 50 early on. And now he's got a chance. And that that is it. What a way to go to it. Another huge blow over the tent in the car park.
Let's clear the marquee.
And that's his highest ever score in list A cricket. Well batted Nick Gubbins, and there could still be a little bit more to come.
Yeah, it's never an easy time to bowl, and in fairness to the Hampshire batsmen, they've been brutal here. They've missed their length fraction and they've disappeared. You know, the skill levels have been fantastic. In fairness to them, like I said earlier with Mays, in terms of him sweeping and reverse sweeping, he didn't miss one. No. From what I saw, you know that's steady batting now. And that's what is he 17?
Yeah, magnificent. Well, the stewards have done their job and got the ball back anyway.
It's going to be useful.
So where does Andy Gorvin go now?
He got away with that one as well.
It was a bit too lengthy for your liking, was it?
Yeah.
I think he premeditated the shot round the corner, hadn't he? And that probably saved him in the end.
Yeah, I think if he'd sit back and try to put the shot before, I think it would have been there for it. And you could see he's disappointed in himself. He's given himself a talking to the bat there on 142 not out.
So Alex Horton's going to come up to the stumps just to try and prevent him from going down the pitch to him. Steps back and cuts. And that's really well hit again.
Yeah.
Easily beat Billy Root to his right hand side there. Didn't have a chance.
32 off 13 now for Organ.
And we're really seeing now if you do get the ball past the infield here, you've got a great chance of a boundary every ball, haven't you?
Yeah.
So Organ on 32. Stifled appeal from Andy Gorvin. They scurry through for a leg bye. 3-2-2 for 6, 1 ball to come. Well, they'll be delighted. They really have. The last 10 overs has been absolutely fabulous. I think Blake will. Well, what's the score been off the last ball? We'll see after this ball how much they've scored off the last 10 overs. It's going to be a big number.
Push for 2 for the last ball, which they'll get back for comfortably.
Yeah, I think they're back for 2.
And that will be.
Well batted that pair, well batted.
3-2-5 to win.
To Nick Gubbins, he finishes on 144, not out, carries his bat, and is quite rightfully getting the applause from this small and knowledgeable crowd here at the Knoll. Well, thanks Blake. 129 runs scored off the last 10 overs, and that just shows when you get going here, start striking the ball cleanly. The ball really does fly around, and generous applause as well from Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, as Nick Gubbins heads off. I think he recognises a quality innings when he sees one, and that certainly was. Had a beautiful pace to it, and has taken Hampshire to 3-2-4 for 6. So Andrew, that's sort of probably 60 or 70 more than it looked like being at one stage. How would you assess that?
Yeah, I'd have said that's an above par score. Look, but lessons to be learned.
Yeah.
I would say that Hampshire didn't go off at a fantastic rate in order to get there. What they did, they built. Gubbins has played a great innings there, in fairness to him. Like, he's 144 not out of 147 balls. And great partnerships then with Orr, Mays, and then at the end with Organ. But again, what I'd say about the Glamorgan batsmen now is that the lesson to be learned is we don't have to go off at a great set of knots. I think we got Hampshire have kept wickets back, and like you said, what did they score in the last 10? 120 in the last 10.
120 plus, wasn't it?
Which on a ground like this, as we've just seen, the boundaries are easily clearable. So,
yeah.
What I would say is I don't think we can win this game if we're 30 for 4.
No.
So again, lessons to be learnt. Let's just have a look at the new ball, see where we're at, and go from there.
So yeah, the standout performer there, Nick Gubbins, with 144. Had a good opening partnership worth 68 with Ali Orr at the top as well, who got things off to a good start. And then probably the highlight was the batting of young Ben Mays on his debut. A sparkling 74 from 55 balls, including shots all round the wicket. Looks a very exciting player. And with that little cameo as well from Felix Organ at the end, 324 for 6. Looks like a pretty competitive total. We'll have a quick look at the bowling figures as well. So the pick, Ned Leonard, 3 for 54, a little bit expensive, but the wickets he took early on certainly did peg Hampshire back for a while. But Franco, did well on his debut. I think had a couple of difficult overs. Maybe need to work out a plan against batsmen who are trying to reverse sweep him the whole time, but looked the part, didn't he, certainly as a bowler, and bowled tidily and definitely looked the part, and that's a good debut for him. And Carlson, the captain, bowling his part-time off-spinners, actually very decent, very tidy, 1 for 22 from 6.
He's probably under-bowled himself there, Kieran, when you look at the figures. I know that the thing is to try and to give Franco more of a bowl, if you like, given this his debut, and he hasn't done bad at all. I think he's played, as you said, he's played against a couple of Hampshire batsmen who've played exceptionally well there. And as I said, the boundary square are quite short, so in terms of their sweep shots, they've probably got maximum runs for them in fours and sixes. But
you see that last 10 overs there. Well, really from over 39 onwards, just real acceleration. The tower blocks, the skyscrapers on the right hand side of your picture there just show how they pick the rate up at the end, and after a pretty steady start. And I think Hampshire will be feeling pretty pleased with their morning's work, setting Glamorgan 325 to win here from 50 overs. And lovely to see here at the ground, just all the spectators rolling out onto the outfield. As used to be the way in county cricket. Just a chance to get up close and see the pitch. Obviously not stand on the pitch, there'll be stewards preventing them from doing that, but just a chance to get out there, maybe take a bat and ball with the kids and enjoy the afternoon. So 324 for 6. Hampshire setting Glamorgan 325 to win from their 50 overs. We are going to have a little break now, and we will be back shortly to see if Glamorgan can chase down that total.
leading Hampshire into the field, their captain Nick Gubbins.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Knoll here in Neath for the second innings between Glamorgan and Hampshire in this opening Metrobank One Day Cup game for 2025. Well, Hampshire batting first scored 324 for 6 and Glamorgan will start that pursuit momentarily. Eddie Byram and Asa Tribe are the two batters out there. Myself, Blake Bint, and ex-Glamorgan player Andrew Davis with you for proceedings to start with, at least. And Andrew, after such an explosive back end to that Hampshire innings, momentum's got to be with the visitors.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, Blake, at the minute. Certainly when having won the toss and put Hampshire into bat, I think Glamorgan would have probably been hoping not to have been chasing anywhere near 300. However, in fairness, the Hampshire batters played well up top, certainly against the new ball. Like I said, at the back end of the innings, they didn't go off at a rate of knots. They kept wickets back, and what's proven is the ropes are pretty easy to clear here at Neath. Certainly square the wicket.
Well, an exciting attack Hampshire have as Eddie Jack start off, and good bit of pace early. Eddie Byram gets away with a single, first ball of the innings. Run through the Glamorgan batting order in rough estimated order. Eddie Byram, Asa Tribe, they're the two out there. Will Smale, Kieran Carlson, the captain, Billy Root, Zainul Hassan, Alex Horton, who kept wicket, and then into the bowlers Andy Gorvin, James Harris, Ned Leonard, and debutant Romano Franco from North Wales, who had a bit of time with the ball earlier. 8 overs, 0 for 55 were the spinners' figures.
Yep, there's plenty.
And Tribe clipping off the legs and nearly carrying to the short fine leg fielder, but they get through.
There's plenty of pace here from Eddie Jack. He certainly looks, again, 19 years of age, Hampshire Academy, England under 19s.
And Lions.
And Lions, that's right, yeah. And he's offered a rookie contract at the end of 2024, 19 List A wickets at 23. So, more than useful start to his career.
Yeah, good year for Jack last year. 10 wickets in this competition at just 21.9. Economy a smidge under 5 as well. And it's an exciting Hampshire attack led by Eddie Jack. Got fellow 19-year-old Dominic Kelly and 16-year-old debutant Manny Lumsden will bowl at some point as well. Also another debutant in there, Andrew Neil, who bowls left arm spin. Been given a contract after a successful trial period. And Byram clips away, but
I'm pretty sure
for one,
Dom Kelly is an ex Millfield schoolboy. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I've seen him. I'm pretty sure I've seen him playing a few times for Millfield.
Ben
they used him
Kellaway
as a
is that
batter.
right?
Ben Kellaway went to Clifton.
Oh, Clifton. That's the one.
College.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Dom Kelly, I remember watching him playing at Clifton quite a few times. But I don't think they used him as a batter. I don't think he was bowling there. Maybe he was injured. But I can recall him batting at 3. Shot.
Well, Eddie Jack has had an exciting start. Yeah, you say that about Dom Kelly, actually. I was looking at a scorecard this morning where Hampshire Seconds played a 3-day friendly with Cardiff UCCE, the student scheme, in a drawn 3-day game.
Mm-hmm.
And Dom Kelly backed 5 there, actually. And 7 of the Hampshire matchday squad for today actually played in that game there. So showing they're progressing their players through.
Yeah.
And a good start for Hampshire and for Eddie Jack, hitting his areas with good pace as Glamorgan a 3 for no loss.
Yeah. I think Glamorgan, in fairness as well, have done it a lot this season. Blake, when you look at the players coming through the pathway, there's a good under 18s side coming through now as well. And if you look at the second team as well, there's quite a lot of that 18 side that have played in the second team. So in fairness, what I'd say about certainly the pathway and which obviously Glamorgan are running now, they are starting to get the youngsters through, which look for me is great to see. For me, that's always positives when you've got a good young setup coming through. I know Darren Thomas and I think Adrian Shaw as well have been looking after the 18s this season. So you've got two old heads, two miserable old heads, I might add, to run in the 18s there. They won't mind me saying that, so they know it's true. It's okay.
Dom Kelly taking the new ball from the Daffyd Road end. Starts with a wide. Glamorgan under 18s. Phil, I should mention now, as you just mentioned it, are in action right now. They have a 3-day game in the under 18 county championship with Somerset. They're playing down at Newport, so if you're in that direction and haven't made your way to Neath, why don't you go down and watch that. Glamorgan under 18s are currently 172 for 4. Thanks to Eddie Byram just kicking the ball away from his stumps. Harry Wallace, a certain son of Glamorgan director of cricket, 72, he made open in the batting. And Jack Kenchington is 85, not out. So some potentially names for the future. Another one, I saw Tom Norton in the crowd here today, Glamorgan's second 11 player.
Yeah, I've seen him floating around somewhere. I bet he's quite pleased he's having a bit of a rest. I know as much as he'd love to be playing in this today, but I know he's played a load of cricket. I was talking to his mum,
for every
Kelly.
scorecard I look at his name. His name's like 18s, 2s, Wales, minor counties.
I was talking to his mum Kelly in Abergavenny a few weeks ago, and in fairness to the lad, the amount of cricket he's played is phenomenal, and you know, he's a talent, so everyone, that's the problem. Everyone when you can bowl, everybody wants you to have a game, and you know, we've got to be careful and watch his overs and certainly give him time as well, because he is sent. You know, I think he's actually just turned 18. So you know, he's still a young lad.
He's done 12th man duties a couple of times for Glamorgan. I've seen him on the Sophia Gardens field a couple of times in the county championship, and I'm sure it won't be the last time. Asa Tribe marking his guard, someone who's had a exceptional 2025 so far after struggling in this competition last year. A top score of just 26 in what was meant to be a breakthrough competition for these youngsters, but he's found his way this year, both in red ball with his maiden first class century this year, and also stalwart in the T20 Blast team as well.
Great shot.
And that's a lovely shot. And
that's a great shot. It's lovely. It's like anything, Blake, with these, right? With these youngsters, we've got to give them time. They have shown some promise. There's no doubt about that. Certainly, Asa has in county championship and one-day form this year. So you know, if he goes through a period where it doesn't go quite right, that's fine. That's acceptable. Obviously, not for too long a time, but he has proven that he can play at this level and at this standard. So sometimes you just got to have a bit of patience.
And of course, has an ODI century to his name.
He does have an ODI.
If you look at the record books,
well,
can't recall exactly who that was against, but
I was looking.
Would have been a European qualifier, I imagine.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, Italy at the top of my head. I'm not sure why. Playing for Jersey. Yeah, certainly a good talent, and one Glamorgan will be happy they got their hands on after a very successful second 11 period. And same shot as the boundary that came for him, except this time it's well fielded by Ali Orr. Scramble for a single.
I love his attitude as well.
He's had his century against Bermuda.
Oh, Bermuda wasn't a European qualifier, but still they've got a past. Played
Mr.
at the World Cup.
Mr. Hemp, David Hemp played for Bermuda in the World Cup, didn't he?
There we go.
2022, so quite a long time ago.
Oh wow, 2022 I'm told is when that century came, so he would have been 18 then. Is that right? Well, and I'm sure he'll admit himself he's come on leaps and bounds since then.
I actually remember that Bermudan side there. A couple of big lads playing from
Yeah,
Bermuda.
Dwayne Leverott.
Dwayne Leverott, that's the guy, yeah.
And he's also one of just 2 players to play for Jersey with a current professional status.
Right.
The other one, I can't remember his name, but he plays for somewhere in New Zealand. Wellington, I think.
Right, okay.
But anyway, Jersey, a side that's up and coming. Tribe did play for them in the recent T20 qualifiers as well. Just the one game though, because he had to travel from Somerset. Have you heard this story? He had to travel from Somerset Friday night to Bristol Airport to Netherlands and back Sunday for another Blast game.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's cricket.
Yeah.
I'm sure if he was a fast bowler it would have been different, but yeah, as a batter, play all the games you can, and he's played plenty. You mentioned Tom Norton playing a lot of cricket. He's played a lot this year. Tribe for a couple of times in the second 11 before breaking through to the first team, as well as for his university.
In fairness, he's always wanted to play for the scheme as well.
Yeah.
In fairness to him, whenever he's been available, whenever they've had a game, he's always he's not wanted to miss out on that as well. It's a good attitude.
Nice shot, pushing for 1. Positive cricket from Tribe and Byram so far. Eddie Jack, though, is showing exciting promise. Dismissed Yashafsui Jaiswal in the warm-ups to the recent India Test Series. In a red ball fixture there, representing the England Lions. And I think that's what's caught the eye of some
England selectors?
Yeah, England selectors, yeah.
Shot.
Slashed by Eddie Byram.
Yes, Eddie.
Well
Great
played,
shot,
bit
Eddie.
of width, and he's carved it away, backward of point for 4.
Watched Eddie bat last week at Newport in a second 11 game against Nottinghamshire. Batted really well. Second, as you could see, it's I don't know if it's so much coming back into form, but sometimes you just get a couple of shots away. He looked in seriously good nick.
They've got quite a strong attack for their second 11 as well,
no, they did.
Not?
Yeah. In fairness, though, yeah. Shot.
Quick single taken again. Yeah, someone. It's just not quite worked out for him this year, is it, Byram? He had a few starts at the start of the season in the County Championship, and then dropped. Sometimes on form to Tribe and hasn't made his way back.
Yeah, look, and I know some people will turn around and say, you want to have possession early on, but again, the wickets are going to be a bit more spicy early on as well. So sometimes, if you get on the wrong decks for the first couple of games, you get a score, and then, what it's like.
Or Tribe looking to drive.
Flown through. And then you can find yourself in the second team, and then all of a sudden we have a half decent summer. The wickets flatten out, and you're on the wrong. It's that's just being an opening batter, I guess. It's a real, outside of bowling leg spin, I would say it's the second hardest discipline in terms of playing cricket. Opening the batting is it's not an easy task, is it? But look, his attitude and the way he is as a pro and everything like that. I mean, he's first class, and he's certainly someone who, I'm sure a lot of the youngsters would have benefited from him being around in the second team. He's got a real good attitude and a good way about him as a person.
Yeah, someone who's, although been hampered by injuries, has played some good cricket, of course, picked up from Somerset.
Would he have been a Matthew Maynard signing?
I think so.
He would have, wouldn't he?
I believe he's out of contract at the end of this year as well, according to my notes, so we'll see what happens there. Not sure if there's been conversations, but that's nicely played off the legs, clipped away for a second boundary to Byram's name. If he keeps playing like that, I'm sure he'll quickly be putting pen to paper.
100%. Yeah.
And of course, it is always good to have depth with the openers.
Well, I mean,
it's a position Glamorgan have struggled with for years, and Tribe looks like the first proper one in a number of years.
Yeah, and I think, they've probably
that's a good ball.
played Zayn Al-Hassan because he bowls a bit as well, so he gives you that extra option as a seamer. But in terms of opening batters, there's the three of them, isn't there?
Yeah, and it seems even Zayn himself is more there just to sort of take the shine off the ball and get as many as you can rather than expectant of a score.
And then you got two of the younger lads. Then I'd say that you've got Callum Nichols as well, who plays safety. He's an opening batter. You've got Harry Friend, who also played in the second team last week, albeit he didn't open the batting, but I think he was 30 odd not out. Second innings or first innings he was 30 odd not out because he had to bat.
He had a big 100 as well Saturday for Newport,
So he's another good prospect as well. Comes through. So again, when people talk about our system, there are definitely cricketers there.
Yeah,
it's not like there's no talent there. There definitely is talent there.
And Dom Kelly's just struggled to get it right so far. Just 9 legitimate balls into his spell, already 4 wides against his name. Glamorgan will take it though. 22 they move to.
Yep.
That's better. Back on the mark.
Again, on Blake, as a seamer, or is he 19 years of age? Is he 19, 20 years of age?
19, yeah.
Look, these are big games for him. And I think any coach, I certainly think, the Hampshire, the coaching staff, certainly the bowling coaches will be thinking, look, what he's doing, it's great. You'd expect the odd blip, should we say, here and there. But I mean, the experience he's getting from playing in this and being in this is fantastic.
Yeah, and I think that's what all the coaches will say. This is what this competition is about, particularly the counties that have lost a number of players to the 100. I think how many did we work out earlier from Hampshire? 6, was it?
Yeah.
They're going to be a lot of those being bowlers as well, might I add.
Mm-hmm.
When options are left a bit scarce, they're going to have to turn to some younger guys to step up, and I mean, just goes to show 2 opening bowlers, both 19 years of age. And try playing a false shot, just one that gets a bit of extra bounce on him, and Dom Kelly's finished well after a struggling start.
I mean, you look at Glamorgan, what have they got? Apparently 6 academy products, 7 Welshmen, and 8 players 24 and under. So it's not like Glamorgan have got a side full of 30-something-year-old players. There's still a lot of young talent in the Glamorgan side as well, much like the Hampshire side.
And that's a good point for this side that won the competition last year as well. It's not like they've just taken advantage of not losing players to the 100, because they have.
Yep.
Even last year. Mason Crane, of course.
The talk is Sam Northeast will that's a good shot by Eddie Byram. Sam Northeast might come back into the squad at some point, but what the youngsters have thought that the batters need to do now is make it incredibly difficult for that to happen, or make the coaches make a real tough decision on leaving one of them out. Obviously Sam's a quality cricketer, and I'm guessing they'll want him in the squad at some point. But so it's up to the batters to make it a difficult decision for the coaching staff.
Yeah, absolutely. Northeast, as we understand, is away on parental duty at the moment after the birth of his second child last week. But we expect he will come back into the squad. Sorry if you heard any effects on the microphone there. Andrew just trying to ensure that you didn't hear the full brunt of his sneeze. Ooh. This one down the leg side, half an appeal, but one of those to maybe trick the umpire to not give a wide, and it's successful.
Yeah.
Unless it flicked the pad on the way through.
Yeah, it must have flicked something.
Asa Tribe does tend to bat, not sure if he does in white ball cricket as well, but from what I've seen of him in red ball cricket this year, does tend to bat on off stump as well, so anything that does flick the pad will be worth going for.
You were bold.
And a good decision to leave after thinking about playing outside the off stump. Tribe, he's, I think, after playing plenty of county championship cricket now, after coming into the side, he's going to find that balance between you know, which balls to leave and which balls to play, which
Definitely.
of course is all part of development, which comes
Absolutely
through all formats of the game by picking up skills in those different formats.
That's well
He's
bowled.
found the edge and dropped.
Wow, that looked like a steady ball.
Well, Joe Weatherly, it is at second slip. It's not too dissimilar a chance to what Kieran Carlson dropped earlier.
Yeah.
And, well, that came to rue Glamorgan in the first innings with Gubbins dropped on 4. Went on to make 144 not out, while Asa Tribe has just had a life on 7.
This lad looks a real deal, this lad, Tony Bowling, in fairness.
Yeah, he doesn't look too bad.
I think he's we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of this lad in the future. Looks exceptional.
At the end of the over, Glamorgan, after getting a reprieve, 28-4, no loss from 5 Eddie Jack, as you say that, Andrew. Very impressive to start with for our Hampshire viewers. If you don't know much about him yet, I'm sure you will do very soon.
I'm not sure about his choice of ends, man. I'm just looking at the flag and he's running into the breeze. He's going to have to sort himself out there.
Have a word.
Yeah. I mean,
Byram's shaped up nicely here, 18 from 16.
Yep.
Scored fluently through backward point when the opportunity's been there, and a steady start.
definitely.
You feel someone will have to
Anchor the
go
innings.
big
Yeah,
after
yeah.
seeing what Nick Gubbins did in the first innings.
Yeah, I'm saying. I mean, again, it's a great shot by Eddie Byram. That.
This time it's in
Shot
front of square. Not
course.
quite all of it to get it to the rope, but does get through for a couple as the captain Gubbins does the fielding.
Yeah, you'd say somebody's got to get a 100 for Glamorgan. I'd say, but when you look at that first innings, you know, like I said, towards the end of the innings, he didn't go off really quickly, did he? In fairness, he's looked at the bat time and he's caught up towards the end after he'd got his 100, and he's just given Hampshire a fantastic platform to accelerate. As you said, the last 10 overs where they scored 130 they scored of the last 10 overs.
Yeah, 129 of the last 10.
The last 10 overs. So
I think his 100, so 144 of 147 he finished. I think his 100 came in 127 balls, so
yeah.
it wasn't even rapid fire.
Nope.
Clipped nicely by Byram. There's a sweeper.
But Glamorgan will be happy with this start so far, for sure.
But as you say, that explosion at the back end notably was key. Gubbins and Felix Organ, which was the last unbeaten partnership, 54 from just 23 balls that came in. Tribe just looking to use his feet. Still content defending.
So it's the required rate is 6.66 there. So I mean, again, we're going just 5.3. We'd be happy with that as a start for sure. Glamorgan.
It's off the inside half of the bat again. Just content with their beginnings. Glamorgan, after Hampshire did similarly, they were just 16 off the first 5. Of course, still a long way to go.
Is that right? Hampshire 16 off the first 5.
Yeah, Harris was very economical, wasn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
And Glamorgan are 32 off the first 6. Look at some other scores. In Group A, Gloucestershire 341 in the first innings posted at Cheltenham against Derbyshire.
Cheltenham's another one. It's a quick scoring ground, isn't it? Out ground.
Notts Outlaws 283 for 9 posted in their Group A game against Essex up in Succolm. If you want to look for Glamorgan action, the under-18s are in action at Newport. Also the Women's Academy playing against Yorkshire in a 3-day game.
Shot.
Well played by Tribe, riding the bounce. Gets it out towards deep square. Not enough to send it all the way, but enough for a couple. Yorkshire women are 172 for 5 in that academy fixture. And as I say, Glamorgan's under-18 boys are also in action in Newport against Somerset, where Jack Kenchington nears a century.
Ooh,
pulled by Tribe.
Shot.
He rode the bounce on the last one.
Yeah.
And this time he's gone for the full-blooded pull shot and played it nicely. Played it down in front of square. And that's a glorious shot.
It's a very good shot, that. He said the amount of time he had, in fairness, there, Jack's bowled some seriously quick balls here, and Asa hasn't. He's hit that well in front of square. Bold, well
That
played.
one
That's
was
a great
quicker.
leave. That's a good leave as well, that from Asa. That was a good leave.
Maybe if, as we've seen so far, particularly from that end, from memory, obviously that's the end. Leonard bowled at first.
Yeah.
Maybe just into the pitch isn't the plan. Obviously short square, but just in general, maybe that the pitch just isn't getting the pace off it when it's short of
Banned in
length.
too short, yeah.
This one is quick and it's edged.
That's well bowled, that.
Tribe looking to play away from his body through the offside, and he's found the edge. Eddie Jack. First wicket falls. Tribe for 14. Glamorgan 38 for 1.
In fairness, I think he's deserved that. Blake, in fairness to him, I think he's bowled enough balls in enough good areas to warrant that wicket. He's gone a bit fuller there, so he's gone 2 short balls, or relatively short balls I should say, back of a length balls, and then he's gone a bit fuller, and Ace's eyes have lit up, and unfortunately he's just nicked it through to the keeper. But probably fairly wide, hypercritical. Easy to say, get your front foot further across, but when you're bowling that quick, he's bowling good pace there.
As you say, he just set him up, hasn't he? The ones into the pitch obviously weren't as quick, and then the next two have, you can tell, they've just had that extra bit of effort.
Effort in it, yeah. But that said, look, a nice little start from Glamorgan. It's brought Will Smale to the crease. Again, somebody who's been doing really well this season.
Someone who doesn't mess around either.
He doesn't hold back either. No, he doesn't, in fairness. I enjoy watching him bat. Really enjoy watching him bat. Played.
And that's
a great start.
What a brilliant start to his innings. Off the mark with a boundary. First up, just tucked off the hip, and it looked like he had loads of time there.
Well, he made that look easy, didn't he? That's so disheartening as a bowler when you run in that pace and you see a batsman play that easy. It's a great start for Will.
And someone accustomed to playing in a power play, as he did in the T20 Blast.
Well played again.
So he is used to batting with just the 2 fielders outside the circle.
Yeah.
7 overs gone, 42 for 1 now after that over did bring the wicket, but also did bring a useful amount of runs for Glamorgan. Are you leaving us?
I am.
Andrew Davis is making way for some time, which means we can bring Ash back in.
Hello, hello.
For the first time in the second innings. Have you had a nice little rest, nice break?
I'm a quarter pounder with cheese to the good.
Very good. Bit of energy to get you through.
I think Andrew may be heading round there now, I think. He may be disappointed that the lobster thermidor that he's looking for may not be on offer. They've run out of chips.
Run out of chips.
They've run out of chips. That's a serious crisis.
It is. Well, we're back here on Thursday, so, you know, maybe notes to be had.
Good for the waistline. That's how I'm trying to deal with it psychologically. I didn't need those chips.
Another one down the leg side from Dom Kelly.
Yeah, his line's been a bit awry, hasn't it?
It has. Been impressed with these young seamers so far?
Well, Eddie Jacks looks quick, doesn't he? Yep, looks quick. Good bounce. Yeah, a handful. Certainly, I think probably deserved his wicket. Having had tried dropped a couple of overs before. Just threw one a little bit wider, didn't he? I think Ace's eyes lit up and couldn't help but go after it because probably the speed of it just meant he didn't quite get there. Just nicked it through to the keeper.
Dom Kelly does have his line to the right-hander. Yeah, I think all of his wides have actually come against Byram, so maybe it's just getting the line to the left-hander is what he's struggled with so far. But nonetheless, I think both teams would be content with their start. Glamorgan going at a very solid run of ball thus far.
Yeah, they're certainly ahead of where Hampshire were at this stage. Probably, I know Hampshire didn't lose a wicket until they were 68, I think it was, but so they're ticking along a little bit quicker than Hampshire were. I think they were 42 for 1 after 10, Hampshire, so you can tell from that Glamorgan are a little way ahead, but they caught up brilliantly, didn't they, Hampshire? That was what was so good about their innings. They kind of paced it well and gave themselves the opportunity to really have a charge later on, and Glamorgan won't want to lose too many more wickets, certainly not in the first 10 overs.
This one down the leg side, and that is an exceptional take from Ben Mays. Well, he's already showed off with the bat earlier, and he's showed off there with a sensational one-handed take down the leg side. Just a shame it didn't clip anything on the way through, but
wow. Oh yeah, he's a proper athlete, isn't he? Proper athlete.
Sprawling effort.
In what position he plays at hockey. Fantastic leap and take that was.
Smale driving uppishly,
oh dear.
And that is a soft dismissal. He puts his head down. He knew exactly when it came off the bat. Spliced it straight to cover, and he has to go. Glamorgan 45 for 2. Will Smale gone for 4.
Yeah, slightly curious dismissal that one. He made quite a good cracking sound off the bat and then just looped straight up in the air with like no power at all. And couldn't really have given an easier catch. Yeah, right off the toe end of the bat, I think. If you got any sort of bat on that at all, you thought that would have easily cleared cover, but yeah, right off the end and just dollied up. A simple catch. So Glamorgan lose their second wicket, and well, a little bit of a concern.
Well, if there's anyone they want to walk to the crease at this stage, though, it's the man who's been in brilliant form, Kieran Carlson. Fresh off a century up at Old Trafford in the latest county championship game. And he's got a job to do here. Still 280 required for Glamorgan. Long time to bat. And one thing with Carlson as well, he's someone who can quite quietly score at a very quick rate. He's quick between the wickets, he's very proactive.
Yeah, he's just busy generally, isn't he? That's the way he fields, the way he does everything, the way he bats. Just always busy, lots of energy. He'll never just sort of stand there, and there are not many passive periods of play when he's involved.
And in the blast, he's also proven he can be a nightmare for bowlers, just taking any ball. And Kelly just still struggling with his line.
Well, that was to the right-hander. That's the slight difference, though. But that was must have been very wide to go wide that way.
Yeah, Carlson, even in the blast, has shown he can just take any ball and feels like he can put it to any part of the ground he likes. So, especially with a young attack as Hampshire have, inexperienced for the most part. If Carlson gets in the groove, that could be something that Hampshire struggle with.
Kelly just needs to get his line right here. Because the ball is just doing a little bit. Seeing that one that started wide, it did move away off the pitch, but it was so wide that it was never going to cause any trouble to the batter. So of the two, he certainly struggled a little bit more. That's bowled 5 wides. But actually, even though it feels slightly different, he's gone for the same amount of runs as Jack. I haven't really felt like that watching it.
No, Jack was carved away a couple of times by Eddie Byram, backward of point, wasn't he? Whereas, yeah, as you say, Kelly's gone for less off the bat, but has been a bit wayward at times. Eddie Jack continuing for final over from the power play at his end. And there's a chase on here. And it's unfortunate as the sprawling dive is unable to be hauled in. I think that's Andrew Neil with the fielding effort there, but 4 to Byram.
Very committed chase, wasn't it? Just goes up the hill here, which I think gave the fielder hope as he was chasing on. It was a nice shot, nicely timed from Byram. He got his hand to it, and then I think just sort of momentum caught a little bit of his body in his shirt as he tried to flick it back, and which carried it over the ropes in front of the folk by the nice big white tent over there. So the Glamorgan 50 is up. 50 for 2 in the 9th over.
Yeah, as you say, come much quicker than when Hampshire's did. Theirs didn't come till the 12th over. And this one just a bit uncomfortable for Byram as he just readjusts.
He's got a strongly built, isn't he? Quite chunky, physical looking bowler. Really powerful action, sending it down at good speed.
Yeah, he's got the fast bowler's build you want, doesn't he? He's, relatively tall, got a high action, and as you say, a strapping lad. It's fuller ball, Byram unable to squirt through the offside.
Well, I wonder where Eddie Byram is now. Needs to do the job that Nick Gubbins did for Hampshire. He's got himself in. Got himself to 25, faced 23 balls, seen a couple of wickets tumble around him, and that's exactly a little bit later on in the innings, but that's kind of what happened to Hampshire as well, when Ali Orr got out and then Tilak Varma followed pretty soon after. And now you'd think Glamorgan will be looking to Eddie Byram here to be the guy who's going to bat for a long time here. Can he be the guy who stays around, bats long here, takes it deep, and lets the others sort of come and support him? So I suspect that's what Glamorgan will be hoping for now. And Eddie Byram himself, now he's got himself in, hopefully he's got himself through that difficult, sticky early patch. He's certainly looked pretty comfortable, hasn't he? He's not been in trouble too much. And with Carlson at the other end, who can score very, very quickly when he gets going with those flashing fast hands. You might be happy to play second fiddle at this end, but not for now. That's clipped beautifully for 4. Backward of square. And Eddie Byram's ticking along very nicely here. Moves on to 29 from 25 balls.
Yeah, you get value for shots here, don't you? He's in the areas where it feels he would normally just be accumulating. If this were at Sophia Gardens, he's getting full reward via 4 runs. with plenty of cut shots through deep third and flicks off the pads backward of square leg side.
Bit of luck there. Again, just trying to make things happen. He's not just standing there and taking it from Jack, but I'm trying to move up and down and put Jack off his length. So decent over from Glamorgan, a couple of boundaries there. So even though Jack's been certainly challenging the bat all the time, they're going along nicely. 54 for 2 now. Byram 29, Carlson yet to score. But can they build a platform, these two now? Can they just bed in for a little while, get out the power play into those middle overs, just keep ticking it around to give the team a chance to really have a charge?
Oh, we're going to see a change as well. So this is going to be something different for Glamorgan to have a look at. And when I say something different to look at, because this is someone they would not have seen before, I can imagine. 16-year-old Manny Lumsden on debut to captain Kieran Carlson.
Ooh, hello.
And he's nearly found the edge.
Well, one can see why they might have possibly thought he had something to offer from that first delivery.
Well, Jimmy Adams must... Oh, wow, yeah. And Jimmy Adams must be impressed with him, because he's not even played a great deal of second 11 cricket. I think just two T20 second 11 games. But obviously impressed at under 18
really charges
level.
in, doesn't he? Nice fluid run up. Oh, and again, more acrobatics behind the stumps from Ben Mays.
Does it make you feel a little bit sick seeing someone born in November 2008 playing
and you're saying this? You're about half my age, so well.
I won't say when I was born, but yeah, in the 21st century.
Yeah. Yeah. Gosh, what was I doing 16 years ago? Oh, hello. He's connected with that. Well, that is an ideal response. That has been smashed into the car park. And it's also been called a no ball.
Yeah, well, we're sat pretty much bang in line with the crease at this end. And I have just noticed the first couple of balls. Manny Lumsden has been very close. He certainly pushes the front line. And on that occasion, umpire Ben Peveril has adjudged him to be over, which is not what he would have wanted. A ball that was worth 8 runs.
Yeah. Well, I suppose the ball goes onto the bat fast, comes off it even faster when you've got someone like Kieran Carlson with his hands. He's certainly got plenty of gas, but it's a bit of a... Well, we've had everything in this over. We're getting a mix. We've had a really rapid first, then a wide, then a 6 and a no ball. Now another wide. He's pretty raw, but I think it's what they say about fast bowlers is you can sort of you can coach a bowler to bowl line and length and to put the ball in the right place, but you cannot teach pace. That's you've either got it or you haven't. And I think he certainly has it.
A free hit again, and same result. It's 6 more, and it hits the fence on the edge of this ground. And well, I don't want to say he just needs to settle into an area, because as you say, coaches will be more excited by the pace a 16-year-old can offer, but he's just bowling to Kieran Carlson's success here. 16 runs conceded from just 2 legitimate deliveries so far.
Yeah, pressure on the young man now. Oh, and there's another
6 more. Down on one knee, Kieran Carlson, and in all fairness to the young debutant, that was not a bad ball. Kieran Carlson has picked that up off a length, trusted the bounce, and that has carried a long, long way over the pavilion.
Well, this is professional sport, and this is a pretty tough lesson for Lumsden at the moment. There's not much room for sentiment. Pretty hard place for a young 16-year-old to be. having gone for 3 sixes in your first over on your debut. Well, how will he respond? Well, quite rightly, he's getting a bit of support, just taking a bit of advice about what to do. He's got the raw assets, certainly. Got plenty of pace, but I think Kieran Carlson really putting the pressure back on him now and giving Hampshire a few questions, a few things to think about here. Can he blaze away early on and really put this young man under pressure? Could he hit him out of the attack early on and force Hampshire to change all their plans and change what they were hoping to do?
Well, I spoke about when Ned Leonard had a struggling start earlier, where Glamorgan would have to potentially find a 6th and 7th bowler. If we look at Hampshire, spoke so much about their young attack. Manny Lumsden 16, Dom Kelly 19, Eddie Jack 19, already seen all 3 of those. Andrew Neil, another debutant, 25-year-old left-arm off-spinner, can expect to see him bowl. And then you're looking at Tom Prest, Felix Organ, bit of off-spin, Nick Gubbins potentially, Tilak Varma potentially. So a lot of options via part-time spin, but that is all it is.
Well, this is a big test of character for the young man. I feel for him in some ways, but there is no room for sentiment in professional sport. The game to be won, and a good comeback.
Well, it's just relentless, isn't it? It's a small ground. The ball has come onto the bat relatively nicely, with the ball is still relatively new, less than 5 overs old, because it's a new ball at each end, of course. And Carlson is, of course, a magnificent player. And when you give away a free hit as well, of course, that's another thing you just have to accept is going to go for a boundary. Well, he's got protection down there. One of just 2 fielders outside the circle is the deep third. So he manages to get just a single from that one.
So how many balls left?
1 to go.
Well, it's an over he won't forget. Can he finish it off with a wicket? That would really make it memorable. A little bit for everyone there.
Well, he has shown he's got pace. He's got something that coaches can work with. They won't worry about how many his first over in professional cricket has gone for.
No, he does look really like he's got the raw assets. No, this is in the air. Is it going to catch? I think. Oh, he's caught it. That's a brilliant catch. I didn't think he's going to get there, and he has. Manny Lumsden has finished what was a very testing over with a wicket. He's got Eddie Byram out, who is caught in the deep, top edging an attempted pull shot. And well, we wondered how this eventful over would end, and Lumsden has finished it with his first wicket. Well done him.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's that pace. Clearly rushed Eddie Byram, banging it into the pitch, and a spectacular catch. Backtracking. It's someone with no name and number on the back, so that's not ideal. So it must be Andrew Neil,
yeah.
I can assume.
Yeah, good catch in the end, actually. Came over his shoulder. There were 2 fielders converging on it, and there's a question, are they going to bump into each other? Actually took it really, really well. His glasses came off in the process, but kept his eye on it the whole way, and actually pouched a really good catch. So, Hampshire have their 3 wickets in the power play. 77 for 3. Glamorgan are now. Hampshire were 42 without loss at this stage. And always like to have a look at the old Duckworth Lewis at these points, just to kind of get some sort of gauge as to sort of how things fare and how the loss of wickets factors in against the better rate of scoring. You have to say Hampshire would be pretty pleased, I think, to have 3 out at this stage.
Yeah, DLS 115 we can see on the scoreboard to our right. So credit to Manny Lumsden for getting out that over with a bit of success. Credit to Eddie Byram, who got Glamorgan off to a decent start, 29 from 27 for him. The return to first team cricket for Glamorgan, and I'm sure he will have a part to play in the rest of this Metrobank one-day cup competition as the second power play begins. Felix Organ is replacing Eddie Jack, so we're going to see a bit of off spin.
I enjoyed watching Felix Organ bat earlier on. Great little cameo at the end of the innings to get Hampshire up well above 300. He got a quick fire 30. Now what can he do with the ball? So, two experienced players now at the crease for Glamorgan. And wouldn't Billy Root really like to remind everyone what he's about? Feels a little bit like the forgotten man of this season.
Yeah, just the one first team game for Billy Root this year, and that came just a couple of weeks ago. He was in for Sam North East on paternity leave, scored a 30 and then was dropped again. He's played a lot of second 11 cricket, often captaining the second 11 side. Had some good knocks there, including a good T20 100 from a very collapsed score as well. So he has been playing good cricket. He's just been rather unfortunate, particularly with the county championship side. It's been so difficult to force yourself into with, the top to middle order of North East, Carlson, Ingram, Kellaway, who's had such a good year, Cook at 7. So
yeah, they changed it after 2 matches, didn't they? The championship side, and then they've gone so well since that they've just stuck with the team that's working. And because unfortunately for Billy Root, that's meant that he hasn't really had a chance. But really great opportunity to remind everyone now what a good player he is. Get a score. Nice that Glamorgan have a right-left combination again. We saw Kelly in particular struggling with his line to the left-handers, just provides an extra question mark. Organ deciding to come round the wicket to the right-hander. And just 2 singles from his first over, so tidy stuff from him. At the end of the 11th, 79 for 3, Glamorgan.
Yeah, good start from Morgan. Just bowling that kind of often deemed as defensive, isn't it, to bowl round the wicket to the right-hander if you're a right-arm off-spinner. But firing it in and just making sure he's going to concede no more than singles.
And they're well ahead of the rate, you can see. Glamorgan. Already the little worm is the black line at the top is already climbed much steeper, but it's the loss of those 3 wickets and the fact that Hampshire didn't lose as many early on gave them the opportunity to attack through those middle and late overs to get up to the score. So Lumsden to continue. Oh, and straight away Billy Root has half hit a pull shot straight to mid wicket. And the young man strikes again. Well, what a day he's having.
Well, it was a nightmare first 5 balls for Manny Lumsden, but his last 2 has left him on a hat-trick. The 16-year-old, born in November 2008, is making everyone remember his name here in Neath. Spectators unsure whether to applaud or sit bewildered.
Wow, hat-trick ball. It's one of those because he took his first wicket from the last ball of the previous over. I don't know if everyone has remembered or noticed. So it'll be Zain Ul Hassan, who's the batter who's going to have to face that hat-trick ball. We've had a hat-trick of 6s, and we're going to have a hat-trick of wickets in this short spell. Only bowled 7 legitimate deliveries so far. And it has just been box office entertainment either way.
Well, that's what you want to see, isn't it?
It's all good.
Zain Al Hassan as well. He's been opening in the red ball this year, hasn't he? So this will be just get right behind it. Keep it out.
So they've got a slip in, but nothing particularly special, I think, for the hat-trick ball. Deep square leg. And a deep mid-wicket. Oh, the 2 fielders out on the leg side. survives the hat-trick ball. Anyway. And a rebuilding job required. Well, Kieran Carlson is there. You'd think it needs to be this pair. Because once one of these two goes, Alex Horton next. Very capable wicketkeeper batsman. But then you are into the bowlers. Some of them, decent bats, it has to be said, but yeah, definitely hurrying the batters here, getting good lift, but that one just straying down the leg side. Does look quick. Exciting, isn't it? Man, imagine him facing him in a school match when you're 16.
Yeah, no thanks. And he's probably bowling quicker than he ever has because of adrenaline as well, isn't he? You can only imagine what's going through his head right now. Blood would be pumping.
Well, for the evidence of this, Hampshire have got a real treasure trove of young talent to work with.
Well, no wonder they keep losing players to competitions like the 100, because if this is what they're producing every year.
Well, it does seem a shame they're not playing more often. They look like a talented bunch. And this is the youngest of the lot. Well, that's good, just rotating the strike. Al Hassan's off the mark. That's something that Glamorgan will look to do, I think, if they are under the cosh a little bit.
Yeah, it's just a rebuilding phase, isn't it? And these two are... Okay, Zain Al Hassan doesn't have the greatest deal of experience. We've played plenty of red ball cricket over the last 2 years. And particularly at the top of the order as well. So he knows his role, along with Captain Carlson, who we know you can never rule out from winning a game for his side. He's looking to pull that one. And a no ball given again. So this will be yet another free hit for Kieran Carlson to try latch himself onto. Although he does feel he missed out on that one.
So, Kieran Carlson free hit. Where's this one going to go? Drives over cover. I think it's one bounce 4. Causing a little bit of evasive action. A couple of the supporters there in the deck chairs.
Well, that was some shot, wasn't it?
Put it away well, didn't he? Didn't hit it too hard, but it fairly flew to the boundary. It's a risk-free shot, knowing that he couldn't be caught or... And just put his hands to the ball really nicely. So, good little battle here. Cuts that one away. I think that's going to go as well. It does. Beats the sweeper on the offside. Back-to-back boundaries for the Glamorgan captain. He's racing along already, going at a strike rate of 200. Not hanging around.
Well, he barely hit that, did he? He just held his bat out there, beat the fielder, and it was 4 the moment it left the bat. 91 for 4 after 12. Well, Lumsden, after his second overs, 2 for 35. Will that be just say, well done, you've done your job, and now we'll make sure we contain for the next 38 overs, or keep going, see how many wickets you can take?
Well, I mean, it's a good question, because if they keep taking wickets at regular intervals, almost that will just take the runs issue out of it. Glamorgan are well ahead on run rate, but we were talking about that Duckworth-Lewis. It says 152 now, which just puts into kind of a numerical figure the value of those 4 wickets at this early stage. Long way to go, still 38 overs to bat here, and 4 of Glamorgan's top order already back in the pavilion with their afternoon over. And so it does mean that a lot rests on these two, you'd think. You'd want this pair, if they can, to bat for the next 25 overs. And you think if they do that, Glamorgan will be very much in the game.
Yeah, if you look at what's to come, Alex Horton in next, young, relatively unexposed player. And then you're into the bowlers, albeit, you know, Andy Gorvin, James Harris, Ned Leonard, all very capable batters. But they're not going to want to come in wanting too many.
I don't think at this stage, probably if I was Hampshire captain, that I wouldn't mind. I think maybe keep going with Lumsden, although he's been expensive and has had a few problems, but he's taken wickets, and I think there is a sense in which the batters are prepared to take a risk against him because they think he's young or he's a bit all over the place and they're not quite sure where it's going to be. But because he is quick and a bit slippery, you know, the chances of a miscue or a mistake are quite high, particularly for batters who are taking risks and trying to hit the ball out of the ground. As we've already seen, very easy to get a toe end and just loop one up to cover or top edge it into the air. So, given they're in such a good position, and they've already got a good score on the score on the board already, might be worth keeping going with the young man, I think.
Especially when Organ is containing at the other end, just another over going for 2. Yeah, it's a good point, and don't mean to sound insulting to the young man, but you see it in club cricket where, you know, particularly the quicker bowlers, the surprise straight ball is the one that foxes the batters, isn't it? You know, when you are being erratic, sometimes it can come to your advantage in a bizarre way.
Well, Josh Tongue was a bit like that in the recent Test match, wasn't he? In the 5th Test,
yeah,
you know,
5 wides.
First ball went straight to second slip, but then he does bowl an absolute jaffer every so often. You know, a wicket-taking ball comes, and strangely, batters seem a bit more susceptible to it because it's not been consistently in that place. Wow. That is probably the biggest of the lot, I say. He's just picked that up, Kieran Carlson, and absolutely hammered it. And they've failed to find 2 that have gone in that area, and I wonder whether this one's going to be coming back. Already, I think the umpires are walking towards the pavilion, and I think they're going to ask for the box of balls. That was huge.
He's just so good off his hip, isn't he? Kieran Carlson. There used to be a bit of talk about Carlson being a bit susceptible to the short ball when it's up in his armpit, but plays that off the hip, just swivels. He's barely trying to muscle it out the ground. Pure timing. Just picks it up perfectly and helps it on its way. And, well, we talk about how small the boundaries are here, but that has gone a long, long way.
Yeah, absolutely massive that was. A lot of pace on the ball from the bowler. Fast hands of Kieran Carlson coming straight through the ball, and that has gone a country mile.
And already,
I have no idea where all these balls are landing, whether they are landing on houses or into gardens or in a car park. Does anyone know what's? Just looking around to see if anyone who has any local knowledge. I might go on Google Maps and just see. I think the price of home insurance has just gone up in the local area in this postcode, I think.
already pressure is back on to Lumsden. 6 first ball of the over is never what you want as a bowler. And then there's that Jaffa.
Good reply. Well, this is fun, isn't it?
It is. Every ball was something to talk about.
Wicket. Play and miss. Another 6. Well, it's great entertainment.
And I'll tell you, Ben Mays has been incredible behind the stumps so far. That's a unbelievable take again. It's nipped back. Okay, it's beaten off stump, but he still had to dive to his left-hand side, blindsided by Kieran Carlson.
He's a long way back as well, isn't he? He's a long way back. Yeah, Lumsden, I think, just get his length right here. Every time he's gone short, he's been hit out of the ground. See, Carlson raced on to 35, just 18 balls. How many 6s that he's got now? Must be a few. Must be at least 4, I mean, probably
4.
even more.
4 6s for Kieran Carlson.
Yeah. Oh.
Make that 5.
Yeah. It's 5. That one's straight. A bit flatter. that just hit straight through the ball. It was pitched up in the slot, and like a lovely 3-iron, just pinged it straight down over the bowler's head.
Well, as you said, Ash, it's entertaining. And there's the Glamorgan 100 as well. Okay, they're 4 wickets down, but 13.4 overs is some pace. And then there's the proper cricket from Kieran Carlson.
6 and leave. Yeah, have to respect that, I think. So when you've hit a 6, I think for lesser mortals, if I ever hit a 6, which is very rare, I would say, the adrenaline is absolutely pumping. It's very easy to do something silly the next ball because you're buzzing so much. I think that's what's so good about these batters, that they can sort of control themselves in that moment and just play the next ball on its merits. Yeah, just lets that one skid by. So just the 2 6s from it. And will he keep going with Lumsden? Well, I'm not sure now after this one.
Well, it's actually his least expensive over, I think. Oh no, sorry, that one and the second one both went for 12. It was the first one went for 23, but yeah, it feels like he's going for a lot more because of all the boundaries. But he does get a few dots in there as well, doesn't he? So.
But the important thing is he's got a twofer, and I think that's the thing. That's the reason I think why they've given him another one, and not least the captain's probably a little bit of good man management here, that he doesn't want to sort of, not the confidence of a young player coming through. Well, the boundaries are flowing now. Glamorgan are absolutely flying. There's a fascinating balance. If they could bat for 30 overs like this, well, they'll be there. But there's not much batting to come, and that's the risk and reward kind of conundrum that Glamorgan have, isn't it? How hard do they keep going? Because if they keep going hard, they do potentially expose the tail if they take too many risks and these two get out. Do they keep just attacking, or do they just try and make sure they're around for a bit longer and tick it over a bit more quietly? They will probably say, we're just hitting the bad balls, we're just playing every ball on its merits. It's not like they've taken any ridiculous risks, is it? I suppose that's one thing you can say.
Nope, I agree. But as well, as quick as they're going at the moment, over 7.5 and over, it's still a runner ball they need. And well, that is not playing the ball on its merit. That is taking a risk. Zain Al Hassan dancing down, getting nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Felix Organ has contained well at the start of his spell. He drew a false shot from Al Hassan earlier in the over. He got 4 for it, firing outside edge, but this time stumped. A bit of turn, and Ben Mays continues his fantastic debut and does the rest.
Well, it's very easy to say up here, but didn't feel like that was the right thing to do, as someone in the crowd shouts, "What are you doing, man?" as Zain Hassan walks off. And well, you might have some sympathy with that argument, although it's very easy to say up here. The run rate really not a problem for Glamorgan. They're going so nicely, but it's that wickets column is the problem. And so
still 216 runs needed. That's the conundrum to look at.
So the last recognised batsman now, Alex Horton. And he is a player who likes to get on with it.
Yep. Glamorgan don't hang about, do they?
No, batting 3 in the Blast team this year, with a licence to go out there and throw the bat. I don't know whether that really would be the right approach now. I mean, if the ball's there to hit, definitely hit it, but Glamorgan cannot really afford to lose too many more now. So I wonder whether that wicket might just have mean that Lumsden might get another over.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, they've got runs to play with, haven't they? And Nick Gubbins is an experienced player. I'm sure he'll know how to manage his team in order to get the best out of them, and I'm sure it's something Jimmy Adams would want as well. You know, they've got over 200 runs to play with. Why not give him one more? What's another 15 gonna do?
Well, if he takes a wicket, just bowls one wicket ball in the over. If he goes for a few, they will not care.
Well, whatever it is, I might have to watch Manny Lumsden from elsewhere, because Andrew Davies is going to replace me, and I hope I get back on at the rate of the wickets falling. Who knows?
Well, they've taken Manny Lumsden off. They've made that decision, I think, now. And I'm going to see Andrew Neil. Who's going to bowl his first over. Well, it's been exciting stuff.
Here we go.
All action.
This has been like watching highlights.
It's basically, yeah. That's right, yeah. Like, yeah.
Something happened since I've been gone. Wickets and
It
runs.
has. We've had everything. Well, he's listed as left arm medium. That looks more like left arm spin to me.
Yeah.
So he's from Hertfordshire, 25 years old. He's played for the Hampshire Seconds quite a bit. Taken 26 wickets for them across sort of the longer form of T20 games.
Yeah. Just looking at him earlier, he's trialled at quite a few counties as well, hasn't he?
So nice time to come on. Definitely a bit of pressure now. Well, a lot of pressure on Glamorgan. It's just the wickets. If they can just snaffle a couple more wickets, you think that's probably the game, isn't it now?
Yeah, this is a big partnership now. We need Kieran and Alex to settle in for a few overs here after having what's just happened over the last 7 overs. I just want to say though, Manny Lumsden's run up, he looks fantastic. I know everyone's going to go, Andy's gone at 15.6 and over, but honestly, as a young lad running in like that, beautiful run up, lovely action, good pace, I thought he looked fantastic.
Well, we were making the point, you could probably teach him to bowl the ball in the right areas, but you can't teach him to bowl that fast.
What you've got there, you can't give people that, what he's got. And you know, like, I know there's various bowling coaches around the world that will turn around and say, oh, I can get 4 mile an hour on you, 5 mile an hour on you. Really? He looked class. He's going to be something. He looked so good running in. Yeah, but you'll get that with him. But he looks fab.
Well, they've got a really exciting crop of youngsters, haven't they, here? Wow.
In fairness to Kieran as well, he's played some unreal shots as well against him. You know, he wouldn't have come up against that at academy level,
no,
probably 18s level. Kieran has played some unreal shots, great shots.
So Felix Organ, to continue, has been keeping things tidy from this end, while the chaos has been going on at the other end. But glorious chaos for the neutral.
Yeah.
Really exciting stuff.
I mean, Kieran's just kept us in at, you know, what are we, 115 or 16 overs. All right, this the wickets column that is the problem, but at least now with the run rate that we're going at, this gives Alex some time to just, he doesn't have to come in and go from ball one by any stretch. He can get himself in, build a good innings. Not put too much pressure on Kieran. You know, he's got to get off strike. Put the bad ball away.
So What do you think of the strength of Glamorgan's tail? I mean, to my eye, looks a little bit weaker than in other teams. You might have had Dan Dalthwaite coming in at 8.
Yeah, so who you got next?
So it'd be probably Andy Gorvin, James Harris.
James Harris has got a list 800.
Oh, hello.
Shot. Wow.
And I think that may have just gone all the way. No, just bounced just before the rope. Well, Alex Horton is not just going to be shy and retiring here in this match situation. If it's there, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, and that's important. He does that. It's important that if he gets one to put away, he puts it away. As I said, not to put too much pressure on Kieran. But certainly alternate the strike as well.
Well, this is what's fascinating now, isn't it? It's just how hard how many risks do they need to take, these two, and are shots like that risky? He'll probably say, well, he practices a lot. They maybe look risky to some of us, but to them, they perhaps don't see it as a risky shot. It's just a shot they play.
Yeah. Yeah, played.
That's a shot that feels safer. Punch it down the ground for one with a straight bat.
Yeah, I'm sure the coaches will be saying that as well. Just no risk cricket, 9 and over.
Yeah. Well, Kieran Carlson's gone off to an absolute flyer, but wickets have been tumbling around him. We've seen Root and Ul Hassan depart in slightly disappointing ways.
Yeah, I think
they'll be disappointed themselves. Again, they've tried. It's been dropped. Wow, that's a brilliant effort. Gosh, how costly could that be? He smashed it back flat, did Alex Horton. Diving goalkeeper style was the fielder at mid-off. And he tipped it over the bar rather than hung on to it.
Interesting to see. I mean, be interesting to see what Kieran's actually said to him or spoken to him. And I mean, look, Alex isn't a novice by any stretch. He's been on the Glamorgan staff now for a number of years. Okay, albeit he probably hasn't had much opportunity because Cookie's been playing so well. But I also think now Kieran can play a role where he just needs to have a chat. Look, for the next 10 overs, if we go at 4s.
Well, he's keeping playing the shots.
That's 4 more.
Played it beautifully. Used all the pace.
Yeah.
Got a lovely narrow angle on it, and that races away. Well, it's not your classic consolidation shot.
No.
But very nicely played.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's probably the difference, isn't it, between cricket of old farts like me and what we think and how we were taught to play, and the young players.
I was just going to say to you, Ash, it's the way they play now. It's just not a case of right. Well, we'll take over for the next 10 overs and we'll go at 4s. So 4 singles and over, and then we'll have a look where we are after 25 overs, and we'll go from there. Because it is literally we'll just keep our foot on the gas and put more pressure back on the bowlers. But I know the last 7 overs have been baseball on steroids, haven't they?
Yeah. Well, you sort of feel like something's going to happen every ball. It's either going to go for 4 or there's going to be a wicket. Or, well, I say 4, 6 mostly. There was a ripple of applause for that single. From maybe
from
just trying to send certain vibes out from the balcony.
I think that's from David Harrison, the coach. That was.
Yeah, just kind of without actually saying it. Yeah, good. We like rotating the strike without doing anything too crazy. Oh, Kieran Carlson comes down to him there. Oof. Well, Ben Mays has looked pretty sharp behind him. He did almost mess up that previous stumping, didn't he? I think he sort of caught it, managed to catch it in the crook of his elbow, and luckily Zainul Hassan didn't really make much of an attempt to get back, and so he had time to readjust and take.
He could have probably got
off.
Back.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd immediately swung round and tried, he might have
to get back. I think he would have been all right, because he didn't take it cleanly by any stretch, did he?
No.
He was quite some way from the stumps as well. He's had to take 2 steps back to get back to the stumps.
You probably, when you've gone so far, you just think, oh no, you just expect it to be a
Come down.
regulation stumping,
Yeah.
don't you? And you just don't even bother trying. But yeah. Bit of air on that one, toss it up in the air,
On.
and
6 more.
a fantastic shot. Well, Alex Horton is just following the lead of his captain here.
I think Horton's got a party to get to tonight. it's
Well, there's a bit of they're creating a bit of a party atmosphere here themselves.
yeah,
These two young teams. It's great entertainment.
great to watch. Yeah, sharp play. I was saying earlier, I've watched him bat a number of times this year in the second team, and he's played fantastically well. He's struck the ball so cleanly and just got them off to such a good start in 20 over cricket, where he's opened the batting.
Glamorgan are in serious trouble. 36 for 5 in the 19th over, chasing 325 to win against Hampshire. There's 3 teenage seam bowlers that played 4 wickets between them. A 16-year-old paceman, Manny Lumsden, conceded 4 runs in 3 overs.
Kept his foot down, just managed to keep his toe down there to Kieran Carlson. For a moment he was just going to drag it over the line. And young Ben Mays was ready to whip the bails off.
Opposing captain Wickets is 144 not out earlier on. Morgan chasing 325.
Right.
Well, that feels like what they need to do. Get the boundary, rotate the strikes, or rotate the striker there, sort of comfortably. Doing all right on the runs, aren't they? It's just that Wickets column, 5 down now.
The run rate's not a problem.
No,
The
no.
run rate's we're down to 6.
They still
Needing.
need almost 200 from this point on, don't they? So it's still quite a long way to go.
I think you're right. Looking at the tail, well, I say tail, the lower order, should we say?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna need that to be well below 200.
And I think we've talked about
180.
So we talked about how you can score quickly if you can hit the ball really, really well. But just looking at the 10, I think, are there many players who can play in that fashion? I don't know. I'm sure Andy Gorvin, James Harris, Ned Lennon would say, yep, we definitely can. We're good enough on a ground like this to score pretty quickly. But it's does feel like when you get down to the last recognised pair, it just feels like a moment, a little dotted line that you don't really want to cross too early in the match.
Not needing 180 now.
Oh, this is in the air. There's a chance. It's just dropped short. Ooh, living dangerously.
Yeah, we are living dangerously. But, I mean, for me again, there's got to be some communication. There's got to be some communication. Kieran maybe needs to have a chat with Alex and just go, look.
I mean, what is the mentor? Is it like a to use is it a Harry Brook counter-attack sort of thing, or is that not? Is it not the right time for that? It feels like maybe it isn't, but if it comes off, everyone say what a hero.
It is. I mean, like you say, hindsight's never wrong, is it? But I mean, if you look at the Harry Brook, on a WhatsApp group chat the other day, and they're saying, well, Harry Brook's lost us the game. And I said, well, he's put us in a position to win the game. So it's a difficult one, isn't it?
It's sort of both things at the same time, isn't it?
Yeah. I get why they're doing it. You know, they're relatively inexperienced spinners on at the minute, and they're probably thinking, right, if we can take these two down now, then they've got to bring the others back.
Yeah.
And if we can get through that period as well, then there's nothing much left to come back. I mean, I can kind of understand it. They want to put pressure on the young or relatively inexperienced cricketers that are bowling at the minute, but in this format,
yeah.
I mean, what have we got? Andrew Neely is 25 years of age.
He's probably played lots of cricket, but not much at this level.
Not at this level.
Yeah.
You know, he's
probably
been on
bowls a lot of
trial.
overs every summer, I'm sure. But
you know, he's played at Essex, Northants, Notts, and Worcester. You know, it's an extended trial period at Hampshire. So, he's played a lot of second team cricket, but not this stuff where you've got Carlson playing the shots that he was playing earlier. That's you're not going to come up against that too much.
Well, there's a sort of a hush around the ground at the moment. I think it's people not quite knowing what's going to come next. There's a sort of people are just a little bit gobsmacked by what they've seen, I think, so far. Is it going to be Glamorgan going to keep dashing?
It's a precarious position at the minute, isn't it?
Is it dash or crash? It seems that's probably the two options at the moment.
Yeah. So it's a change of bowling. So this is the Indian.
So Tilak Verma. He didn't last long with the bat earlier on in the day. Full toss to start.
Okay, here we go. Feeling something's going to happen here.
So the mid-off is up here. They're hitting over mid-off is definitely on. But the field is deep on the leg side. Going to him now. So, if he tosses them up in the air, will Alex Horton be able to restrain himself? That's probably the question we need to ask. Does he need to restrain himself?
I mean, it looks very easy for him at the minute, isn't it? I mean, what is he, 28 off 20 or 29 off 20 now? Carlson's 49 off 36, so it's not like they're struggling at the minute. Still keeping that required rate around about the 6 mark.
So 4 singles, and that's Kieran Carlson's 50 as well. From 37 balls, 5 6s and 2 4s. That says it all, doesn't it? Yeah. Used to be quite a rare thing, 6, didn't it?
And I mean, the way the field is at the minute, a run a ball is quite easy, isn't it?
They're spread around, there's lots of gaps.
Yeah.
And you probably are going to get, even just batting normally, playing every ball on its merits, something to hit. And if you, as we've seen, if you get it through the infield here, you do get good value. Chances are you'll get a boundary. In the air. Straight to Jack, who's down here in front of us on the cover boundary, doing the sweeper's job. No doubt, as a big fast bowler's got a very strong arm.
Got a set of shoulders, and he's got swimmer's shoulders.
Yeah. So Kieran Carlson, can he get himself to 100? If he does, I think Glamorgan will be quite a lot of the way there.
Yeah, like he's going to need. You'd expect he's going to need a big 100. Ash, what are we in? 176 still needed.
Yeah. That's a lot of runs, isn't it, when you're 5 down?
Yeah, he's going to have to get a lot of those. Sharp.
Pulls it. Don't think he's got enough to get to the boundaries. Jack runs round. Just keeps them to a single.
It's turned out a nice day now.
Yeah, it's been sort of hasn't been able to decide really the weather up to this point, but suddenly it's quite balmy. The decision to wear those pink shorts is probably paying off, Andrew.
Well, I've judged it all right. I'm not too sure about the pale blue
Your
legs.
instincts were right. You followed your gut and you've been proved correct. Yeah.
Oi, bold.
He's quite a tall man, isn't he?
Yeah, he is
Neil,
for a spinner.
he's tall for a spinner, so...
I just used to call that lazy. If you're that tall, you've got to be a seamer, haven't you? It's just lazy.
Yeah, can't be bothered to run.
Yeah. Oh, that's out.
Oh, I thought, why didn't he dive for that?
Yeah. As soon as he hit that, I thought that's out.
Yeah, that looked like it was within his range, his reach.
Within his range.
I think he maybe just decided not to stick the hand out.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite on it. It's
maybe it's the one he dropped earlier. It slipped.
Yes, Weatherly. Short mid wicket. Maybe he stung his hands last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, again a little bit upish, but Horton's going nicely now. Just needs to keep it going for a little bit longer.
Well, he certainly got the start.
So I imagine they can just set themselves little targets here, just to keep going as a partnership. What's the partnership worth now? Must be worth a few. It's 46 at the moment. And Horton's had the majority of those.
Another 7 off the over.
Yeah, without doing too much.
Without doing a great deal. Yeah. Was it me?
Seamlessly, a change of personnel. Thank you, Ash. Delighted to be back with you,
Yes.
Andrew. And, well,
I was going to say it was a relatively quiet 7.
I was going to say,
but they still managed to go at 7 and over.
Since we were last on commentary together, quite a lot has happened. As another wicket could fall and does. Horton couldn't resist, coming down using his feet. It worked to his advantage a couple of times already. And Tilak Varma has taken just 8 balls into his spell to remove the youngster for 35 caught at short third by Manny Lumsden, who's having a debut to remember himself. 157 for 6, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, look, Alex will be disappointed. He got a great start. Okay, he's 35 off 25, and you know the run rate wasn't a problem. We need 6 and over, you know, which in today's cricket isn't too taxing. You know, there's only 22 overs got. Yep, 168 needed, but for the life of me, I'm too old school. In that, I think for the next 10, 12 overs, we could have just pushed it around, got 6 and over comfortably, given the field is all out, and maybe got us into a position where we could have, if we needed to, then accelerate a bit more towards the back end of the innings. But I mean, the run rate, we're going at 7s. You know, I think, yeah. I mean, it'll be interesting. Maybe it's just I'm old school, and I don't at the minute. I just don't realise. I don't think we needed to play some of the shots that we've probably played. It's clear the wickets are the problem at the minute. But look, all good for experience. It's all about learning. Andy Gorvin's coming in now. I mean, again, more than capable with the bat. But we're in desperate need of a big partnership now.
Yeah, I mean, Gorvin is the sort of player who will just knock it around. And I suppose Glamorgan's argument for the wickets that have fallen so far is, on another day, they will all come off and they'll score 400. But you know, today not the day.
And again, it'll be interesting to see what what Colin Ingram says at the end. You know, I know that coaches these days don't generally come out and have a go at anyone. So in the media afterwards, I just think we've broken the back of it in terms of run rate. We're at sixes, and as I keep saying, that where the field positionings and where we're at 6 and over is not difficult. Even if we went at 4.5, 5s for the next 10, 15 overs, we'll still be then and didn't lose any. We'd still then be in a relatively good position to push on.
Well, Tilak Varma has got some reward out of this game after being removed for naught earlier on. Somewhat Glamorgan would have feared. Didn't do any of the damage in Hampshire's 324 first innings score, but is on the board with a wicket here. Well, it's down to Carlson now, isn't it? He's simple as got to score another 100 from here.
And again, therein lies the danger. You know, Alex is going so well as well, and you know, he's taken quite a bit of the pressure off Kieran by scoring quickly himself, Alex. The problem comes now is if Goals doesn't rotate strike, Kieran feels he's got to go, and then if Kieran gets out, well, that's good night Irene, isn't it? You're going to struggle to get anywhere then. So it's quite important that we keep rotating the strike as well.
Yeah, Gorvin, who's improved with the bat, with time at Glamorgan. He's pushing on now, so someone who's been at the club for some time, and as he's been playing more and more, being exposed to bat more and more. Not sure he's got a List A 50, but he's certainly got a first class 50 earlier this year.
Yeah, I was there for that. Yeah.
We're going to see a change of bowling as well. Tom Prest is going to replace Andrew Neil, who's not done too badly on debut. 4 overs, 0 for 22, the Hertfordshire man. Carlson takes a single off the first ball of the over, and this is where now I suppose we see what unfolds with Gorvin exposed to 5 balls.
It's quite a nice time to come on and bowl now. If ever you're going to want to come on and have a bowl, side 158 for 6, need another 167 to win.
I'm surprised Gubbins hasn't come on, but you know, captain,
go. Yeah, I'll have a
captain,
go.
yeah, mop up the tail.
I'll have a go, yeah. Just to make sure that man of the match award.
Yeah, absolutely. As if 144 wasn't enough.
The player of the match now, sorry.
Yeah.
Got to be careful. Player of the match.
Oh, Gorvin beaten on the outside edge. Quicker one from Prest, fired through.
Didn't really record anything this morning on his List A bowling, to be quite frank, more than his batting.
I've got something here. Let's have a look. Last season, 6 wickets at 19.83 in this competition, so I don't think he bowled too much. I didn't jot down how many overs, but 13 wickets at 27 in his List A career, so bit of a. I think it'd be harsh to say part time, but
yeah, definitely. You take that certainly at 22 years of age, and
yeah,
you know,
batting all rounder.
Batting all rounder. Yeah, the highest score 156 first class, and highest score 181.
Yeah, steady player.
List A, that at, what did you say? 22. Yeah.
Yeah, 22.
That,
and well, I suppose you're not going to bowl much when you're playing with Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
And he started well though. Pressed just 3 from his first over. Glamorgan 160 for 6 after 24.
Did you take Dawson to Australia?
I would, but that's because I don't look at the sort of Bazball way of Bashir. I've watched him play at Glamorgan at the start of the season. I think Liam Dawson gives something, and I'm sure Hampshire listeners will love to hear this. Well, firstly, he's a better bat, and he just bowls. He doesn't bowl for wickets, does he? The seamers, let the seamers get the wickets. He's going to bowl to contain. I feel like that's what Nathan Lyon does.
Yeah.
But he does get wickets, of course.
Yeah,
But I think he bowls purely just to let the seamers do their job, while he's just going to be quiet.
It's interesting to see that Ricky Ponting's definitely picking Bashir to tour from his commentary during the Test match, because he feels he's as close a spinner to Nathan Lyon as there is anywhere at the minute.
But I heard Nathan Lyon say he actually thinks England's best spinner is Jack Leach. So there's another interest. There's everyone's going to have a different opinion as Carlson looks to reverse sweep against the quicker one from Tilak Varma. He's not happy with the wide not being given. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who Mr. McCullum and Mr. Stokes and all the others on the selection panel choose.
Fitness is a huge thing, isn't it? Fitness is massive. If you've got Archer and the quickies all available, then you've got the potential to go, like they said as well, the Australian top 5 of the minute isn't exactly ripping up trees.
And I think another thing to consider, I just think Dawson in preference to Bashir, in the sense of, okay, you're never going to learn unless you do it, Bashir, but 5 games in Australia is going to be mentally torturing, and you've got to just fancy Dawson will be better in that environment as well.
Oh, he's a fighter, isn't he? There's no doubt about that. Dawson is you know what you're going to get with him, and he's definitely a scrapper.
Quick single taken from Gorvin, final ball of the over, so he will keep the strike, but Carlson is happy to complete the single nonetheless. 162 for 6 at the halfway stage.
Till like 3 overs for 9, so it doesn't look as if he's spun a great deal. It just looks as if he's varying his pace at the minute. That run rate is starting to creep 6.5 now from 6.
Yeah, all of a sudden the required rate is higher than the actual going rate, which is I think must be for the first time in the innings.
Yeah.
And yet it still feels like Glamorgan have been going rapidly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just that wickets column is a big problem, isn't it? Is it? Big problem at the minute.
But the positives for Glamorgan, Carlson off to a superb start in this competition, the backbone of what will be for the next 7 matches.
Yeah, some of those shots he played early on though, remarkable.
Yeah, I felt very privileged to be on air with that Lumsden spell, because, well, I heard the first thing you said when you came on air was it was like a highlights package, and it was, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Every ball felt like you were just watching, extended highlights.
But I mean, the coaching staff here will just be uber positive with a youngster when he bowled. But when you see the likes of that running in the way he run in and the pace that he bowled at the age he is, that's exciting. That.
Yeah, it'll be exciting, and plenty of chance to develop, as you say. He's only going to probably get quicker, stronger, and more controlled naturally through the coaching that is. And
what I loved about him, he just kept running in. He kept coming in. He didn't at any point, his head didn't go down. His head didn't go down. He kept running in, and he kept hunting wickets, which is probably what he's been told, is just hunt wickets.
If we just see this again, Gorvin.
Oh no, yeah.
Wanted the reverse sweep, then he didn't. Yes, no, and eventually gets home. Hands on heads all round. Last thing Glamorgan need now is a good old-fashioned barbecue.
Yes, no, sorry.
Any of them in your time, Andrew?
Yeah, plenty.
Any memories where you felt it really was costly in terms of, someone on a big 100 or in a game sort of winning scenario?
No, not too
nothing
much.
too memorable.
I remember running Crofty out in a Nat West game against Worcester in Cardiff. I think Rob was captain at the time, and I don't think that did me any favours. But it was comedy.
Were you picked for the next game?
It was comedy. It was. He uttered some words to me as he was running past me going up, I think, which was not
Pretend you didn't hear it.
not repeatable on air. But, yeah.
It happens.
It happens. Of course it does. It happens.
Verma to continue. 1 for 9 from 3 overs from the Oakwood Road end here at the Knoll in Neath. Looking to finish off Glamorgan's tail quickly. Gorvin is going to have something to say about that.
Yeah. He's certainly more watchful, isn't he, Corvs, at the minute? Than
yeah, and that's the way he'll play. I'm sure that's the way Kieran's told him to play.
And that's what I mean about earlier when Alex was in. You know, sometimes you just need your skipper to come up. Look, mate, right, we're just going to, for the next 5-10 overs, we're just going to tick over. If we go at 5s, you know, five singles in the over or whatever, and okay, if the bad ball comes along, we're going to stick it away. But it's evident that maybe that isn't the way to play anymore.
Yeah, I think they've just got to take it as deep as they can. Don't look at the run rate required. And just make sure they can bat as many of their overs as possible while getting as close as they can. And as I said, you know, one of these days they'll argue that the way they play could one day come off and, you know, everyone will score 100.
Yeah. I don't know. I always remember I was lucky enough to play with Callis when he came over to Glamorgan, and the scoreboard always dictated how he played. So Callis could come in and we could be 30 for 3 and he'd get us to a score, or he'd get us over the line. Or Callis could come in and we could be 140 for 2 and he could go berserk. You know, the scoreboard always dictated how he played. And I think that's why, look, you're talking about best in the world. I mean, in terms of cricketers that have played the game, for me, he's the best. 'Cause no one's ever bowled 90 mile an hour batted at 3 and got the amount of catches at first slip that he got. You know, you could talk about people like Shane Warne and them. Yeah, of course they were all fantastic out of this world cricketers, but in terms of what Callis actually did, there's no one that's really got close to that. You know, you bowl 90 mile an hour for you, bat at 3, and then stand at first slip. That's a steady cricketer, that.
Sensational. Change here, just a short spell for Tom Prest. Andrew Neil back on to get himself some more first team experience.
That was strange, wasn't it? Taking Prest off. I thought he did all right, didn't he?
Yeah, I think again maybe try get the overs into Neil, who you fancy he's probably going to be having to play the majority of the games in this competition. So, as you know, Prest has got even though he's only 22, he's got plenty of experience. As Neil, the 25-year-old, never played a first team game. 2 first-class games for Leeds, Bradford, UCCE when they were first-class classified games. Of course, not anymore. But you know, a very good player in his own right. You know, national counties player for Hertfordshire and plenty of success for Hampshire 2s this year. Mentioned earlier on air the Hampshire 2s game against Cardiff UCCE in a 3-day earlier this year. Neil took just a 5 for 14 in one of the innings. Nice. So, along with a few other wickets across the season as well.
It goes to show as well. I mean, at this age, you don't have to rule yourself out of being a professional cricketer at 25 years of age.
Well, Kent have just signed someone on for this competition as well. 27, Mo Rizvi. Had a spell for Glamorgan seconds as well.
Right. Okay.
He's taken a fifer this year for Glamorgan seconds and against them.
Oh wow!
Which is the sort of modern way of second 11 trialists, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you know,
there's something else I don't understand. Is that
That's a great thing about this competition, though, as you say. Like, you don't have to rule yourself out at a later age.
Yeah, sure.
I say later age. He's 25.
Yeah.
Just 2 off that Neil over then. 167 for 6 now after 28 at Glamorgan, just on the rebuild.
Yeah, run rate's dropped just below 6, and a run rate required now has gone above 7. So, look, it's 100% not panic stations as yet. Gorbs has given himself a chance to get in. Of course, a few runs by there. Alan Jones, Glamorgan legend. Yeah, he could come out and still bat you, Al. He'd come out with his cap on and still bat. He was unbelievable, Al. We've got great memories of Al bringing us through at seconds. It was funny. If we didn't do so well, he would never shout and scream, but you always knew where you stood.
Spent a lot of time with your coach, did he?
Yeah, brilliant times. Absolutely fantastic. We were very, our sort of age group coming through, we were very lucky in that we had Tom Carter, I've said it before, Tom Carter was fantastic, Alan Jones. And then obviously we had for the late John Derrick as well. Where they all had a lot of patience with us. Very lucky.
What about a slightly different perspective now? But David Harrison, someone you would have played with, of course.
Played a lot with Dave.
Head coach for this competition. What would he be saying to the guys in the dressing room?
I mean, Dave, he's quite chill, Dave, from what I remember. I can't imagine.
Slog sweep from Carlson, just evading the deep square leg fielder. Perfectly measured, 1 bounce to the boundary, and the first boundary for a while.
I don't think with Dave, I don't think there'd ever be panic stations. Again, I don't think he's ever one that's going to be ranting and raving. I think it'd be more of a sit down and discuss and learn. Let's not make the same mistakes again type of person. He's got more of a calmer approach than your hit the roof type of coach and shout and scream. I don't see Dave as being one of those. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't have thought so. He'd be more measured in his approach to how we go about doing things.
Yeah, my experience from, of course, a reporter's perspective when interviewing David is, very calm, very quietly spoken. And of course, second fiddle to Richard Dawson in the Red Bull and in the T20 Blast, but he's taken over as one-day coach for this competition with Ian Harvey, one of his assistants, who has also won this competition as assistant coach with Richard Dawson at Gloucestershire, and Colin Ingram in his first coaching role. So Glamorgan fans, potentially something to look forward to in the coming years when Colin Ingram does retire. Well, most expensive over of Tilak Varma's spell so far, but still going well. 8 from it, 175 for 6. And just gonna say goodbye to Andrew Davis again as another seamless change.
Glided into my chair.
Well, it's not been crash bang wallop in runs or wickets since your last time on air. With at one stage it looked like the innings could end after about 25 overs, but still going.
Well, the presence of Kieran Carlson, I think, is the big positive, isn't it? The fact that he's still there, a man who can really accelerate if Glamorgan do need to go at 7 or 8s later in the innings, which now looks like they will need to go potentially more than that. It's the wickets column, which is just the big thing going against Glamorgan here. 6 down, very much into the tail. I'm not sure whether Glamorgan have enough left in terms of batting resources to really mount a serious chase if they need 7, 8, 9, 10 and over, to do similar to what Hampshire did and scored at 12 and over, didn't they, for the last 10 overs?
Yeah, 129 from the last 10 is a destructive and disheartening feat on the Glamorgan side.
Well, Carlson could do that.
Well, that's the thing. He'd have to take 4 balls and over, wouldn't he? At least.
But even then, it's difficult, isn't it? If you've got to do it on your own. Whereas
you're
Hampshire had the
eventually going to
luxury
give it
of
away.
Players like Felix Organ playing a lovely cameo at the end. Alongside Nick Gubbins, who was just beautifully set, seeing the ball like a beach ball at that point, and able to find the boundary. I think that's the danger. Has this consolidation period happened 1 or 2 partnerships too late? That's just one of the questions I've got. That's a terrific shot there. Oh, and it fizzes into the crowd at head height. One bounce from Kieran Carlson there. Hopefully that's missed everyone. You sort of do take your life in your hands a little bit, sitting that close to the boundary. I think everyone's okay. And that was hit very, very hard.
Well, it's another over that Glamorgan have taken for 8, so that's all it takes, just the one boundary, and I say just the one boundary and 4 singles and over, but it sounds so simple.
Yeah, I'd still say it feels like it's Hampshire's game to lose because of those wickets, because they've got 6 top order batsmen out, and Glamorgan still need almost 150 runs to win. A lot of batting still needed to be done. There's a lot of grass. You could come now or come back. Come on, you come back in 5 overs, are you? Yeah.
Just had a visit from Chris Cook, who was expecting to do some commentary time, so do stick around. This game is still very much on the line, and of course you'll get to hear Chris Cook if you stick around.
Be interesting to know his thoughts about what Glamorgan need to do from here. Oh, it's a good piece of fielding from Lumsden on his debut. Just throwing himself down. Just slightly rubbing his knee after that dive. That's Felix Organ. Good all-round performance from him. With bat and ball to Carlson, now on 72, and so much rest with him. Plays the reverse.
That's beautiful.
Hit that gloriously. Yeah. Timing, wasn't it? Just the solid, true connection with bat and ball there.
The thing that always fascinates me with players playing the reverse sweep is it must be premeditated, but in some regard he's gone down on one knee and then sort of half stood up because he's had to adjust to the length. I think that's magnificent.
Yeah, I think you have to premeditate, but the skill is then when the ball's not exactly where you think it's going to be, can you adjust? Yeah. So I think there's always got to be an element of premeditation, because you wouldn't have time, would you, even against a spinner, to have a look when the ball's halfway out, then decide.
Yeah, you'd have to be quick to pick up line and length, wouldn't you? And then there's Andy Gorvin, just no thank you.
Well, he could do his sort of doing a job in things, isn't it? You just want to calm things down a bit and just restore a degree of sanity to the match and just a sense of control, which he has done. It's probably what was needed.
Well, it's a partnership of 32, so okay, Gorvin's only got 9 of them, but all crucial runs if Glamorgan are going to have a chance at the late stages. 189 for 6, 19 overs to go. The equation is Glamorgan need a further 136.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging from a Glamorgan perspective, no doubt about it. Hampshire will be feeling they're in the box seat at the moment. Feel like it's their game to lose. But the one big factor in Glamorgan's favour is the continued presence out in the middle of their captain, Kieran Carlson. He's already scoring at much more than the runner ball, scoring quickly. And he is a player, if he can hang around for long enough, can accelerate this innings, particularly such a small ground. So chance it, is it over? And that slams into the railings in front of us for a flat 6, just over the head of Eddie Jack, the fast bowler fielding in front of us. And so Kieran Carlson goes first ball, puts pressure on the bowler straight away.
Well, it's the debutant James Neal, so how does he come back when you've got Carlson throwing hammer and tongs at you?
So the run rate creeps below 7 again. I think it's going to be there and thereabouts. It doesn't. It feels from a Glamorgan perspective that run rate isn't really the issue. It's the wickets. And even though they have had a period where the rate has dropped a lot from what it was, they're still there or thereabouts, aren't they? They're still kind of roughly where they need to be.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the score between the end of the 22nd, 156 for 5, to the end of the 27th, 165 for 6. So there was a period of 9 runs in 5 overs. But because Glamorgan had that strong start, they've enabled themselves to have a rebuild, albeit slightly more so than they would have hoped. It's okay to lose a couple of wickets if you're going at a good rate, but to lose 6 inside the first 25 overs is less excusable.
Like Hampshire's job is just to make Andy Gorvin face as many balls as they can now. And you can see what happened there. 6 single to Carlson and then 4 dots against Andy Gorvin. Everyone got the runs they needed, but you think if they want to bowl as many as they can against Andy Gorvin, he's 9 from 36. So it's just literally just try to hang around, I think, and support his captain. And that could be good enough if he can just rotate the strike, feed enough balls to Carlson, who we've seen has got loads of power, can find the boundary in pretty much all areas of the ground, has got a 360 game.
Well, we're seeing a change as well. For the first time since the 14th over, we're seeing pace from Hampshire. Eddie Jack. It's been a long time of spin between Felix Organ, Andrew Neil, Tilak Varma and Tom Prest, but now back to the opener. And if you joined us since the first 9 overs of this innings, Eddie Jack was exciting. Okay, figures of 1 for 32. Did have a drop catch early on as well off his bowling before he dismissed Acer Tribe and showed exactly why England are interested in him, certainly, didn't he?
Yep, and you get a feeling that this is Hampshire's big play. Can they get the captain out with a burst from their big fast bowler, their main strike bowler in this side? If they can get Carlson out, you think game over.
Still got Dom Kelly with 6 overs to bowl if they want to use him. Manny Lumsden as well, only bowled 3, although it'd be brave to bowl him again, I believe. Although he did get 2 wickets. It's still a debut to remember for him. Nicely clipped by Carlson. And he's going to come back for 2. And a better throw. May have been in trouble, but Carlson's quick between the wickets and they get 2.
Yep, good running. That's definitely got to be part of the mix for Glamorgan here. Although it's a massive part of Sapphire Gardens where the boundaries are much bigger and you have to run a lot more of your runs. But certainly here, keep the singles going, try and turn 1s into 2s. All important to make sure that scoreboard keeps ticking over without taking too many risks.
Yeah, I would say, you mentioned Sapphire Gardens. I think straight dimensions are very similar.
Yeah.
but square, it's almost half, isn't it?
Yeah, and the corners are so big at Svaga. It's almost like a square ground, isn't it, where the corners are so far away. You can sort of hit it into those corners and comfortably get threes.
And yeah, it's square of the wicket where Carlson's so strong. That's why he's hit so many boundaries there today. He's had 5 4s and 6 6s in this 86 not out. We've seen both sides with a real captain's knock.
Yeah, absolutely. Captain's leading the way for both teams. It was outstanding. Nick Gubbins earlier, an outstanding knock. Wow, and that's huge. Such a clean, true strike.
And that probably is the biggest boundary on the ground, into that corner. And yet, Carlson, absolutely no bother.
So that's their fastest bowler. Little psychological moment. Their fastest bowler. The big quick has just been deposited over mid-wicket for 6. So Carlson moves into the 90s. But a small 100's probably not going to be good enough. They need a daddy 100, I think, here from Carlson.
Yeah, I said when he was on about 55, when Glamorgan were already 4 or 5 down, I think I said he needs another 100 from here if Glamorgan are going to win the game, and I still feel that way. Still another 121 to win, even though Glamorgan have got past 200. And it's been a good recovery so far. It's another 121 needed. You fancy Carlson needs 60 or 70 of them at least.
Yeah, definitely so, because you think in any partnership he's going to be involved and he will be the dominant partner. He will score much more quickly. I mean, certainly that's the case between him and Andy Gorvin at the moment. Andy Gorvin has been pretty content to just hang around and pick up the occasional single, try and get his captain back on strike. So Carlson will dominate, you'd think, any partnership that's coming. There's no one who obviously is a big hitter coming in.
Well, Ned Leonard, he hits a long ball if he gets a chance, but I don't think he'll be someone Glamorgan want in with still 100 needed. Maybe for the last 30 or so. They take a quick single to Vilak Varma.
Well, that's well done. Leaves 3 balls for Carlson. So 120 off 99 balls is the equation.
Oh, I like that. They've put it on the stream. That's when you know it's a game on.
Yeah, it makes it a bit easier
put that
to
on the stream.
Which is it's almost like the 100. This is now.
Yeah, it makes our job easier. yeah, it is convenient. They've done that with 100 balls left.
Of course, don't forget your 100 tickets coming up. First match at Fire Gardens for Welsh Fire this Saturday. Visit of London Spirit. It's a double header, of course. The Welsh Fire women on, I think, at 2:30 in the afternoon, followed by the men at around 6ish, and you can get your tickets for that at the100.com.
They're up in Leeds Thursday, aren't they? Playing Superchargers first, so that's a quick turnaround.
Yeah, they come thick and fast, don't they? I think the next back at Fire Gardens on Wednesday next week, I think. So loads of cricket to watch.
Yeah, and of course this competition, the Metrobank One Day Cup, will be heading back to Sapphire Gardens as well. Just a couple of games here in Neath in the meantime, and then back to Sapphire Gardens. I think the 17th of August is the first one there.
Yeah, Derbyshire here on Thursday in this festival week, I guess you can call it, here at Neath. This is where Glamorgan can spend a week away from their main home. Done this for a few seasons now. So enjoy it here. A nice little setup. Lovely to see county cricket in a more intimate setting.
Yeah, you can tell the fans enjoy it as well. Plenty packed in here now to see the finale.
Well, Kieran Carlson's just one big hit away from 3 figures now. He's going to do it in smaller shots though. Just takes a single off the first ball. But they're still leaving the field back, aren't they here? So there's no attempt to try and sort of make sure that Andy Gorvin can't get off strike. I think they have enough respect for him as a batter to think they can't take the mick really, and he such a small ground, you get any good bat on it, you've got a chance of getting the ball away for a boundary. So there are lots of gaps around for singles, but just a question of him staying in solidly behind that one.
Yeah, I was going to say that you could tell the first ball, the body language of the fielders was, okay, take your single, it's fine. There's still plenty of gaps, still 4 fielders outside the circle as permitted, but the fielders inside the ring have just taken a couple of paces in. Gubbins at extra cover and Varma at mid-wicket, just a little bit tighter.
Oh, and he's gone. That's another lovely catch behind, and that is a big blow. It's Jack again who's struck with the extra pace, finds the outside edge of Andy Gorvin. Another very athletic catch from Ben Mays behind the stumps. And Hampshire have their 7th wicket. Andy Gorvin goes for 11 from 42 boys. He looks very disappointed with himself, looks to the skies, and perhaps is wondering what he could have done differently. It was a good ball, just plenty of bounce. Just kind of went straight on, and I think it was the extra pace really that did for him. And so now James Harris comes in at number 9 for Glamorgan. Can certainly play, good bat. And I wonder what message he's bringing out to the captain from the coaches. Well, Carlson, he can't really do much more than he's doing at the moment. 95 from 72. He just needs people to stick with him.
Yeah, Gorvin's unlucky there. He's looking to run down to deep third, wasn't he? Get the single, get up the other end, but okay, he's only added 11 to the total, but that partnership of 52 is a much needed one from Glamorgan's perspective in this run chase. Okay, 116 is still plenty needed. If James Harris can do a similar role and Carlson can just keep going as he's going, albeit a big ask, he's made it look effortless so far.
So 2 wickets for Eddie Jack, 2 for 41. Bowled nicely, a little bit expensive early on, but has looked threatening the whole way through. And if you think you get 1 or 2 more, well, that could be game over. The slip is back in now. It's attack mode for Hampshire. They know it's about wickets now. Get another wicket, particularly if you could get the wicket of Carlson. Well, that would be good night for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I mentioned Ned Leonard. He can hit a ball, but 116 would be a bit of a tall order for him at this stage. Maybe 40 or 50 needed. He could do a good job, but that requires a big task from this pair. But the 2 most experienced players in this Glamorgan side, maybe bar Billy Root if you're going off age. James Harris has got a list 800, I believe. Not sure what year it came in, but he's been around a long time, of course.
It's a nice looking shot, just showing the full face of the bat, solidly in behind it, and he survives. So Jack gets the breakthrough. This breaks that little partnership that had just brought a degree of calm to things. I'm going to make way, and Blake will have a chat to our special guest, Chris Cook.
Yeah, thank you, Ash. Ash will take you through till the end of the game, if we get that far, after mine and Chris Cook's stint, Glamorgan wicket-keeper. Chris, thank you very much for joining us again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What a game we've got here in store.
Yeah, definitely. Not the ideal scenario. I mean, off to a flying start, but the Wickets lost 6 down at the halfway stage. I mean, can you give us an insight in terms of what was being said between coaches and some of the players that were dismissed early on?
Yeah, I think obviously a very good wicket. The guys have been told to just go out and express themselves, and perhaps a few soft dismissals, but guys want to be encouraged to play their way and err on the side of attacking cricket. And look, Kieran's played an unbelievable knock here, and hopefully James Harris can stay with him for a bit and build a bit of partnership.
Well, return for Dom Kelly, so pace at both ends. Carlson pulling and takes the single off the first ball of the over, where Hampshire will, of course, now look to squeeze against the Glamorgan number 9. But James Harris, someone you've played with for probably as long as anyone you've played with at Glamorgan, so you'd know him better than anyone.
Yeah, James, got a real calm, cool, collected head on his shoulders, and he's got a list 100, a big one at that. No mug with the bat at all, wealth of experience. So, hopefully he can get us close with Kieran.
And it shows Carlson more than happy to take a single first ball as well. And then there is that experience you mentioned. Just a single, dabbed into the offside with ease. So Chris, well, of course, sitting out for today, Alex Horton taking the gloves. I'm sure you've been impressed with his work under a bit of your mentorship.
I'm not sure about that. No, Alex is a great talent. Big swing.
Carlson having a bit of a swing from Kieran Carlson, just trying to enforce.
Yeah, no, Alex, he's done really well this year in the seconds. Had some standout performances, a big 100 up in Warwickshire in the 4-day competition as well. Striking the ball really well at the moment, and yeah, we saw a glimpse of that today. He'll be upset he got out there when he did, but he kind of changed the momentum of the innings after a few quick wickets.
Crunched from Carlson, and that's his 100. A magnificent knock from the captain, brought up in fitting fashion. An 8th maximum as he raises his bat around the knoll. It's taken just 75 balls. Batting in positions of need of runs and stability. Kieran Carlson has stepped up to the plate, and he's going to give Glamorgan every chance, and then shows all the wealth of knowledge. Takes the 6 and then takes the single.
Yeah, he's in a rich vein of form at the moment, coming off a match winning 90 against Kent in the 4-day side, and then 100 and a 50 to follow up in the win up in Lancashire, and 100 here today. So leading from the front again, and yeah, he'll be looking to go all the way through here and win the game for us.
We'll just come back to Alex Horton in a moment, but what a sensational 100 from Carlson. James looks behind and is given. Caught behind. It was slightly shorter from Dominic Kelly. It's caught the outside edge. Harris just looking to open the face, it looked like. And, well, Carlson is still there, but the task just got even trickier. 218 for 8.
Yeah, nice ball there from Kelly. Just seemed to nip away. James Harris trying to run it down to third man, looked like, and just got a skinny edge on it. Real shame that. But Ned Lennon comes in, and he's as well no mug with the bat. Really positive player. How much do we need? Yeah, 84 runs to win.
He's someone who can hit a long ball. He's had a couple of good knocks in the 2s off not many balls as well, from my reading, and of course a couple of cameos in the blast and the 4-day stuff recently as well.
Yeah, he's real clean hit of the ball. We saw with Gorvin and Harris they were trying to just be the foil for Kieran, bat around him, so I wonder if there'll be a bit of a change of tactic here, let Ned play his more natural game and be more attacking. might be the way forward, might be the way to get us back in the game.
Yeah, it could just be a fearless approach from now on, saying, well, 107 needed from 84 balls. We're not going to win it from consuming pressure, so why not just have a go? Well, we'll soon see what Ned Leonard's approach is. But if we come back to Alex Horton, Kieran Carlson selfishly ruined our talk about him with his 6 to bring up his 100. But not only with the gloves is he impressed, but he does bat with a lot of freedom, a lot of flamboyance, doesn't he, Alex? 35 from 25 coming in a pressure situation today.
Yeah, like I said, we lost a few quick wickets there, and it could have been very easy for Alex to come in and be a bit tentative and try a rebuild, and that might have been one way to do it, but he came in really confidently, put the bowling attack under pressure, and with Kieran there, they kind of wrestled back the momentum of the innings. And I think in 50 over cricket, the game can change so much over the 50 overs. It really does ebb and flow. You have to keep wrestling back that momentum when you do fall out of it a bit.
Carlson looks to go over mid-on. It's an attempted effort, one-handed from Ali Orr. That would have been spectacular.
Wow, that's a hell of an effort.
But the ball was always on Carlson's side. Didn't get much of it, but he does come back for 2. And if we're just able to talk about a couple of other Glamorgan youngsters who of course are being nursed through. I know you're not officially a coach, but I'm sure you do a lot of mentorship. Of course, another keeper, Henry Hurl, and Will Smale does a bit of keeping as well. So positive signs from them coming through as well. Like I say, Glamorgan got a lot of keepers on the books.
Yeah, no, we're really spoilt with keeper batters coming through at the moment.
Oh, and that was quick from Manny Lumsden, the 16-year-old.
Yeah, obviously Alex has got the gloves at the moment, but Will Smales, performed really well in this 50 over comp last year, helping us get over the line at Trent Bridge, and Henry Hill is as well, just bags of talent. He got an unbelievable 100, I think, last month in the seconds, and he's definitely one to keep an eye for the future.
Yeah, Henry Hill in the matchday squad today. Not selected in this 11, but I'm sure we'll see him feature at some point. Lumsden, really impressive start to this second spell after bowling 3 overs, 2 for 47 earlier, just 2 from his first 4 balls in this one, all bowled to Kieran Carlson, who did take him apart a little bit earlier on, but he can bowl without pressure now.
Well, I think Kieran's first 3 scoring shots were all 6s, am I right in saying?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, one of those, a no ball, and then the free hit went as well. He's just no remorse for the 16-year-old, does he? And this one, well, you buy your own luck. It's an outside edge looking to play through the offside Carlson. He just gets it over short third, and that just shows the pace Lumsden is bowling with. That's carried down to a deep third. Would have fancied chances there.
It's almost gone all the way, that, and yeah, Lumsden bought in 2008, so making us all feel a bit old. But he's shown a bag of potential, yeah, bowled with good pace. Got 2 important wickets so far, so yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on.
You were were you a professional cricketer in 2008, Chris?
I wasn't. I was a university student back in Cape Town, so...
not far off the start of your career. Were you playing a bit in South Africa back then, or?
Yeah, a bit of amateur cricket,
right? Okay.
Bit of club cricket, and then came over here in 2009, and signed in 2010. So yeah, pretty close, but feels like yesterday, 2008. So
yeah.
The youngsters these days just have so much confidence, ability, and skill. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, plenty of talent, and of course Dom Kelly and Eddie Jack, not much older. Ben Mays, who we saw incredible 74 and has been remarkable with the gloves as well. I mean, I'm sure you're impressed with him from Hampshire. He's just 17 himself.
He's having a bit of a day out, isn't he, Ben Mays? And the stamping of Zayn was really tidy piece of work off the pad. Probably goes under the radar, that stamping. So yeah, he's looked really assured with the gloves, and we all saw how good he was with the bat. Well,
it's heading our way. First ball of the over, and Carlson's taken it for 6. The Glamorgan squad in their dressing room area having to duck as the ball crashed into the brick wall. We saw Henry Hill take a decent catch earlier on in the on the benches. No one stood a chance there as they're all ducking for cover.
Yep, under 100 to win now, so psychologically pretty important.
Carlson 116 off 83. Goes again, this time straight over mid-off, and that'll be just one bouncer. Has it gone? All the work? No, just one bounce. One bounce. Teased us, did Carlson, but 10 from the first 2 balls. Already pressure back onto Dom Kelly. Well, I bet you guys are absolutely delighted he didn't get picked up in the 100, because what he's shown is certainly capable, isn't he?
Well, we might lose him, I think, if he keeps going like this.
Top edged. 4 more. Another one bounce. I said in the last over, you create your own luck. He's looked to pull it, and it's just flown off the top edge. No one ever stood a chance.
Engines on here from Kieran. Not sure what the partnership is, but Ned hasn't contributed a ball, I think, and Kieran's just throwing caution to the wind, and that's obviously where he sees the way forward us winning this game.
Yeah, 21, the partnership already off just 9 balls. You can see on your screen there. So not only the run factor, but it shows the brains of Kieran Carlson in the middle to ensure, not that I'm sure he does trust Ned Leonard, but just to, you know, show he can, if he can face as many balls as he can. And then there's the Nouse. 6-4-4 single. Kieran Carlson 15 off the over already. 240 for 8. And as for you, Chris, not playing today, but is there a can we have a look into what your role is going to be in this competition?
Yeah, I think it's just to help out really where I can. Obviously picked up a bit of a calf strain the second to last 4-day game, and you know, it's nice to see the guys who've been performing in the seconds get a go, and they thoroughly deserve to as well. And you know, I'll be helping out from an operational point of view. You know, we might be stretched a bit thin across the Welsh Fire and Glamorgan stuff over the next month.
Well dug out from Ned Leonard. Final ball of the over. It was a good Yorker from Kelly, but another big over for Glamorgan. 240 for 8.
Yeah, and it's probably just a bit of an eye on the future, you know, getting to the autumn of my career, putting it lightly. So, yeah, nice to do something productive over the next month and try help out where I can.
So it is kind of a balance between balancing workload for yourself and also giving the exposure as the you know, the one-day cup has been used for in the last few years as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think it kind of made sense from all angles. You know, maybe try and be available for the last few games to try and get some rhythm before the 4-day starts, but if not, so be it. Yeah, do a bit of rehab on the calf, and yeah, just try help out and see how far the boys can go.
And for your old mate Colin as well, how's he taken to this coaching role?
Oh, like a duck to water. I think he's made for it. I'm sure he'd love to be playing. You know, he always says this is his best format, which is pretty scary. And but he's got a wealth of experience, Cole, and I'm sure the guys will be leaning on him as much as they can over the next few weeks.
Carlson deciding not to take the single first ball of the new Lumsden over.
Yeah, interesting that.
Maybe he doesn't trust Leonard.
I think he's just seeing it like a beach ball, and I guess we need 85 runs here, so he's got to get the bulk of them.
Yeah, I think maybe, you know, third, fourth ball wouldn't have been an issue. It's the, you know, first ball of the over. Well, he is seeing it like a beach ball. 125 from 87. Crunched through the offside, and that's got no more than 10 feet off the ground, and just one bounce into the pavilion region again.
Well, who are we to judge? That's a great shot on the up, through extra cover, 1 bounce 4. What a knock this is from Kieran.
We'll have to look in the notes for the list day best, I think. Punched through the offside, no run taken again. Third ball of the over. Interesting to see that decision. Not sure what we can expect from young Romano Franco on debut under the pressure with the bat in hand, but who knows, he may not be needed if things go Kieran Carlson's way.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Romano bat. Hitting the winning ones would be nice on debut, wouldn't it?
And that has gone high. Has it gone far enough? It has. Well, there was a silence around the ground. People's hearts in their mouths when that one hung in the air, but Carlson plays this shot exceptionally. We've seen this in T20 cricket plenty from Carlson since he's been opening the batting, and it's just fearless to go down on one knee with the ball coming at that pace.
Yeah, that's one of Kieran's strengths. The sort of drop down sweep shot off a seamer, plays it so well, and it's definitely one of his go-tos. It's just so hard to bowl to there, top of the stumps. Probably bowler's happy with that, hit his area, and it's gone over deep back of square for 6. So on debut, probably thinking, where'd I bowl to this guy?
Something of deja vu for Hampshire. Tom Bevan had 134 as a match-winning contribution here 3 years ago against the same opposition. And now it's Kieran Carlson's turn.
A rare miscue.
Yeah, you're allowed a couple, aren't you?
1 out of 91 balls, yeah. Just a runner ball now, just over runner ball. I don't think Kieran will be thinking like that though.
No, I think he's just got to keep motoring the way he is, isn't he? The quicker he can get the job done on his own, the less chance of exposing number 10, 11 Leonard and Franco. This one is out to deep square leg, and he's got him. Well, rather muted celebrations from Hampshire. They know how crucial that wicket is, but they all pay tribute to Kieran Carlson, as does this Neath crowd. Absolutely unbelievable. Kieran Carlson, 135 from 92 balls. Although it may not be enough on this occasion, it has given Glamorgan as good a chance as he could have done.
Yeah, you won't see many better knocks than that, I'm afraid. Phenomenal knock there by Kieran. Last ball to over. I wonder if he was caught in two minds whether to just get one or go through with the shot, and maybe that's why he held out. But yeah, fantastic knock.
Well, it's going to bring Romano Franco out to the crease on debut. I'm sure he won't be feeling the pressure at all. Did his bit with the ball. 8 overs, 0 for 55, although that feels like a long time ago now. The young left-arm spinner on debut looked impressive.
Yeah, real impressive. Tidy spell, bowled with a lot of control, some good pace. Varied his lengths really well, and he looked at ease at this level. There's been a lot of good chats about him over the last few weeks, and he's got a very bright future ahead. And he'll be looking to just stay here with Ned, I think, and Ned might try and take a few risks.
Yeah, I think it's the obvious option now left for Leonard to do, as Andrew Neil's going to return, seeking a first wicket himself. Yeah, Franco's bowled some clips I've seen of him in the second 11. Some balls are like the perfect left arm spinner deliveries, so definitely one to be excited by, with Mason Crane and Ben Kellaway out in the 100. And someone from North Wales as well. First North Walian to debut for Glamorgan, I think, since Dave Lloyd, Roman Walker, one of those two. It's great to see representation across the whole of Wales.
Correction, this is still Andrew Neath.
Well, there we go. There is the intent, using the feet, Leonard, to get off the mark. So 251 for 9, still a fair few short, Chris, but learning curves and still plenty of positives with both bat and ball, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that's the exciting thing from today. I think we can look back and there's pretty obvious areas where we can improve, and there's a lot of areas that we've done really well. Probably just the small margins that you get at this level. It's not over yet. Let's see what Romano's got.
There's a slip in place. Franco's first ball in professional cricket is survived.
He's off the mark.
Yeah, off the mark comfortably. I'm sure he'll be happy with that and settled. Now he's got that under the belt. Do you remember your debut in professional cricket, how that felt for you, facing up first ball and then get off the mark? Is it all small milestones?
Yeah, I mean, I was a bundle of nerves, I think. Oh, it's gone straight up, has it?
Taken at long off. That comes to the end of the innings. First wicket for Andrew Neil on debut. Leonard goes for 1. Glamorgan bowled out for 252. Well, thank you to Chris Cook, who's just making way to head back to the Glamorgan dressing room. Thank you for your time. As a welcome back Ash into the commentary position to
there we go.
Wrap up a loss by 72 runs.
Well, really exciting, great entertainment, but I think Glamorgan paid for maybe going a little bit too hard early on. It's easy to say now, but it was losing those wickets, wasn't it, early on, that they were always up against it, and despite the heroics from Kieran Carlson, who batted incredibly. I mean, what a knock. So exciting to watch. Just brilliant entertainment. Played so well, hitting the ball to all parts with such fluency, and it was thrilling to watch. But in the end, well, it was even too much for him. Out for 135, just 92 balls, and the Glamorgan in the end were so. Teams shaking hands after a very entertaining game, and what's clear, Blake, Hampshire have got a lot of exciting young cricketers, haven't they? What we've really seen today, that some real stars of the future, you would think. Some of them incredibly young.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the figures by, as they would be presented, as best being wickets first, it's led by 16-year-old Lumsden, 3 for 64, and then Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly 2 each. Jack 2 for 41, Kelly 2 for 46, and then 1 apiece for spinners Felix Organ, Tilak Varma, and also Andrew Neil on his debut, the 25-year-old. So
yeah, they were a lot of young talent, both with bat and ball. I think we saw, names that I'm sure that will be wise to look out for in the years ahead. And there's, the damage that was done really early on. Jack bowled quickly and got Asa Tribe out first up, and then Lumsden in particular, this young 16-year-old rookie fast bowler, was expensive, but actually the wickets that he took, taking out 3 of the top 5 of Glamorgan, just with sort of quite exciting pacey bowling, encouraging Glamorgan batters to try and get after him, but they were miscuing because they were perhaps surprised by the pace and bounce that he got. And he took those 3 out, and then really Glamorgan were struggling at that point. They were well up with the run rate, but the problem was just Carlson was running out of partners, and even an incredible 135 from him, well, it wasn't enough to get Glamorgan over the line. It's a knock, I think, that everyone will remember who was here. 10 sixes and 9 fours. I mean, really phenomenal batting by that's almost 100 in boundaries, isn't it? It's 96 runs in boundaries. So some incredible hitting from Carlson, but in the end he just ran out of partners, and by the end, once he'd gone, well, really any last little bit of hope that was pretty thin anyway went away, and you'd have to say Hampshire, Blake, were probably good value. And there's the bowling figures. Who stood out for you, Blake, there?
Well, yeah, I mean, credit has to go to Manny Lumsden, but the way I think Nick Gubbins managed him, I mean, Nick Gubbins, of course, we'll talk about his innings as well, but the way he managed Lumsden, you know, it would have been easy just to bring him off after 1 over, 1 for 23, and say, look, okay, good effort. But no, to keep him on, he got the wicket of Billy Root, he was on a hat-trick, and then to come back and get that wicket of Kieran Carlson in an impressive second spell. In fact, I actually think his second spell was his best one. You know, a lot more dots, a lot less boundaries going against him, and showed he's got all the abilities of a real quality fast bowler. And then Eddie Jack as well, first time watching him live, he looked quick with the new ball. And then Hampshire just did what they needed to do in the middle overs, contained when Glamorgan lost so many wickets early on, bowled spin for about 20 overs consecutively, just to keep the runs down. And as you can see, the economies on your screen, Organ, Neil, Tilak and Prest all going 5.5 and under.
And so here's the match summary. Hampshire 324 for 6. Gubbins, the captain, leading the way with a brilliant 144. Beautiful pacing to that. Started slowly and really built up. Got good support from Mays, looks a terrific athlete. Wicketkeeper batter. And Organ as well, playing his part with a little cameo at the end just to get them well clear of 300. And then Glamorgan, despite the heroics of Captain Kieran Carlson, in the end he just ran out of partners, and they fell 72 runs short. So Glamorgan's defence of their title ends with defeat here at Neath. But of course, that doesn't mean it's over. This is a group competition, and so lots more matches to play, but certainly that's not the start that Glamorgan wanted. Hampshire win this first match by 72 runs.